Hello, everyone. How are we today? Hopefully people can hear me, the sound is okay, etc., etc. Video, are we good? Can people see me? I updated to the new version of OBS, which always frightens me. The technology is going to cease to work. Hey, Daniel. Hope you're doing well. Excellent. Okay, I see people waving. I see people saying Happy Wednesday. Seems positive. Hey, Stephen. Let's see, Daniel, Stephen, Fryer, Afraid Not, David, Genevieve. We're getting a lot of people. Andrew's here. Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear that. Before we jump into the puzzle today, I wanted to announce there's a new regular video series coming to the channel. So if you are interested, I am doing what I am going to call the Puzzle of the Week series. So each week I am going to snip one puzzle out of the puzzles done in the 2 streams from that week and post that separately as the puzzle of the week. So if you miss streams or you haven't seen everything, it'll just give you one little like, hey, if you're going to watch one puzzle from the week, this is the puzzle to go to. Because I know that as much as I'm sure all of you would prefer to watch every single moment that I am live, you don't all have that opportunity. So I figured this would be a good way to sort of indicate a thing to watch. So hopefully it'll be popular. We'll see. But anyway. The first puzzle we're going to do today is Dynamic Dots by Niverio. So if you have been with the channel for a bit, you might recall that a while back, Tristan and I posted a joint solve of Dynamic Duos by Niverio, which was a puzzle involving basically ambiguous lines. And all the lines in the puzzle were they were 2 things out of this list of 8. And the solve was particularly notable for me because we spent about an hour not actually understanding what the rules were, because we had not read things correctly, and then the puzzle just solved itself from there. I'm going to hope to do better with Dynamic Dots. We'll see. Now, I have been told that Dynamic Dots is an easier puzzle. However, in general, lately, whenever I have been told something was an easy puzzle, that has meant that it has taken like 90 minutes. And whenever I've suspected something's not an easy puzzle, it has taken 30 minutes. So which of those this will be, I cannot tell you until we do it. But we can go over the rules. So there are gray dots all throughout the universe. And the gray dots can represent one of 4 standard constraints. So they can say these 2 things add to 5. They can say these 2 things add to 10. They can say that these 2 things are consecutive, or they can say that these 2 things have a ratio of 1 to 2. What's wrong?
Oh, just, I don't know, something's weird with your mic.
Oh, like sound is bad?
I don't know. Sounds like...
Chat seemed to think sound was okay.
No, something's just rubbing against it. I don't know. Seems okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, importantly, each of these dots is exactly one of those 4 things. So what that means in particular, and the example even says this explicitly, just so that you're certain about it, is that I can never put 2, 3. Uh-oh, why is this not working? Okay. I can never put 2, 3 on a dot. And the reason why I can't put 2, 3 on the dot is that would be both a valid white dot. White dot just means consecutive, but also they add to 5. So I cannot do that. That is not allowed. So if those were all of the rules, this would be sort of an ambiguity puzzle, but the twist is that if a single cell sees 2 digits, if a single cell sees 2 or more dots, like this one, the dots have to be different. So in other words, if this dot is a white dot, then this dot cannot be a white dot. If this dot is an X, then this dot cannot be an X, and so forth. So that is those are the rules for this puzzle. I should go ahead and make a bet cell. Should we make this the bet cell? We will not make that the bet cell. We'll make that the bet cell. Alrighty, and then we will go and dive into things. And so the obvious first cell to look at is this one, because this one has to have all of the possible relationships with something. So this needs to add to 5 with something, because all 4 black dots here are different. And because all 4 black dots here are different, I have to use all 4 kinds of black dot. Sorry, gray dot. All 4 gray dots here are different, and because they're all different, I have to use all the flavors. Now, all the flavors includes a 5, or a V, if you prefer. I'm great at words today. Now, the V we've said is only a 1-4 V. So immediately this cell is 1 or 4. Because we can't ever do a 2-3 V, remember, because a 2-3 V would be 2 kinds of dot at once. We're not allowed to do that. Okay. However, if this were a 1, it would break immediately, because I would need to have both a white dot and a black dot connecting to this 1. And the problem is the white dot and the black dot both would put the digit 2 in, and that has told me that I have conflict checker off. So this can't be a 1. And so, in fact, this central digit, and I think this is probably what chat was all talking about, this central digit has to be a 4. Note, by the way, for the future, I can never put 1, 2 on a dot either. Because if I put 1, 2 on a dot, that's both a valid white dot and black dot, and I can't do that. Okay, so what are the things? Well, one of these is a 1. One of them is a 3 or 5. Actually, maybe I can't do this. I might not actually be able to write out what everything is, because I realize I know one of them is a 1 to add to 5, and one of them is a 6 to add to 10. The black dot actually has 2 options. The black dot could be a 2 or an 8. And the white dot actually has 2 options. It could be a 3 or a 5. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so now let's think about 1. What things can 1 actually go on a dot with? The only thing, I think, I'm going to be wrong, but I've got to think about it. Oh, no. Okay, 1 can only go on a dot with 2 things. So if I put a 1 here, I'm just imagining it, because I'm trying to decide where the 1's going to go over here, so bear with me a moment. If I put a 1 on a dot, this cell cannot be the white dot or black dot, because both of those are 2 that would repeat. So it would have to be a 4 or a 9. Those are the only things that I can put next to a 1. Okay. So in particular, that tells me I can never put a 1 here. Wait, sorry, no, that's not true. No, I could put a 1 here if I put a 9 here. Okay, so actually all of these cells, wherever I put the 1, they are all next to exactly one other cell, which tells me that one of these has to be a 9. Now, Jay points out something very interesting, which I had not actually thought about very much, which is that 5 actually is also quite restricted in what 5 can be buddies with, because 5 never goes on a black dot. It never goes on a V or X. So any place I put a 5, the only thing it can be is on a white dot. So every 5 across a dot, if the 5 ends up across from a dot, has to be next to, wow, and then my brain went away, has to be next to a 4 or 6. Okay, so what things does 9 connect to? 9 connects to 1 and 8 in this universe. I'm trying to see if there's any of these places that obviously can't be 9. So, like, I don't think this cell can be 9, for example. 9 connects to both 1 and 8. But I would need to repeat a dot type because 9 can't connect to 3 things, so not a 9. This 9 could connect to a 1 and an 8. That would be fine. This 9 could connect to a 1 or an 8. That would be fine. This 9 could connect to a 1 and an 8. That would be fine. Let's see. So people are thinking about 5 here, and 5 is interesting because 5 does connect to 2 things. It connects to a 4 and a 6. But in this specific box, the 4 and the 6 are dispositioned in such a way that I cannot have the 5 connect to both a 4 and a 6 within the box. So the 5 in this box could go here. That would be fine because it would put a 6 there and a 4 there. But the 5... Oh, no. Right. Sorry, I was misthinking about the rules. I can't connect a 5 to both a 4 and a 6, because that would be repeating the dot type. It's not just that I can't repeat the pair of digits. I can't repeat the connect. I can't repeat the dot type. So, in fact, 5 can never go somewhere where a dot has more than one, or where a cell has more than one dot connecting to it. So the 5 can't go in any of these cells. In particular, that means the 5 goes here. Digit dance. Now, the 5 only connects to one thing, so this is a 6. So none of these are 6. Now, okay, so one of these is a 1. Okay, one of them is a 2 or an 8. And one of them is a 3. We now know the 4 on the white dot is not connecting to a 5, so it's connecting to a 3. So we do know there's a 3 in one of these places. So that's good. What can 3 actually connect to? 3 can connect to 2 or 4, so that's the white dot. 3 can never be on a V. 3 could connect to 6, but certainly this 3 doesn't connect to a 6. And then 3 connects to 7 across an X. So if this is a 3, this would have to be a 7. Let's see. Yeah, I was contemplating making the graph of all of the things that connect to things, just for that sake. But anyway, these are all from 1, 3 to 8. For what it is worth. Yeah, so 7's never on a V, 7's never on a black dot, so 7's only connect to 2 things, is a wise point from Nicholas. So this is not a 7. So, although I hate pencil marking this, one of these 2 cells is a 7. But that actually becomes useful, as Nicholas points out, because now I actually have 7 and 9 both pencil marked into these 2 cells. So these 2 cells actually become just a 7-9 pair. So they go from bad pencil marks to good pencil marks, which I appreciate. And so this is the remaining 1, 2, 3, 8. Okay. Okay, so... so this is never a 1. Yeah, but I can't do anything with the cheat sheet. It's not like I can have it up on my screen. This is never a 2 because 2 doesn't connect to 7 or 9. And this is never actually a... No, sorry, this could be a 3. 3 connects to 7. 3 connects to 7. 8 connects to 7 or 9. Okay, now what about this one? Same deal with this cell. This cell can never be... Oh, wait, it could be a... No, sorry. 1 was not even an option. 1 was never here in the box. 1... But this one... Wait, sorry. No, I removed a 1 as a candidate. I cannot remove 1 as a candidate. I can remove 2 as a candidate, though. 2 does not connect to 7 or 9. And 2 still doesn't connect to 7 or 9 up here. But 1 connects to 9 across an X. 3 connects to 7 across an X. So, and I know I'm using one of 2 or 8. So 1, 3 is an option there. And 3 is never next to 2. So if I pay close attention, I now realize, thank you, Barbie, that 2 is over here in one of these 2 cells. And because 2 is over next to these 2 cells, the 2 can't ever be across from a 3, so neither of these is a 3. Now, one of these is a 2, and 2 can never be next to a 1 either. So in fact, actually, this is a 2-8 pair. So the fact that this is a 2-8 pair tells us that these aren't 8, so these are a 1-3 pair. That's not a 1 or 2 or 3. There we go. Okay. And let's see. Derek claims 2 can't have 3 dots. So 2 can be on a white dot. No, 2 can never be on a white dot. 2 can be on a black dot with a 4. 2 can never be on a V, and 2 can be on an X with an 8. So, right. So this can't be 2 because there are only 2 flavors of dot that 2 connects to. So that's the 8. That's the 2. Okay. Hey, Playmaker. So if this is a 7 connecting to a 3, then I guess this would be a 6 or an 8. Hey, Sam. Yeah, I figured this is likely to be a good one. I guess I can fill in the things that dot with an 8. So none of these are 2. They could be 4. Or they could be 7 or 9. So in particular, one of these 2 cells is definitely a 4. Let's see. So I guess we can just ask ourselves, what are the digits that connect to 3 other things, at least? So 1 doesn't. 1 only has 2 flavors of thing. 2 also doesn't. 3 connects across a white dot, across an X, and across a black dot. So 3 does. 4 does. 5 we know doesn't. This cell can't be a 6, but 6 actually does connect across a white dot, a black dot, and an X. So could be a 6, except this one's not a 6 because of that. 7 does not. 7 doesn't connect across a black dot. 7 doesn't connect across a V, so 7 only goes across 2 things. 8 we know connects to across 3 kinds of dots. And 9 certainly does not. 9 doesn't connect across a black dot. 9 doesn't connect across a V. Okay, so this is 3, 4, or 8 just by the fact that it has 3 dots. And then Chester points out 4, in fact, does not actually connect to 7 or to 9. So, oops. So let's put 4 in both places. No, so let's get the 4 out. So this is a 3 or an 8. If this is a 3, then that's a 7 across an X. And so we would need a 6 here for the black dot, and a 2 or 4 here for the white dot. If this is an 8, then this is a white dot. And so we would need a... Why would 3 repeat the x? Oh, sorry, you're right. It would repeat the x on this cell. Because if this cell is a 3, this cell's a 7, but then this cell's a 3. Right, okay, so this is always an 8. Okay. It can't be 6 because it sees a 6 by Sudoku. Okay, so this is only an 8, right? So the reason this can't be a 3 is if this is a 3, you have to pay a little attention to what's actually happening. But if this is a 3, it connects to a 7 here because it doesn't connect to a 9. But then this 7 connects to a 3 here, which means we've used x twice, which is why this can't be a 3. So this is an 8. So we've used the white dot. So we need to use the black dot, which means we need one of these two to be a 4. And we need to use the x, which means we need one of these to be a 2. Because 8's only on 3 kinds of dot. This is the white dot version. We then need a black dot, so this has to be a 4. And then we need an x, so this has to be a 2. Okay, so this is not a 4. Now, one of these had to be the black dot, so this is now a 4. So we've got that going on as well. Can go ahead and put a 4 up in one of these 2 cells by Sudoku. Put a 4 down in one of these 2 cells by Sudoku. Okay, so these 2 cells actually already are down to 4 values. They can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. They could be 5, 6, 7. They can't be 8, and they could be 9. Just to begin that process. Okay. Yeah, Nicholas is asking what this cell can be, which is a reasonable question. So you can go through the list again. So what are the things that can be next to 2 things? Well, I guess lots of things can be next to 3 things. The lots of things can't. Let's see. Actually, I think this can't be a 3, can it? Because 3 can be across from a white dot, except both the white dot digits for 3 are gone. 3 can be across a black dot and an X. Oh, I guess, yeah. So I guess this could be a 3 if this is a 6, 7 pair. Hey, Fuchsia, welcome. Oh, let's see. Derek is suggesting maybe I should write in the candidates for this cell. Probably fair. So 7 only goes with 6 or 8 or 3. No. 7, if this is a 7, that's a 3, so this can't be a 3. If this is a 9, then 9 goes with, well, if this is a 9, 9's going here with 1, so this can't also be a 1, and so then 9 only actually goes with 8. So I agree with Derek's calculation that this can only actually be 6 or 8. We do have a 7-9 pair in this column, actually, so that's interesting. At least mildly interesting. Let's see. Barbie claims if I put a 3 here, it breaks this chain. I don't really want to try and prove that at the moment. I might if I need to, but that seems very painful. Let's see. Yeah, so let's write in the candidates for this and let's rule them all out. So it's could be 1, it's not 2, could be 3, can't be 4, could be 5, 6, 7, can't be 8, could be 9. Okay, but it almost certainly isn't most of these things. So it can never be a 1 because 1 only connects across a... 1 only connects to, well, no, 1 doesn't even connect to 2. 1 connects to 9. Yeah, 1 only connects to 9, so that doesn't work. This could well be a 3. We already proved that, so this could be a 3 if this is a 6-7 pair. 5 doesn't connect to two things at all, so it's not a 5. Let's see. 6 connects to 4 across an X, but it can't do that. 6 connects to... Oh, that's right. 1 connects to 4. Sorry. Sorry, I have to back up. Tristan's right. This could be a 1 if that's a 9 and that's... No, it can't be a 1. There's a 4 in the box. It's a 4 in the box. It can't connect to both 4 and 9. So 6. Okay, so 6 would connect to 4, but it can't. So 6 is not on an X or a V in this box. And so it would have to, if this is a 6, this would have to be a 3 and a white dot digit. So, but that's possible. This could be 3, 5. That's fine. If this is a 7, oh, there's a 7-9 pair in the column, so it's not 7 or 9. So it's 3 or 6. So that's helpful. So in fact, this cell is always a 3 or a 6. Now, both 3 and 6, when I thought about it, required me to use the 3, 6 black dot, right? So 3 connects only to... So yeah, 3 can't do a black dot. Sorry, 3 can't do a V. Could do an X or white dot. No, it could do a white dot and an X. So that's fine. Okay. But Nicholas is pointing out that now we know where 1 goes in this box because neither 3 nor 6 is connected to 1. So this is the 1 for the box. Right. Both 2 and 4 are in the box, Afraid Not points out. Okay. So this 3 or 6 can't use a white dot. Sorry. So the 3 can't use a white dot. So if this is a 3, it would have to be a black dot and an X. Okay, so in particular, either this is a 3, in which case one of these two is a 6, or this is a 6. In any event, this is never a 6. That's the point. This cell cannot be the 6. Okay. Let's see, what is left in this column? Do I even care? There's not really any dots down there, so... Yeah, 3 can't connect to 2. That is correct. 3 only connects to 4 across a dot. Okay, so what are the candidates for this cell? So if this is a 6, then this cell would need to be a 3 or... Can't be a 4. Okay, so 6. Okay, could be on a white dot with a 6, in which case this could be 5 or 7. Black dot, it would be a 3. Can't be on a V. Can't be on an X. Okay. If this is 6... Okay, if this is 3, then the things that 3 connects to are... the things that 3 connects to... this can't be a 5 because it has... this can't be a 5 because of that, and it can't be a 7 because of the 7-9 pair. So actually, did we... No, sorry. We do not know that this digit is a 3. We just haven't done our... we haven't done our thing yet. We only checked things that pair with 6. We need to check things that pair with 3. And so things that pair with 3 are not 2 or 4. Okay, so 3 can't be on a white dot. Could be on a black dot with a 6. Can't be on a V and could be on an X. So this would need to be a 6-7 pair. So this would need to be a 7 and this would need to be a 6. Okay. I think the upshot of all of that is that this is a 3-6 pair always. So this is not a 6. If I did that correctly. Okay. So these cells are... a 1, not a 2, not a 3. They include a 4, a 5. They don't include a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay, and that one's not a 4. Okay. Afraid Not has a good point that this cell can never be a 9. Because 9 doesn't connect to 3 or 6. Good point. Okay, and this cell, I guess I could write down the possibilities for, but that's really unappealing. Maybe not, because this cell can't be a 4. Okay, so what can this cell be? So if this is a... Boy, I really wish I could have that the cheat sheet up, but I there's no way I can have the cheat sheet up while also streaming. Let's see. So okay, so 3 connects to what? 3 connects to 4. Well, 3 doesn't connect to 4 here. So 3 can't connect to a white dot. This is a black dot, so 3 can't go across a black dot. So if this cell's a 3, then this can only be an X, so this would be a 7. If this cell's a 6, we've used the black dot. 6 connects to 4 across an X, so we can't use X. 6 is never on a V, so we can only use a white dot. So this cell's always 5 or 7, and it's not ever 5, because 5 is not on 2 different dots. So in fact, regardless, this cell's always a 7, because both 3 and 6, their only option is to connect to a 7 here. And now, interestingly, 7 only connects to 3, 6, and 8. So this cell's always a 3, 6, or 8. I don't think 9 connects to 3 or 6, Christian. I had a 9 here before. I wonder if Christian's a little behind, or if I do have a 3, 6 sitting next to a 9, please tell me, because I do not intend to have a 3, 6 next to a 9. Okay. Okay, and Nicholas has the smart point, which is that 7 only connects across X's and white dots. So one of these two is an X. And so that means one of these 2 digits is a 3, which means this digit is never a 3. It is always a 6. That is a really good spot. Okay, so that's a 6. That's a 3. So this is a 6 or an 8. Sorry, is a 6 or an 8, and it's not a 6, so it's an 8. This isn't a 7. Let's see, 6 does indeed connect to both 5 and 7, unfortunately. This 8 bounces up here and sees that that's a 6. 6 doesn't connect to 9, so this is a 7. 7, again, needs to now connect across something to this, so that's a 3, that's a 1, that's a 9. So we've got that pile of stuff. That 7 now sees down there that that's a 9, that's a 5, and that's a 7. So we've got all of that. Okay, so these cells we now know. I should write them in, even though it's not going to be super helpful. We need a 2 and a 3. We got a 4, 5, 6. We need a 7. These are 2, 3, 7. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So now Derek points out a wise point, which is that now this string of dots has a 6 on it, just by Sudoku. So now I have to think about what 6 connects to. So 6 is never on a V. 6 connects to a 3 only on a black dot. 6 connects to a 4 on an X. So black dot, 3, X, 4. And then connects to 7 or 8. Sorry, 7 or 5 on a white dot. Okay, so Boy, agony. So there's 3 types, right? 6 goes with 3 on a black dot, goes with 4 on an X. Now, the 4 and an X would have to go here. This is the only place that could actually be a 4. This one doesn't. This one could be the 5. So if this is a 6, that could be a 5. Now, I think the upshot of this is that this 6 is never here, but I don't know that we can quite prove that. Okay, so if I tried to put a 6 here, one of these two would be so if I tried to put a 6 here, again, neither of these could be a 4, so I would need to have both a black dot and both a black dot and a white dot. Those would be the only things I could have. So this would be a 3-7 pair, I think. This could be a 3 if that's a 5 or a 7. Okay, in any event, I think 6 can go here. Now, it is true to say that none of these can be a 5. So one of these is definitely a 5. I believe that. Let's see. Do I want to fill in this cell? It doesn't seem appealing. I kind of want to look at what this dot can be. But I think I've argued that you can put a whole bunch of digits here. Okay, so let's just write in what these digits are. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, these are from 2, 3, 6, 7. Now, the point is that people are trying to get me to see is that 2 does not go with 3, 6, or 7 on a dot. So that's pretty nice. So in fact, actually, there's no 2 there. So this is a 3, 6, 7. This is a 2, 5. Okay, so now 6 does connect with 3 and 7, so I could put 6 in the middle. 2 and 3 don't go together because 2 and 3 is a double thing, is the tricksy conceit of this puzzle. 3 does connect to both 6 and 7, yes. Can 7 go in the middle? Yes. So actually, these 3 form a triangle, don't they? All of 3, 6, and 7... all of 3, 6, and 7 connect to each other in this sense. So this is a graph-theoretic triangle. Now, I don't know if I really want to think about candidates for this. That sounds awful. Let's see. So what are these cells? These 3 cells are not 3, 6, or 7, or 2 or 4. So these cells are from 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5, not 6, not 7, 8, or 9. Okay. Let's see. This cell only has a couple candidates, but that's not super exciting. because it's not on a dot of any sort. Let's see. Okay, so Barbie asks about 3 in box 2. So now I have to do this all over again because I'm never going to remember this for more than half a second. What things does 3 connect to? Never across a white dot. Sorry, no. 3 connects to 4 across a white dot. So 3 can't go in. 3 can't connect to 4 because none of these can. 3 is going to be on a dot. It's not going to connect to a 4. Okay, so white dot and actually both white dot and black dot and V are impossible. So the only place that 3 can go, it has to connect to a 7. That's the only thing left, and 3 can't go here if it connects to a 7. So 3 is actually placed with a 7 here. That's a good spot, Barbie. So this is from 15289, and it's not a 5, so this is from 189. Okay. Let's see. Yab says 2 is placed in column 4. Okay, interesting. So let's look at that. So 2 can't go here. So 2 is down on one of these things. Okay, so can 2 go on this dot? So 2 doesn't connect across a white dot. 2 across a black dot would have to connect to a 4, which it doesn't do. So white dot and black dot are out. V is out. So the only thing 2 could connect to is an 8 across an X, except there's already an 8 in the column. So neither of these are 2. That is a really slick spot for Yab. So that's the 2 for the column. That's not a 2. So these digits I should probably fill in. Oh, sorry. Actually, even better. That 7 has given me that that's a 3 and that's a 7. That's been there a while. So these 3 digits are a 1, not a 2, not a 3, not a 4. We need a 5, not a 6, not a 7, not an 8, and we need a 9. Okay, well, this cell's never a 5. Even I remember that one because it connects to 2 things, and 5 doesn't connect to 2 things. And 5 doesn't connect to 1 or 9. So this is a 1-9 pair, and that's a 5. Right. So if this is a 1, that could be a 4. Well, 5 doesn't connect to 1 or 9, so this is never a 5. Sorry, it's never a 5. But 1 connects to 9, 4 connects to 1, so either of those is, I think, possible at the moment in this particular orientation. Let's see. 3, 7, 4. Okay, so what is left in this box? Just 1, 8, and 9, right? So the question is, can I rule any of those out of this? Let's see. What does 1 connect to? 1 connects to 9, to 4. Yeah, 1 connects to 9 and 4. I think those are the only things. But this could well be a 9-4 pair. 8 connects to... does connect to 9 and could connect to 4. So this is looking like it's probably a 4. Barbie has a good spot, which is that if I put a 9 here, then this becomes a 1, 8, and 1 and 8 are not connected. So this dot always has a 9 on it. That is an amazing spot for someone who has just begun thinking about this puzzle. So one of these is a 9. So one of these two is a 9. Afraid Not sees the same thing Barbie saw. There. Still a good point. Let's see. Okay, they're really going to make me think about this, aren't they? Okay, let's see. Fuchsia says row 8, column 4. Okay, phew, I think... row 8, column 4. Row 8, column 4. Right, this can't be a 9. Because if this was a 9, then it would force both of these to be 1, which would repeat the type. Great point, Fuchsia. So that's a 1, so that's a 4, that's a 9. That's not a 4 in either the corner or not the corner anymore. So that column's done. This isn't a 9 anymore. It's a 6 or an 8. Let's see. So, what are the candidates for this cell? Because I want to think about the things that this could be. Because I fear I'm going to have to think about this loop as badly as much as I very, very much do not want to. Let's see. Chat has a thing. Chat suggesting row 2, column 6 can't be an 8. Let's see, if this were an 8, this would be a 9. And then the 9 would have to connect to... the 9 would have to connect to a 1, which would break because of that. Oh, wow, that's really slick. Because if this is an 8, it makes that a 1 and that a 9, and then this has no fill. That's really clever, Chester. So this can't be an 8. And I think this is the same point that Martin is making, actually, which is that this can't be a 9, because if this is a 9, then that's a 1 and that's an 8, which then means that this can't have any fill either. So I think we actually get a 1-8 pair across here. So this is the 9. Now, this can't be a 1 anymore because 1 only connects... Oh, no, sorry. It could be a 1 because if this is a 4. Okay, so this cell now actually doesn't have a whole lot of options. If this is a 1, this cell has to be a 4. If this is an 8, then this cell has to be a 2 or a 4. Or, no, I think that's it. I think 2 and 4 are the only options if this is an 8. Because I can't repeat white dot. Okay, so I think this cell's always a 2 or a 4. Oh, I know what these digits are. Let's write them in. It's probably a good idea. 2, 4, 9. Sorry, 2, 4, 9. That one's not a 4. Yeah, this isn't 1, 2, Barbie. This is never 1, 2, but this could be 8, 2. But so this is either 9, 1, 4 or 9, 8, and then this could be 2 or 4. Let's see. Directionary likes the look of this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I want to just strip out as much as I can out of these before I look at this triple dot. This one's not a 4. Okay, let's see. Could this cell be a 1? Maybe is a good question. Because this cell needs to connect to 3, 6, 7. 1 does not connect to 3, 6, or 7. As previously noted, 3, 6, 7 connects to 3, 6, 7. And so, in fact, these two cells are the same, for whatever that's worth. So these two digits are the same digit, because I can't repeat that digit here. So, again, 1 doesn't connect to 3, 6, 7, so this isn't a 1. Why not 1, 2 in row 1? You can never have a 1 next to a 2 in this puzzle, Martin, because dots have to be exactly one type, and a 1 next to a 2 would be both white dot and black dot. Okay. So this could be a 4, as long as that's not a 7. Hey, Jay. Welcome. I think I have one of your puzzles up next, in fact. Let's see. Row 4, column 6 can't be 1 either. Let's see. 1 connects to 4 and 9. And does 1 connect to anything else? No. 1 only connects to 4 and 9. There's already a 9 in the row, so this is not a 1. Okay, so that is a good observation. Let's see. So, do we have any pressure on any of these? Not that I can quite make out. Let's see. There's no way that anything is excluded from this, right? Let's see. 3 connects to... Can this be a 3, actually? 3 can't connect across a V, an X, a white dot. Oh, but if this is a 3, this could be a 6. So no dice. Unless that somehow breaks with... If this were a 3, this would be a 6. That would be a 7, and that... no, that doesn't work. Okay, because of my coloring, this doesn't work. If this is a 3, because 3, 4, and 7 are gone in the row, the only thing this could be is a 6. So this being a 3 would make this a 6. That would make this a 7, which would make that a 7, but would also make that a 7. And that's too many 7s. So this cell, at least, is not a 3. I doubt that that is a useful deduction, but I had to use my coloring for something to justify it. Okay. Yeah, this dot can't include 2 of 3, 6, 7, because if it includes 2 of 3, 6, 7, it makes these two the same. That is a much cleaner way to phrase it, J40. Okay, so I guess that in mind, can this be a 7? So if it's a 7, oh yeah, it could be a 7 if this is an 8. That's fine. Okay, so I'm not sure that I see how to get more mileage out of this. Okay. Row 4, column 7 can't be 4 by some chainy nonsense. Let's see. Let's see. Can this be 6? I am being asked. So 6 would connect to... Okay, so 6 never connects across a V. It only connects to 4 across an X. And then it connects to 5 and 7 across a white dot and 3 across a black dot. Okay, so yeah, this can never be a 6, actually. Good point, Chester. The problem, Garion, that I see is if this is a 7, this can be an 8. And this being an 8, I think doesn't break. So I guess the question is, are these two the same? Because if this is 3, 6, or 7, it has to be that one. Is there some problem in the universe if these are the same? Let's see. Garion says it breaks differently than what I think. If this is a 7. Would be the same as row 3, column 9. Okay, yeah, so I agree. If this is a 7, these two are the same. And then I don't have a place for 1 in the row. Because now that these two are the same, this is a 4. And so once this is a 4, this is a 3 or 6. And neither 3 nor 6 go on a dot with 1. Oh boy, I don't really want to verify that chain. But I think I agree. So let's see. Can we phrase this in a way that I can follow? One of these two things is a 1. Maybe there's a way is there an easy way to see that this can't actually be a 1? This is a 1. This would have to be a 4. 1 in row 4, column 5 has to go with a 4. I agree. 1s only go with 4s, unless they're going with 9s. So 4... Right. So that is a great... Okay, I like Jay's way of saying this. If this is a 1, this is a 4, because it's the only thing it goes with, because the 9's already gone. If I make this a 4, it breaks that completely. So this is never a 4. So this is always a 1 or a 7. Okay. We have a chain that says this can't be a 7, but I'd like a nicer way to see it, if I can find it. Let's see. This is a 4, this is a 1. Okay, I'm think I've got to try again to convince myself that this really can't be a 7. Which I know Garion wrote down an argument for. I'm just trying to see if there's a nicer way to see that this can't be a 7. Because if this is a 7, it forces that to be a 7. Forces this to be a 1, that to be a 4. This is just too many steps. I can't keep track of this in my head. 4, column 7. Forces 1. Okay. I like that. Okay. Jay has the slick way to see this. Okay, so this cell, it is either 3, 6, 7, or it is 4. If it's 4, that immediately makes this cell a 1, because I need a 1 in the row, and this 1 could only go next to a 4. Okay, so if this is a 4, this cell's a 1. The more interesting case is, what if this is a 3, 6, 7? If this is a 3, 6, 7, it can't go here in this 3, 6, 7 triple, because that would make this dot the same. So it'd have to go there. But now this cell sees a 3, 6, 7 triple, and so it's not a 7. So this cell is always a 1. Okay, I like that. Okay, and so this is a 9, because it's not a 4. It's not a 1. To make that all work out. This isn't a 9. That's not a 9, so this is a 9. So this row, I can now write out a little bit better. Let's see, I need a 2, 3, 4, 5, in fact. And we've got 6, 7, 8, 9. These are never 5 because they're on too many dots. At the very least, this is never 4 because it's got a 4 in the column. I can never use both 2 and 3 here because 2 and 3 aren't next to each other. So this is either 2, 4. Well, I guess the point is there's always a 4. So that's never a 4. So yeah, one of these two is always a 4. Let's see. I'm being told we can place 1 in row 9. Because 1 can't go on this dot anymore. That's a good spot. So 1 on this dot would require a 4 or a 9. And it can be neither. So 1 is here. That is a great spot to Barbie. Let's see. So that 9, oh yeah, that did not do anything, unfortunately. Let's see, so there's a 1 up here in one of these two spots. Okay. There's a 1 in one of these two spots, but it can't be here. Because if there's a 1 next to something, it has to be next to both a 4 and a 9. This could be 4, but then this can't be 9. So that's not the 1. So that's the 1. So that's not a 1. Is that all of our 1s placed now? Well, it would be if I cleaned up my pencil marks. So that's a 1. Now we have all of our 1s. Let's see. Tony says we can place 4 in column 8. Yeah, we can place 4 in column 8. 4 in column 8 has to go here. That's gorgeous. Okay, great. So that 4 makes that a 2. Makes that an 8, because 2 can't go next to 1. Makes that a 1. Makes that a 9. So this isn't a 2 anymore. Don't mind me while I look carefully at this and see if that got us anything. I don't think so yet. But we got the row at least. Yeah, we've placed the last... Oh, I've not placed the last one. I just didn't ever place it. Thank you, Nicholas. I counted 9 1s. I just didn't have 9 1s. Okay. So this cell is from 2, 3... 4, 6 from the box, but it's not 3 or 4 from the row. So this cell's always 2 or 6. Let's see. 9 in column 7. Yeah, so let's see. So 9 in column 7 has to be in one of these two cells, and I'm guessing I'm being told it can't really be here. So 9's not across a black dot. It's only across from a white dot across from an 8. Oh, 9 just isn't connected to 3 or 4 at all. I don't even have to think about the doubling stuff. So 9 just goes here. And so now 9... Oh, sorry. Now 9 goes here. Is the point. So let's see. I think I probably want to write these out just to start thinking about this, because I can probably rule a lot of stuff out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this I know is not a 7. Okay, this is not an 8. 7 connects to 3 of these numbers. And then 7 would also have to connect to an 8 here. That seems plausible. Yeah, maybe actually all of those are plausible. Oh, but there's a 3, 7 in the row. So if I make this a 7, I have to be careful. So I can't make this a 7, because if I make this a 7... Oh, no, I could make this a 7 if I make this a 6. Never mind. Okay, that was not as insightful as I'd hoped. That's not a 4. That's not a 4, just from the box. So that's a little bit helpful. So one of these two is a 4, actually. Oh, there can't be 2 4s on this circle. So this can never be a 4. Because if there were 2 4s on this circle, they'd have to go kitty corner, and that would mean you were repeating a dot type. And so I can't put 4 there, and so actually the 4 is placed. That's a 4. So that's not a 4. So one of these two is a 4. And if one of these two is a 4, the other one's not a 3. No, sorry, the other one could be a 3. Oh, but if one of these is a 4, the other one's not a 7. Because 4 and 7 don't go together. So this is not a 7. So this is a 3, 4, 6 triple, which gets us that this and this are 7s. Now 4 doesn't go with 7, so that's not a 4. So that's the 4 and that's the 4. So this is a 3 or a 6, both of which work there. These aren't 7 anymore. Okay, so that is, that's all good. Okay, so I think that was a way to get around Afraid Not's chain, because I think this is what Afraid Not said there's a long chain that got a long time ago. So, of course, this isn't a 4 anymore. So now, let's see. Okay, so nominally, all of these work. Yeah, I am incredibly anti-chain, so if I can find a way that doesn't use a chain, I will go with a way that doesn't use a chain. But if it goes on, or if I stream for long enough, then by like 7 hours into the stream, I'll be willing to use chains that chat finds, but not for the first puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are from 2, 6, 8. That one's not a 2 via the column. So that's actually a 3, 6, 8 triple for the column, which means that this digit down here is a 5, which makes this digit a 6, which makes that an 8 and that a 6. This is not a 6 anymore. Let's see. What are these digits? Yeah, last puzzle of last stream was definitely I was exhausted enough that I used a long chain that chat found to solve the puzzle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are not 7. This is not 8 or 5, so this is in fact a 3. So that's a 7. 7 doesn't connect to 2, so this is a 3. Okay, so this is now something that needs to connect to 7. That's not a 3, because I can't repeat the 3. So this is a 6, 8 pair, so that's a 3, and that's a 6, and that's a 2, and that's a 5, and that's a 2. This column, I've used the 3 and the 7 and the 8, so that's the 5. This column, I've used the 3 and the 5, so that's an 8. That's a 3 now. So these aren't 3. Let's see. So the 2, I can look over here. Gives us a 6, 8 pair. These are a 2, 5 pair. Let's see. 7, 6, 4. 7, 8, 4. I think both of those work. Let's see. This is not a 7 anymore. Nor is it a 3. So this is, in fact, a 6, 8 pair. Worth noting. I could color those if I absolutely need to, but I probably won't. 2, 7 is needed to finish the row. For this row, I need 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 7. That's not a 7. From the column. Let's see. Is one of these repeating types of dot? Certainly not. Oh, no, it is. This can't be a 3 because it's already next to a 3. So this is an X. So this needs to be a 6, and that's a 3. That 6 looks down and says that's an 8, and that's a 6. So that's an 8, and that's a 6. That 8 looks up and sees that's a 5, and that's an 8. That 5 sees down, that's a 2, and that's a 5. 3 sees down, that's a 2, that's a 7, that's a 3. The 7 sees over, that's a 2, and that's a 7. Nice little ambiguity puzzle. I like the constraint that the dots can't be the same type if they are next to each other. I feel like I would have had more fun doing this puzzle if I could have had the little cheat sheet open. It probably would have made this a little easier to mentally follow. I sort of had internalized the cheat sheet by the end of the puzzle. But the sort of the first half of the puzzle felt incredibly grindy because I was constantly like going over, okay, what are all the things that 3 can connect to? How many of them are there? What types are they? And that kind of thing, where it's sort of like by the time you had done enough of the puzzle, then all of it sort of clicked into place in a pleasant way. So nice puzzle overall, and I think that Niverio even provided the cheat sheet. I just didn't have a nice way to use it because I don't have a fancy dual monitor setup or anything. Alrighty, and bet sell, by the way, was a 4. So if you bet 4, then you won. Alrighty, I'm going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, we are going to do the puzzle 4 Color Theorem by Dyer. So be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. I'm not scooted far enough yet. I thought I had done enough scooting. So this next puzzle is 4 Color Theorem by Dyer. So we're going to read the rules carefully before we open it on Penpa. The downside of Penpa is that Penpa does not display the rules as you're doing the puzzle. We'll go over them carefully, and there'll be a link to them at the top, so if you ever want to look at the rules again, you can just click at the link at the top. Alright, so first of all, this is a chaos construction. We need to make a bunch of 9-cell regions that are orthogonally connected within this grid. Every region has to be shaded entirely with a single color, and no 2 regions of the same color can share an edge. And this is the 4 Color Theorem part. At most, 4 distinct colors can be used. So unlike most chaos construction puzzles, we actually have to pay attention to which colors we use where, because it's important for the rules, because we need to make sure we only use 4 colors. The 4 Color Theorem, by the way, is a math theorem that says basically that any map you make, you can color in this way, where you can color each country in a color, and then not have any 2 countries that share a border be the same color. That is the way. So traditional maps use 7 colors, but actually 4 is enough. although in order to get to 4, you have to use a fairly complicated algorithm. Now, what are the arrows? Cells containing arrows give the distance to the nearest cell of the same color in each indicated direction. Neighboring cells are a distance of 1 from each other. All possible arrows are given. Okay, so that's it. Let's open it up in Penpa. Let's zoom in as much as we can. Alrighty, let's see if that looks reasonable. Okay, that looks like it came up pretty well in this thing. And there we go. Alrighty, so immediately I see that this cell has to be a 1 or a 2 because it only has 2 cells until the edge of the grid. This is a 1 or a 2 because of the same reason. Those 2 are off the edge. This one is a 1, 2, or 3 for that reason. This one just is a 1. Because that's the only thing it can be. And that gives us that all 3 of these cells have the same color. So let's go ahead and make that color. Let's go with 5. Okay, that color is green. We will attempt to remember that color 5 is green. Okay. Now, in particular, this cell is not green. Because if this cell was green, this would need to contain a 1, and it can't. So we're going to go ahead and pull up the edge tool here. We're going to make our edges in black. We're going to make them thick. We know that we know that this is not that. Okay. So we can tab back over into Sudoku mode. Okay. So let's continue filling in weak cells. So this is a 1 or a 2. So there's a 1-2 pair in this column. And so that's immediately, and sorry, I have to scroll for the edge tool, and I think we really want to use the edge tool for this puzzle. There is a 1-2 pair in the column already, so this digit is not a 1, which means that this is more than 1, which means these are not the same color. These also can't be the same color while I'm at it. In fact, this is a new deduction. Anytime 2 arrows point at each other like this, they can't be the same color, because then they would both need to contain 1, and that's certainly not possible. So we've got those. Let's see. Okay, let's go back to, sorry, I just got a tab, hit center, tab, there we go, center. Let's go back to this. This is 1, 2, or 3. Let's see. This cell's still pretty open. This cell, though, this cell can only be a 2. In fact, actually, I see now I could have gotten this deduction in a different way if I would have wanted, which is namely, this was a 1 or a 2 to start, and it can't be a 1 because of that, but I like my way better. We're going to use the fancy way. So this cell has to be a 2. So these 2 are the same color. I just don't know if that color is green or not. Okay, so in order to indicate that, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make them gray. So colors that are not really colors. So shades of gray indicate that 2 things are the same color. I just don't know. I just don't know anything about how that color connects to the rest of the puzzle. Okay. Yeah, gray hides the arrows, which is unfortunate, but we don't. The arrow is meaningless now. Once I indicate that, it tells me everything I need to know about the arrow. Yeah, the gray just does completely disappear the arrow, which is a little unfortunate, but what are you going to do? Okay, this digit now is at least 3, so in particular, that gets me an edge. Sorry, as I repeatedly scan, as I repeatedly switch back and forth. Okay. this digit can't be a 1, because if this is the same thing of two arrows facing each other. This is a very cool puzzle so far. So this arrow is more than 1, and in fact it's more than 2, so it's at least 3. Alrighty. So what else do we see? Okay, this digit can only be 1, 2, or 3, while I'm at it labeling digits that can only be small. This digit actually can't be that big. It can be as big as 4, but it can't be 2. So that is cool. See, Nicholas says row 4, column 3 is forced to be... right. This can't be a 1, because I literally drew the border there, so it's not a 1, so it is a 2. And it's not dark gray, so we're going to have to look at we're going to have to invest in a different gray. So this is a different gray. Oh boy, that's horrible. Is there any better option? I hate it. I hate it. I think that's the best that we can do. This is not a 2, so this is a different region from that. So that makes this a 1, which means these two are in the same region. I don't have a problem with using dark gray again for that. Oops. Let's see. Yeah, dark gray makes the arrows invisible, but once you've highlighted it, you don't need the arrow anymore. Oh, was the 1 a 3-sided arrow? Oh, the 1 was a 3-sided arrow. Oh, thank you. So maybe my claim that the arrow is not necessary is only useful if I actually color the whole thing. We'll be careful about that, or attempt to be. Okay. So this cell can't be 1, because if it was 1, it would put it into this region that already has a 1. So I can put an edge there. Let's see. Barbie is interested in row 4, column 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which would be this cell. It can only be 1 or 3 as well. I don't know why I never caught that one before. There's no way this can be a 3, right? If this was a 3, it would be saying that these cells were in the same region, and these were not. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would take too many cells to connect. So this is a 1. That's a 3. So this is a region that's definitely not green. So we'll make it blue, which lets us put in an edge. I know it's definitely not green because it has a 1 in it. They don't have to be the same region, just the same color. However, regions can't share an edge with a thing of the same color. So because these are oh no, sorry, you're right. I can't rule that. Sorry, my reasoning here was bad. You're right. Completely correct. this could be a 3 because they could be in different regions. Never mind. Okay. Got it. I agree. Now, this cell now has to be at least a 4, which is actually very interesting, because there's a 1, 2, 3 in the row. 4. Okay. But Chris has the slick observation, which is that if this is a 3, it would make these the same color, but in particular, this would also be a 3. So I was right for completely the wrong reason. That's a 1, that's a 3. Let's go back to our coloring. Surface, we'll still make it blue for these. We'll draw in our edges. That's an edge, that's an edge. Okay, so that recovered. Oh, I know another edge. This is also an edge because if this were blue, it would also be a 1, and blue already has a 1, so that's an edge there. Okay. Oh. This is not a 3 anymore because there's a 3 in the column. Okay. Is there anywhere else where we can use that? So this can't be a 3 either for the same reason. If this were a 3, it would be pointing at that cell, which would have to also be a 3. So we can use the same logic that Chris came up with over there to rule 3 out of this cell. Let's see. Are there any other places where we can do a similar thing? This can't be a 2. Oh, I think this is what Egon is pointing out. This can't be a 2 because if it were a 2, that would also be the same color, so that's not a 2. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Chris. There's a negative constraint on arrows. And so the fact that there's a negative constraint on arrows actually tells us, great observation, this 1 doesn't connect over there, because then there would be an arrow. This 1 doesn't connect over there. There would be an arrow. Good point. And then this one, that also inherits an edge. Let's see. The up and down arrows in column 4 must be less than 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this 3 tells me I know that these two are different, so that actually gets me an edge in because of that. Now, I actually know there's not an edge here because this has to get out, whatever region it is. Oh, right. This is a different region. Oops. Sorry. I went out of that. Because of the 2. If these were the same region, that wouldn't be a 2. So yeah, so this is at least 4. But could be more, I think. Right, light gray doesn't have to connect, Nicholas. There's no rule about connecting. What can this cell be? Can't be a 1. Oh, I guess, so here's an easy thing. This arrow can't be a 1, so that's a different, region than this arrow. These don't have to be in the same region, Nicholas. Why would these two be the same region? That's the thing I'm not understanding. OBS did flicker and complain about something, so hopefully I'm not dropping frames, but it did briefly disconnect. Apparently, let me know if there are continued technical issues. Although you can let me know, I'm not sure there's anything I can do about any of them. Okay. It's at least 2. A very cool puzzle. I am very into this as a puzzle. Let's see, if this were a 1, it would put a little thing like this down here. Let's see. This digit has to be pretty big, which is interesting. Garion points out, and I did not understand this previously, but I now understand it, that green has to get out a little bit. This cell has to be green, because if green tries not to take this cell, then what are its options? It could come out here. Green can't take this cell, and green also can't take that cell. So green is stuck if green doesn't also take this cell. So that is a good point. So that cell's definitely green, and I think we might get one more, actually. Yeah, because green still can't get past here. So that cell's also green. So I'm going to put in edges here. And I'm going to make this region my new color. So I think I'm going to go here. Let's go to surface. Let's go to purple. That has to go out at least that far. Okay. Why can't green take row 1, column 6? Because in taking row 1, column 6, it would become a 1. And green already has a 1. To answer Afraid Not's question of why green can't take this cell. But now green doesn't need another cell, I don't believe, Nicholas. Green can finish like this in this shape without any problem. Okay. This cell we now know is green. So let's mark that because it's pointing at a green, so we know it's green. So I'm happy with that. Oh, good point. Right. Okay. So I said, this is fine, but this isn't fine. As Chris is pointing out, this actually breaks this arrow in a subtle way. Because now this arrow is pointing at a cell that definitely is green, but that's a problem. So green does actually, I agree, need to take at least one more cell. Okay, so that was an ounce more subtlety than I was prepared for. So that happens. Like that. Oh yeah, the idea for this rule set is just amazing. Oh, I never marked, I guess, that this cell is also light gray. Now I want to think about, is light gray the same as, is this light gray the same, possibly the same color as this dark gray? Do I possibly know that it's not? I don't think I quite know that it's not as of yet, unfortunately. Oh, I do, though, know. Here's the thing I definitely know. I know I get an edge there and an edge there because I know that this cell's not light gray. Uh, let's see. Has it become impossible that this cell is not green? Right. So imagine that this cell was... Couldn't it be purple if it were like a 1? I feel like if this were a purple 1, I think that would be okay. Let's see. I said it can't be green if it's part of this region. However, if it's not part of this region, then it can be green. So this could be part of, for example, this green region. This is slightly different than most chaos constructions where there's multiple regions of the same color. And so the thing we had to avoid was letting this green merge with that, because any way we did it, because of this edge, was going to create problems. By the way, welcome, Offhoff. I'm not sure I've seen you around, but welcome, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Let's see. Jay likes row 5, column 2. This cell. Okay, so if this is a 4, it's dark gray. This is a 1, it ends up going here, and then who knows what happens. Not sure. Okay, I think I believe this point from Garion. If this is a 2, it's dark gray, which makes all of these cells dark gray, and this cell not dark gray, which makes this cell a 1-cell region. Agree. Okay, so this is a 1. Which means that these are all the same region, same color, and that color is not dark gray. Let's see, maybe I could use the line tool. Do I have the line tool? Maybe that's the way to do this. Composite, loop. No? No. Oh, I was hoping I could draw a line that connected these, but for some reason it's only letting me draw lines across the outside, which is not helpful. I probably am just missing a penpa thing. This is not in that region because of the negative constraint, at the very least. Oh, there's a negative constraint thing going on. Because if this is a 1, it forces a U here. So if this is a 1, it is dark gray because it gets... Oh, line X. Composite line X. Line or X? Ah, there we go. Okay. So these are all in a region. And that region's definitely not this region. We can at least attest. Okay, so I think there's something going on with this being a 1 making a peninsula, but I'm not quite confident enough to say yet exactly what is happening. This digit, at least I know, is more than 1 for whatever it's worth. More than 1 is not the best deduction that I've ever come across in my life, but hey, it's something. Let's see. Afraid Not says green can't extend down because it forces it to grab 3 cells below. I don't understand. Let's see. Garion says in both cases, row 5, column 2 is dark gray. Row 5, column 2 is dark gray. Ah, that's a good point. Okay, so this cell, if this is a 1, then we create a peninsula, which forces this up into dark gray, and so it's dark gray. Or it's a 4, in which case it's just outright already pointing at a dark gray. So I agree with Garion's point that this is dark gray. Although now I really don't like the fact that the dark gray is showing up on the thing. Okay, I'm going to make dark gray yellow. And then we're going to remember that dark gray, or that yellow isn't a color. I think that is the way we're going to have to do this. I really don't like doing that, but also I need to remember that there's an arrow here, and the dark gray just erases it completely. Oh, yeah, and we don't know that these are actually the same color at all. So maybe actually, now that I'm abandoning this, actually, I'm going to make this collection pink. Just so that we actually have this. So pink and yellow are not colors. That is the thing to remember. Pink, yellow, and gray are all not colors. Blue, green, and purple are colors. I suspect the reason it's not in the CTC app is because making this kind of arrow in the CTC app is an absolute nightmare. The digit means the closest cell it sees of the same color. Correct. Oh, the negative constraint on the 2. If this cell was not pink, then well, I guess there's all kinds of problems if this cell isn't pink. But if this cell wasn't pink, then this 2 would need to have an arrow that went the other way. So this cell is pink, which then makes this a 1. Okay, I think I believe that. Do people believe that? Hopefully. Hey, OJ, welcome. But yeah, the point is, at least as far as we know now, gray and yellow could be the same color. I do not know that there's an edge here, I believe. I think I technically, now that I looked at it, knew that this cell had to be pink because I knew about these 2 edges here, and so it had to connect to one of the 2 cells, and both of the cells were pink, but whatever. We're going to use the negative constraint and be happy about it. So now this is an island, remember, because of the 1 negative constraint. So that is true. Okay, so center. We'll go back to Sudoku. Center. Okay. So what can this be? It can't be 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. It could be 4. It can't be 5. And it could be 6 or 7. Oh, no, it can't be 7 either, because these 2 we know are the same color, so this is not 7. So this is only 4 or 6. So pink is either green or purple. It can't be 5 because this region already has a 1. Never mind. Don't listen to me. It can't be 5 because I'm not braining good today, apparently. Okay. Let's go back to the line tool for a second. This needs to get out, whatever it is. Let's see. Yeah, I think rather than a color, I think I'm going to just uncolor these. I think I'm just going to use the composite tool because these are all connected, so I don't need a color here to try and do this. Welcome, Anne. We are attempting to prove the 4-color theorem today, it would seem. Ah, great catch, Garion. Look at this little region. This cell, maybe this could get to. But this cell, if it tries to connect, it can only connect over to light gray up or down. And the same is true of this cell. These 2 cells actually have to be light gray, which is really cool. I like that a lot. There's just no way out because of this edge. There's a really good use of this, the knowledge about this edge being here. Okay. Oh, right. These can't be 1. There's a few more. Chris Palmer's pointed out there's a few more arrows that I now know can't be 1 that I have not extended the line in front of. So this can't be a 1. So that edge goes down like that. This can't be a 1. So there's an edge there. now Egon has a good point, which is that we now know that this region is not gray. So it needs to get out because it can get at most one more cell there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we know these two aren't the same. So 7, 8, 9. I think that is correct. Let me count that again. These two we now know aren't the same. But this is part of a region, is the point. And that region needs to get to 9 cells. So it could maybe take this. And so this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so this could maybe take one more cell. AFK has made a beautiful realization that is very sweet, which is that, yeah, you can't possibly have a 1 that's not on an arrow. If you have a 1 that's not on an arrow, then you're saying that it's in a 1-cell region. So yes, every 1 is on an arrow. So let's carefully look out. Where do we need a 1? We need a 1 in this row. That is really cool. Okay, so we need a 1 in this row. It has to go here in order to make that work. Beautiful, beautiful spot. I need a 1 in this row. It can only go here because of just Sudoku considerations. Now I need a 1 in the first row. It can only go here. So, yes, very, very good. Okay. So let's go back and draw those in. Draw that in, and then let's draw once we've drawn in these, I'll draw in the edges that I now know about. Okay, so that gets me all those. I think that's all the 1s, right? I think I've placed... Oh, I've not placed the 1 in row 9. Ah, the 1 in row 9 doesn't go here. So the 1 in row 9 goes here. Okay, so now let's draw in the edges we know about. So by the negative constraint, 1s are very powerful. So the 1 tells us there's an edge there. There's an edge here and here. There's an edge here, here, and here. There's an edge here. Now, there has to be an edge here for multiple reasons. 1, this arrow isn't a 1, and 2, these can't possibly connect. Let's see. Where else do I get free edges? I don't know, but I do know that this has to get out, so I can at least make that connection. Okay, that was a huge deal. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was considering exactly what I could say about this region, but it looks to me like it could get a lot of... Like, it depends a lot on whether this connects here or not. Because if these don't connect, then this could run off over there. If these do connect, then this could do something like that, maybe, and finish. Is there any commonality in those? Okay, light gray. This is a good point. Okay, so light gray. How far can light gray cut into here? So light gray could maybe take all of those cells. but it can't take more than that up here. And so as a result, light gray needs at least 2 more cells. So light gray has to take that cell. Oops, has to take that cell. It already had that cell. Afraid Not says I miscounted. I don't think it's going to matter, but let's try again. Gray could take all of those, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It needs to take this cell still. So that's gray, and that's going to buy us another edge here. So this region we now know actually is going to finish in one of those 2 places. Now, what could very well happen is that this just connects here and finishes. That would be fine. But we don't know yet. Okay. Is it forced to do that? I don't think it's quite forced to do that yet. Oh, it's being pointed out this cell can't be gray. Because if this cell was gray, it would be a 2. So actually, this is Nicholas's point. This cell can't be gray. Okay. I don't know that that's going to change the calculus enough to get us anything, though, unfortunately. Okay, so this can't be 1, 2, 3. This could be 4, or 5, or 6. I think this cell is always 4, 5, or 6. It can't be 7, because if it's the same color as this cell, it's also the same color as this cell. So there's another 4, 5, 6. I suppose you could also use the negative constraint there to say that that's not gray, because this would need to be a thing. Let's see. Is there anywhere I can use the negative constraint helpfully? Well, I know this cell's not green. I know this cell's not green. Less helpfully, I know this cell's not green. So I know that gray is not green. I'm not sure if that's all that powerful of a statement. If I am perfectly honest. Let's see. Josh is trying to convince me that this has to extend to the right. So we're saying it can't do... yeah, we now don't have enough room to do something like this anymore. Yeah, I agree. This is sort of the most I could take up there. And I know this isn't light gray. So yeah, so that's 7 cells. So pink has to take at least 2 cells over here, I believe, is the conclusion. Pink has to go at least 2 in that direction. Which is going to buy us an edge here. Now it's going to buy us... it's going to buy us... This light gray has to get out. Which is going to buy us an edge here, because this light gray can't be the same as this. Light gray is going to have to get out again. That's going to buy us a border here, because we do know light gray is not green. It's like the only thing we know about light gray, but we know it's not green. So we've got that. zooming out a bit is preferable to the constant scrolling. So something like you would prefer that. That still doesn't quite all show up on the screen. Unfortunately, Penpa does not work well with tab if you're switching between modes that are Sudoku and not Sudoku. So, like, there are nice shortcuts for switching between coloring and the various Sudoku modes, but then those all break if you try to use the shortcuts while you're in those various modes. So, unfortunately, when you want to use edging in composite mode, Penpa just requires either scrolling, or the newest version of Penpa puts stuff over here, which I really like. But unfortunately, Penpa links don't automatically update to the newer version of Penpa. Yeah, so Penpa is very well suited for lots of things. Unfortunately, puzzles I like is not one of them, because I like puzzles where you want to use both the edging and the Sudoku thing, and I have no idea why, but it just breaks. It breaks the switching when you're in edging mode. It no longer respects shortcuts. So I will do my best to minimize scrolling, but there's only so much that can be done, I'm afraid, with this kind of puzzle. Yeah, there is a newer version. Gray can't be green because this green sees that cell, and it would have an arrow. Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Gray could be green. Good point. Gray could be green. I do know that gray extends over here. Sorry, I'm not sure that zooming out is actually going to reduce the amount of scrolling that I have to do, because even zoomed out this far, I still have some amount of issue. But you're right. The negative constraint doesn't tell me that in this instance. So gray could be green. Good point. Yeah, I really like the few puzzles I've done where Penpa has all the menus on the side. I think this is just Penpa wasn't built from the ground up with the idea it would be updated, and so I think that is why it does not work in that fashion. I am not sure. But the good news is Sven is working on an update for the CTC app that will let you set stuff in the CTC app without resorting to F puzzles, which might possibly allow this kind of puzzle to be done in the CTC app, which would be perfect, because then would not have to deal with this weird Penpa oddity. So quite exciting all around in that regard. Okay, so do I know anything about the value of this cell? I don't think that I do. There aren't good cosmetic arrows in F puzzles, and then you have to pay stuff from Unicode, and when you pay stuff from Unicode, then it doesn't show up on everyone's screen, and also there aren't Unicode symbols for arrows that point in multiple directions like this. So really, for making this kind of puzzle, Penpa is amazing because it lets you have all of these cosmetic options that you just don't have in any of the competitors that I'm aware of. However, then when you're actually solving the puzzle, it's excruciating, is my approximate summary. But to be clear, there are tons of types of puzzles where you don't run into this particular problem in Penpa. Let's see. This would exactly be right if it came up here, is the point. Yeah. Both light grays can't be the same. Yeah, there's no way that this light gray is connecting to that light gray. I agree. Yeah, I think, Jay, that we're getting more of that kind of thing in CTC very soon. Although then there'll be the issue that you'll only be able to use the rank solver in F puzzles, but then you'll have the cool cosmetics in the CTC app, so you'll probably have to set the thing in F puzzles and then by hand copy it over into CTC or something. It's gonna be a while, I think, before there is an integrated setting tool and solving tool that has all of the things that are desirable to have. I think we can get there. I believe in us, but it's going to be a bit. Okay. So 4, 5, or 6. I did note how in the rules it said at most 4 colors. So it's possible there are only 3, I think. At least I don't yet see a way to prove that there have to be more than 3 colors involved. Yeah, one of these 2 is part of this region. Yeah, we can always play the where does X get a Y game, because there needs to be a 1 in every region, for example, and we know where all the 1s are. So really every region is can have a 1 in it. It's not usually my favorite game, because it's sort of, if you play the game too much, it sort of feels like it's bifurcating. But it is true that this needs a 1 and this needs a 1. Is it possible that the only place this can get a 1 is here? Oh, maybe, is it possible that this gets a 1? No, it can't ever take this 1. So yeah, I think it's true. I think this cluster, I don't think it can get a 1 anywhere but this cluster. So I think that's going to give us our first completed region, but I'm going to wait a second for chat to tell me somewhere else that this can get a 1. Well, chat is not telling me that there's something wrong with this, so I think I'm going to go with it. Light gray, then we'll switch to the edging mode. There we go. Okay. So this region is a region. So now this cell, which is not pink, has to get out, and it's going to have to get out a lot of these cells. So this cell, without taking this cell, could get at most 5 cells. And that's really generous, because it's even more than that. So this cell has to take at least over all of these. So all of these are together. We can now get to. Okay, so these are all connected, at the very least. Let's do a count now. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. So, so now this has to get out. So this now has to connect over down here. Oh, I can do that with color. Oops. What color is pink? I'm trying not to switch over. It is color 9, for the record. Oops. No. There we go. Okay. Trying to minimize the scrolling by doing that. Okay. So now, now this needs 2 more cells. This is now done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's not done. Yes, it is, if I count correctly. That is 9 cells. So, Yes, it is important, Grackles, in this puzzle to remember that pink is not a color. Okay. So this is now complete. Okay, this is not a 1, it's not a 2. So this is at least 3. Okay, what digits can this actually be? Let's write them in. Okay, it's not 1, it's not 2. It could be 3 or 4. Oops, sorry. Could be 3 or 4. It's not 5, because we know that pink is not gray. And then it could be 6 if you have to go all the way down there. Now, this region is interesting, as Chad is pointing out, because this region, actually, maybe it could grow up here and grow through green. Keep in mind we don't know if gray is green or not, which I just know is just setting me up to make a horrible, horrible mistake at some appropriate point. Okay. This gray region also needs a 1. There's no way it's not this one. I don't think. Because if this gray one tries to take this, it's going to break one of the barriers that we know about. And there's no way this gray... Oh, maybe this gray... Sorry, no, this gray could be blue. If this gray is blue, then I think that gets it a 1. Let's see. The column 4 arrows can't point at each other. Oh, good point. Okay, so this can't be a 6. Great point, Rick. If this were a 6, then this would be the first pink cell, which would also make this a 6. So there actually have to be at least 2 cells of this color in this column between these things. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. But it does just mean that can't be a 6. So this is 1 of 3 and 4. One of these 2 cells is pink. Oh, and it can't be this one. If this is the first pink cell, then that's not pink, so pink grows this way, but now it's already broken. So this is not 3, it is a 4. So you, my friend, are a 4, which makes this cell pink, and gets us an edge here. Oops, not like that. There we go. Edge there. Lets us continue pinketing this along the way. So that's all pink. So that's cool. Okay. So now this region, whatever it is, it's going to have to become blue or green. It doesn't have a choice. Okay. This is going to be a nun-gray. I perhaps started coloring on the wrong side of this puzzle. That is possible. I might have had an easier time of things if I had started coloring these things, because we've got a lot of like, oh, that's gray, that's pink, that's whatever sort of stuff going on. Let's see. Oh, this can't be 6 anymore. This is either 4 or 5. If it were 6, it would be 4. So this is not 6, for whatever that's worth. This is not pink. It's not gray. Ah, this is not pink or gray. That's huge. So this is either 3 or it is 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this can only be 3 or 7. Oh, and this is not gray. Right. This is not gray, so it's not 5. I know it's not gray, by the way, because this cell, if this were gray, would be a 2, and it can't be a 2. So that's right. So good point. So this is not a 4. It's actually a 5. And now once this is a 5, that lets us color... I'm going to make this yellow temporarily. So we're going to temporarily add yellow as a color. So this is yellow. And the thing I know is yellow is not pink or gray. So yellow, pink, and gray are 3 colors, 3 distinct colors. Purple, blue, and green are 3 distinct colors, but I don't know how they're related. But now, that makes that a 7. No, sorry, it doesn't. It could still be a 3 or a 7, because this could be yellow. Yeah, that could still be yellow, I believe. Okay. So, 4, 5, or 6. Okay. Row 4, column 2 sees both... Okay, it sees a 5 and a 4. Okay, good. So it sees a 4 and a 5, right? It sees a 4 in its region, a 5 there. That is a great spot to whoever saw it, to Garion. So this is a 6. And now that's huge, because now that lets us figure out what color pink is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so pink is purple. So purple, I think, is color 0? No. Color 9? No. Color 0, 0? No. Okay, sorry, I have to look up. Oh, purple is color 11. Okay. So there we go. Okay, so now all of this pink gets purplified, which is appropriate because people often call the pink purple anyway, for very understandable reasons. So that's all done. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. All right, so what can we say now about this digit? So is it possible there's any purple in here? Well, that cell's definitely not purple. Those two aren't purple. None of that is purple, so therefore these can't be purple either, because they would be boxed in. So we actually can write in that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6. In order to make that work. So we're very close to... So we know yellow's not green because yellow still has to take another cell. In fact, does yellow still have to take 2 more cells? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, yellow has to take 2 more cells. Oh, so because yellow has to take 2 more cells, and yellow can't become blue because then it would be too big, yellow always takes this cell, and therefore is not green. There we go. No. So yellow could take one of these, but now green has to take this cell, I believe, if I am counting correctly. Sorry. Because now green has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could take 7, 8. It would still need to take this cell. So this cell is green. Okay. Is there any way this cell is not purple? I do not know. That seems harder to calculate. And yellow needs one more cell. So yellow takes either that cell or that cell. Oh, good point by Garion. Yellow can never reach this cell, so it has no choice but to be green. So that gets us down to green only needing one more cell. Hello, Listush, by the way. So let's see. I think I'm being encouraged to write in candidates for this cell. So it's never a 1. It could be a 2. Sorry, wrong mode. Could be a 2. Could be a 3. It's never a 4. It's never a 5 or a 6. And it can't be a 7. Right, okay, so interesting. So this is always a 2 or a 3. Because green isn't purple. I should write in candidates for what's left in here, by the way. So you need a 3, a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is certainly part of the same region as that. That's a good point. Okay, and this region is going to have to get out, so it's going to have to take that. It can't take this cell, so it's going to have to get out again. Wait, did we break the puzzle? I think we broke the puzzle. How is this possibly... did I screw that up? I must have screwed this up somehow. Oops. How is this ever... Oh, it's blue. It's blue. Right. Okay. Good point. Okay. Sorry. Okay. This has to keep growing. I was thinking it had to get this one, but it can't possibly get that one. It's not gray, so we're inheriting an extra border here. This green doesn't have a 1 to give. And it's not purple, so the only way this gets anywhere is if it's blue. So this is blue. Well, this was definitely a puzzle where I was very happy to have chat to catch my mistakes as I made them. Oops. V6, blue, all of that. And now this region's done, right? Certainly I can draw in a lot more edges. Draw in that one. I can, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's still got one more. But I know that's an edge. I know this is an edge. Okay. Okay, so now gray has to be green because otherwise this region, otherwise we've got to fit 2 regions inside this little area that definitely doesn't have room for 2 regions. I agree with that. Okay, so V5, we can, oops, no, V5, green, 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 all the green. Okay, and so this green definitely has to absorb this 1, which means it has to take this cell, because if it doesn't take this cell, it's never going to amount to anything. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells in green. This green has to take 2 more cells. Unfortunately, I don't think we quite know how this works. Okay, this, do we now know? No, we don't know. Okay, so what do we know? The question is yellow blue? That's the question we don't know the answer to yet. And that's going to dictate what this is. Wait, doesn't blue have... Oh, blue only has 1 more. Yellow only has 1 more. Okay, good. Okay, I agree. This cell, I agree with Nicholas, this cell has to be green because blue and yellow each can only eke in here for 1 cell, so none of them can get here. So V5, there we go. Totally agree. Okay, yeah, and I don't know if yellow is blue. So if yellow is blue, this is a 3. If yellow is not blue, this is an 8. Let's see. Are there other arrows that I can now look at? Yeah, I guess it's a question of, is there another green region shoehorned in here somehow? That's not super great. Let's see. This is... Okay, so this is either 1, 2, 3, 4. This is either a 4 if yellow is blue, or a 7 or an 8 based on what this is. Oh, but these 2 arrows can't point at each other. So I think that means this can't be a 7, right? If this were a 7, then the arrows would point at each other. So this is not a 7. It's a 4 or an 8, I believe. Let's see. Is there anywhere where the negative constraint is useful? Not that I have yet spotted, anyway. I'm sure there is. Row 2, column 8. Ah, good spot. Okay. So row 2, column 8 is telling us, I mean, the punchline is this is definitely a 2, and this is definitely now, this cell's not green, which I should have already known. And so in order to finish, this cell has to be green, and it's the last green. Okay, so let's go back. Let's green that cell in. So now let's do our edging on this region. No. Do our edging on this region. There we go. Okay. So now we know what happens with yellow and blue. Namely, yellow and blue are actually different colors because yellow and blue are now forced to touch here. I don't know whether this cell is yellow or blue yet, but yellow and blue definitely touch. So yellow and blue are different, which means we get to award yellow with an actual color, like orange. Sorry, we'll award yellow the actual status of orange. And so we have our 4 colors for our 4-color theorem. So now we can fill in all of these things. So now that is, remember, it couldn't be a 7. So this is an 8. This actually is a 7. I promised it that if it behaved itself, I would reward it with an actual color. And I said at the beginning that yellow wasn't a color. So I wanted to keep my word so that future puzzles will behave themselves in hopes of being rewarded. This cell can't be orange, because if this cell were orange, this would actually be a 7 and would break. So we can go to our, drawing edges tool. Yeah, there we go. There's our drawing edges tool. So now that lets us actually finish orange, because now orange has to finish here. So I can go like that, V0 orange. Okay, so that orange region's done. Let's write in the candidates. What can this be? It's not 1 or 2. It's 3 if this cell is blue. It's 4 if this cell is... Oh, well, this cell's not green. Oh, blue is literally the only thing this cell can be, because it sees every other color. So this cell is blue. It is a 3. And we're going to start sort of building our last major region when we go here and hit 6. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's going to come out like that. At the very least, it has to connect over to this 1 because it needs a 1, and this is the last one in the grid. Okay, so let's count regions now. So we have 3 green regions, we have 2 orange regions, we have 2 purple regions, and we have 2 blue regions. That's all the regions. And the reason why I care about that is because it means there's no green anywhere in here. And because there's no green anywhere in here, I can write in what this number is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 6. Just so that I can figure that out. Okay, I should be able to write in lots more arrow values. This arrow is an 8 because orange is not the same as blue. Let's see. Where else are there arrows? Or do we have all the arrows now? Oh, this arrow is interesting. Okay, so what color is this cell, I suppose, is the question. This cell can never be purple. It could be blue, in which case this would be a 2. Oh, it can only be blue, can't it? This cell can't be green, blue, or purple. Right? If it can't be green, blue, or purple, then it has to be... Wait, no, sorry. Can't be green, purple, or orange. It can be blue. It has to be blue. Sorry, I did not argue that elegantly. Orange, there are only 2 orange regions. This one's done. This one's forever away and almost done. So it's not orange. Green, the 3 green regions are all but 1 cell done. It's not green. Purple, if this cell was purple, I would create a problem with the fact that now if this tries to get out through here... Actually, no, sorry, it could be purple, can't it? No, if it's purple... if this is purple... Yeah, if this is purple, purple's suddenly going to have 10 cells. Okay, so if this is purple, this is blue. And so now this purple continues down, and this purple continues out. And now this is a 10-cell purple region. So this is not purple. This is the hardest one to see. This is not purple, because it would make a 10-cell purple region. And so it's blue. Okay. Now, once that's blue, the purple has to connect over here. So now purple has 8 cells again. So we can at least fill in that edge there. Oh, now we can finish blue. So let's go back to blue. So blue is going to finish up here. Then we're going to be able to finish orange, which is going to finish up here. Then we're going to finish green, which is going to finish down here. So let's fill in all of those colors. So green goes there. Blue goes there. Orange goes here. To finish that all up. Okay, now let's look down here. This is only 2 regions, and purple already has 8 cells. So anything that purple cannot possibly reach is blue. That includes all of those cells. So all of these cells are blue. So we've got most of our coloring done. Let's see. Is there more to life than what we have done so far? Oh, this is a blue 2. Yeah. We now know enough. This is a blue 2. Okay. Where are 5, 7 in row 1 is a good question. I can't put them in orange, so these are a 5, 7, and they have to be in that order. So these aren't 5 or 7. That is a good spot to Afraid Not, the master of irregular Sudoku. 3, 4, we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for these cells is what they are. This is not a 3. Neither of those is an 8. Let's see. I'm just counting for negative constraints. Trying to see if there's any that would happen. Yeah, there's going to be a negative and a really I suspect vicious negative constraint to disambiguate all of this. That is my prediction. I could be wrong. Where is 2 in row 8? 2 in row 8 is not here because there's already a 2 in this region. It's not in any of these places because there's already a 2 in this region. The 2 in row 1, sorry, the 2 in row 9 is in orange, so the 2 is not there. So this is the only place for a 2. So that's a 2. Now where is the 2 in column 1? The 2 in column 1 now only goes here. So now where's the 2 in row 6? It's in one of the the 2 in row 6 is in one of these 2 cells, except it's not that one by Sudoku. So that's a 2. Okay, now where's the 2? No, where's the 2 in column 5? It's got to be here. It's not in any of the other places. So that's a 2. And so now we should have all of the 2s basically on lockdown. The last 2 in column 9 is there. I think we now have all the 2s placed. So that was fun. Does one of those 2s give us a negative constraint that would be helpful? Please say yes. I fear the answer is no. Okay, so there's our 2s. Okay, let's see. We can fill in these cells. So there's a 3, 4, we got a 5, we need a 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. That's not a 6. And that's about, that's not a 4. It's about that. Let's see. Row 6, column 6. I am told to look at the negative constraint on 2s. Did I count wrong? Let's see. Sorry, 2. I don't think I understand how that 2's negative constraint is helpful. Let's see. Riftclown is noting that one of these 2 cells is an 8. It's the kind of thing I normally wouldn't mark, but in a irregular like this, it seems worthwhile to note. Okay, what about 3s? Should I be looking at 3s next? Are 3s very restricted? Somewhere? Do not know. If they are, I am not seeing it. Let's see. Yeah, I guess to explain Egon's point, we noted earlier one of these two cells is an 8, so the 8 in column 1 is in one of those two cells, so this cell's not an 8. I agree with that statement. And now ask where 8 goes in column 3. How did I know this cell wasn't an... Oh, right, there's an 8 in the region. Okay, so yeah, 8 in column 3 is now a good question, because 8 in column 3 now only goes here. Very clever to Egon there for spotting all of that. Oh, let's see. Places 8 in column 3. Yep, we got the 8 in column 3. Let's see. Not a lot to do with that 4. The 3 in row 9 is definitely in orange because it's not in blue. So that cell's not a 3. Sorry, is not a 3. So there's a 3 in one of these handful of cells. It's not there. It's not there. It's in one of these two. One of these two cells is a 3. So, yeah, I was going to ask where 3 is in this row, but I don't think I quite know yet, because I don't think I know where 3 is in green, of all places. Let's see, 8 in column 9? Oh, because 8 can't go... Oh, 8 can't go here for... I was thinking, oh, because 8 can't go there because of the negative constraint, but I don't need the negative constraint. Right. Sorry, I misread that. We do have an X-wing on 8s, so there's an 8 in row 2 and row 3 between these cells, so there's no 8 there. There's no 8 here either, because there's an 8 looking at it. I don't see why this can't be the 8, though. So I think I see 3 places for an 8 as things currently sit. You have missed out on this very cool puzzle by Dyer where we had to color the regions so that the arrows referred to the region color. So, like, the fact that these two are green was relevant because this 3 arrow is saying, if I go 3 in this direction, I encounter a region of the same color. And then regions of the same color couldn't touch. So this is a very sweet puzzle. So welcome, Kodak. Let's see. Yeah, this is a completely sweet idea for a puzzle. Let's see. Row 1, column 3 cannot be a 3. Is there an easy reason why this cannot be a 3? Let's see. Okay, so Garion says this cell can't be a 4. Would rule 4 out of column 1 completely. Right, 4 could not go in there. Right, okay, agree. This can't be a 4. It would remove all the places you could put 4 in column 1. Agree. Okay, so Nicholas claims that there is a swordfish on 3s, which is slightly terrifying to find. But let's try and find it. So, uh, must involve columns? I'm not sure. This seems hard to find. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Chris spells it out. Okay, it's in the leftmost 3 regions. Okay. So so I guess here's how I'd phrase it. The first 3 columns get 3 threes, and these 3 regions need 3 threes. But all 3 of the threes for these regions have to be in these columns just because of those 2. So as a result, I can't possibly put a 3 here. So that's not a 3. Yeah, that's kind of law of leftovers-ish, whatever way you want to think about it. There's a few different ways to sort of process that, but basically it's count the threes. Um, is appropriate for a puzzle named after a combinatorics theorem. Okay, so the 7 in this green region, it's being pointed out, is definitely in one of these 3 cells just by Sudoku. So then where is the 7 in orange? The 7 in orange now by Sudoku is in one of those 2 cells. See. Oh, let's see. The 5s now. Okay, so if I look at 5s in green, so this is Ken's point. 5s in green, they have to go in these 2 cells, which now means the 5s in orange join the 7s, and so we turn a corner mark, which are the marks that no one likes, into a center mark 5-7, and people like center mark 5-7s. So that is cool. Good spot, Ken. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for these. I know this one's not a 3. Let's see. I can get rid of all of these lines everywhere, by the way, just because that's making scanning, I'm sure, more difficult. Excuse me. Okay. So let's see. So Nicholas says that removes 6 as an option here. Because I need a 6 in green in one of these places. Yeah, again, there need to be 3 6s between these cells, and they all need to go in these regions because that can't be that anymore. So this can't be 6. Of that. Okay, so what does law of leftovers actually say? I wish this highlighting did not look quite as heinous as it does. Okay, I'm going to highlight all of these. You're going to unhighlight... No, we don't have any full regions. I think thinking about the law of leftovers here is going to be a little tricky. Okay, so the Eh. I think I can probably do this without without thinking about this. Where are the 4s in columns 1, 2, and 3? One of these is a 4. One of these is a 4. Ah, so if I look in columns 1, 2, and 3 and ask where the 4s are, there are 2 of them in these 2 regions. This one that's hanging out doesn't count, so this needs to be a 4. That is a good spot. So that's a 4. So that's not a 4. These aren't 4. Let's see. I keep feeling like I gotta be getting close on 3s, but I'm not quite there. 6s in this row are awfully restricted, but not quite restricted enough. I know that these are from 4, 6, 9 because they have to be the same digits as these. And I know this one's not a 6, so it is a 4 or a 9. That is true. Chris has found the negative constraint. Row 6, column 3 cannot be 6 by negative constraint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, this cannot be 6. So if I write out what this can be, this column has a 1, a 2, it needs a 3, it's got a 4, needs a 5, needs a 6, it's got a 7, 8, and it needs a 9. This one's not a 6 by Sudoku. This one's not a 6 by the negative constraint. And so now we ask where 6 goes in column 3. 6 in column 3 only goes here now. Great spot to Chris there. So that's a 4-9 pair, which makes that a 3. This is also a 4-9 pair. So now, oh, not quite. Because that can still be an 8. Let's see. I'm just looking for cells where the negative constraint might give us something interesting, but I'm not finding a lot of them. Good spot. This is a 4-9 pair. Because that's a 4-9 pair, this cell can't be a 9. Chris is on fire today. So let's see. So that's an 8. So that's not an 8. This is too many digits. This is not a 3. Excuse me. Not a 3 either. So this is a 4-9 pair. So this cell sees a 4-9 pair now because it sees that 4-9 and that 4-9. So this cell isn't a 9. Isn't a 9. Yeah, those two 4-9s are the same. So these two 4-9s are different. Now 6 is placed in column 1. I'm hearing tell of. Yes, 6 is placed in column 1. Very nice, Ken. So that's a 6. Let's see. Okay, so Calzone can finish the regions for us because we ask where blue is going to get its 8 from. It's not getting it from any of those places. It's also not getting it here because of this pencil marked 8. So this cell is blue. So 6 blue, 1 1 purple. No. No. There we go. So now we have our regions all done. There we go. Okay. So these cells are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one's not a 6. These aren't 8. Oh, that's right. The whole point was that one is an 8. That was like literally the whole thing I just did, but I'd already forgotten about it by the time I filled it in, but it's okay. I rediscovered it. These are 5, 6, 7. So this is a 4, 9. To finish the row. Hello in Australia. Welcome, Judith. Welcome to the channel. The negative constraint to place the 6 in the column was very cool. Why waste a discovery by only having it once? I like that philosophy. If I forget things very easily, then I will get to experience them over and over again. Where does 8 go in this purple region? 8 in this purple region is placed. It can only go here. Let's see. I'm now got to have close to all the 8s. I actually don't yet have an 8 in this region. No, I do have an 8 in that region. Okay, so the 8 in this row now is placed. It has to go here because that 8's already pencil marked up here. Oh, are you from New Zealand, Listesh? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to finish this row. It's not a 5. Oh, Austria. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I am. I am bad at reading, apparently. You even said in chat, not Australia, and then I did not catch it. Sorry. Hello in Austria. There we go. That is better. Let's see. Row 7, column 2, 3. Is equal to something else is equal to row 4, 6, column 8. Right. These 2 digits in purple need to go in these 2 cells. And so as a result of that, this one's not a 7, and these are from 4935. Just to write that down. Look at 6 in the upper blue region. Look at 6 in column 4. Okay, so the 6 in this region either has to go here or in one of those 2 spots. Oh, sorry, it can't possibly go there. Never mind. There's a 6 in that row. So the 6 in this region goes into one of these 2, which means this isn't a 6, which means that's a 3-9 pair, which means this is a 6. See, if you talk enough, I get there eventually. That's not a 6. So we've now got... row 8 column. I removed the wrong 6 in blue. Oh, I removed the right 6, but that 6 also gets removed. So this 6 is yes. There was an extra 6 that I could remove, so this is the 6. The arrow points to the arrow gives you the number of cells to the cell to the region. Sorry, to the cell of the same color. So in this case, this arrow points both directions, and it's saying if you go one cell in each direction, you get a cell that's the same color. This 2 is saying that you have to go 2 cells to find the first blue cell in that direction. And there is a somewhat difficult negative constraint around those. Yes, nearest cell of the same color. Let's see. Can still resolve the 7s in column 8. That's right. Thank you, Ken. This has got to be a 7. Sorry, I was like, I have to remember to get back to Ken's point, but then I'd already forgotten. So this is a 7. Just because I need a 7 in the column, and I don't have any other choices. But yes, the region building is done. But yeah, the puzzle originally started without any of these regions. And we are hoping we've not made any mistakes along the way. That is the fantasy that we live in. 5 in column 8 has to go in one of these, Tom points out, which tells us where the 5 goes in this row, namely because it can't go in purple anymore, so this has to be the 5. So that's not a 5. Good point. Let's see. Oh, Garion pointed it out very close to Tom pointing it out. Where is 5 going in this blue region? Oh, corner market. That's not a 5. Well, 5 in this blue region is not going in any of those places. So I guess the 5 in the blue region is going in one of these places. That's not super helpful. Let me fill out the rest of this column. That might be more helpful. This column, we've got a 1 and 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7 and a 9. So these are 3, 5, 7, 9. I know that's not a 5. Do I possibly know nothing else? I might also know nothing else. Let's see. 3 in column 8, asks Sam. I'm not sure how we're doing 3 in column 8. Row 9, column 7. It would point at the first one, so that there can't be a negative constraint on this cell. Because the only way this would work is if it was a 1 pointing in either of these two directions. Hey, Niverio, welcome. Sorry you missed your puzzle, but hopefully you had a good day streaming. The 3 in purple has to be in row 7. The 3 in purple has to be in row 7, right. I had not pencil marked that, so this is not a 3. So now that's a 3, and that's a 9, and so that's a 4, and that's a 9. So these aren't 9. And now if I remember Sam's point from earlier, these are a 4-5 pair, so now these have to be a 4-5 pair. So that's a 4. I can write in what these are exactly. They have to be 3, 7, 9. That one's not a 3 in the corner either. This is not a 4 because there's a 4 there looking at it. row 8, column 1. Row 8, column 1 is now a 9. Nicholas is pointing out. Very good catch. We placed the thing in the region, so now we should be able to handle it. So this has got to be a 4 or a 7 to finish the column, which gets us a 4-7 pair in green, which says that this is the 9. This is the 9. That's the 3. So this is not a 3 or a 9. It is a 5 or a 7. This is a 4, a 5, or a 7 to finish the row, I believe. Last entry in the row is a 4, so that's not a 4. So that's a 5-7 pair, making that a 4 and that a 5. That 5 looks over here and says, these aren't 5. Yeah, let's make the pencil marks in column 7. 1, 2, we still need a 3. We've got a 4, 5. We need a 6 and a 7. We've got an 8 and a 9. So these are 3, 6, and 7. That one's not 7. This one's not 6 at the very least. But because these are 3, 6, and 7, that tells me that these aren't 7. So that's a 5. That's not a 5. Or a 3 for that matter. Actually, it's a 9. And so we know what this cell is. If I count carefully. 2, 3. This is a 4, I believe, if I did that correctly. This 5 sees over there, sees that that's a 7. This 4 sees over here, sees that that's a 7, that's a 4. That 7 bounces back and sees that that's a 3, so that's a 6, and that's a 7. This row is missing 4. This row is missing a 5. Let's see. Okay, so now green is missing a 3, a 3 and a 9. So these are a 3-9 pair, if I did that right. Let's see. This row has a 4 in it now, so those are a 7 and a 9. That gives us a 7-9 pair in the column, which makes that a 5 and that a 7. This is not a 7 anymore. There's a 3 in this column, which in fact makes that a 9, that a 7, and that a 3. That 7 makes that a 9 and that a 7. These 4 digits are 4, 5, 6, 8. These aren't 8 or 5, so these aren't 4 or 6. That 5 sees that that one's actually an 8 and a 5. That 4 sees that that's a 6 and a 4. The 8 sees over, sees that's a 3 and an 8 and a 9. The 9 sees over, that's a 3, that's a 9. I was expecting answer check to tell me that I did it right, but I suspect I drew the wrong kind of edges for answer check to tell me I did it right. But hopefully it's right. But that was an amazing puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. The idea of making the regions have to buddy up in colors is very cool. I liked that a lot. Needs green edges. I see. But I wanted to use green as a color. Okay, well, Jay says it looks right to her, so hopefully it is correct. Do I still have green lines? Oh yeah, there's still a green line somewhere. Yes, we can delete the green line. Yeah, excellent puzzle. An excellent debut for the channel. Uh-oh, Codex says it's wrong. Yeah, the thick edges make it a little easier to see on the stream. Generally, Penpa just does not stream super well, but I really wanted to do the puzzle, so I did it even though it's in Penpa. Oh, I still have an X. I don't see it. Yes. I am still streaming for probably 5 more hours, Shek, so there will be more puzzles very soon. Yes, there is an X in column 8. So there is. Oh, that's... Okay, I don't know how to get rid of that. Oh, that's from the edge mode helper X. I see. So yes, that is not. Okay. Very nice. All right. We will be back very shortly. I'm going to just stretch my legs, and then we will be on to something rather bittersweet. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we're going to do a pack of puzzles made by Playmaker, which is a collection of 6x6 puzzles. So Playmaker's made several packs of 6x6 puzzles, which have all been excellent. So I am presuming that this one will also be excellent. I'm just going to post the link to the whole set of these things, but they do open individually, so we're going to do them one at a time here in the CTC app. I can embiggen the Zeta, and then we'll get going. Okay, so let's read the rules. And so I'm just going to read the rules to each puzzle one at a time because there's no reason to read them all in advance. So normal 6x6. So need to put the digits 1 through 6 in each of these boxes exactly once, as well as in every row and column. Cells that are the same position in the clone must contain consecutive digits. So these are not clones. But rather, every digit in its corresponding spot has a consecutive digit. That is what this is saying. Okay, so that's it for the rules. So let's see what's going to happen. So I do see right away that I can put a 5 in one of these two cells. So one of these two contains a 4 or a 6. Interestingly, okay, here's a good point. I can't put a 6 here. Because if I put a 6 over here, then I'm going to have to put a 5 over here, and I can't. So that means the 6 in this box has to go here because of that 6. So there's a 6 over here, so there's a 6 over here. Okay, I can probably do a similar thing with 1s. And think about, okay, so I can never put a 1 here or here or here. If I want to put a 1 in this region at all, it has to go exactly there. That wasn't as immediately helpful as it was the other way around because of the asymmetry of the puzzle. Now, I kind of assume the 5 and 6 go together, but I don't know that they do. Oh, Egon has a good point, which is that I just with my marks alone, I have enough to place the 6 there. So I definitely get a 6 there. Now, where does 6 go in this box? 6 in this box now can't go anywhere in pink, because anywhere in pink it would require a 5, which is ruled out by those things up there. So 6 in this box actually goes here. Oh yeah, of course the 5 goes with the 6, because somehow I understood that the 6 had to go with a 5, but then I didn't understand that also meant the 5 had to go with the 6. I just did not think about that very carefully, I suppose. Okay, so yeah, so there's a 6 over in one of these two cells and a 6 in one of those two cells. Okay. Let's see, what else can we do? So if there is a 5 in this box, it's with a 4, for whatever that's worth. Oh, 1. There is a 1 in one of these two cells now. That's the cool thing. Okay, so one of these is a 1, which means one of these is a 2. And I know which one, because it's not that one. So it's that one. Okay, so that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 5, and that's a 6. So we get those all together. That was sweet. What else can we do now? So now there's a 2 here by Sudoku. Let's see. I'm just going to write in what these candidates are, just in case anything magic happens. There are 2, 3, 4. So that's not super helpful, I suppose. Let's see. Oh, I probably can place, yeah, I can place that 6, which lets me place that 6. Let's see. Okay, this cell this cell can only be 3, 4, or 1. 1 would have to go with a 2. Oh, this cell can't be 2 because there's a 2 there. The given 2 that I did not see. So because that can't be 2, this can't be 1. So, in fact, this is a 3-4 pair, which is very cool. Although not immediately useful. Let's see. Column 2, what does it need? Needs a 2 and a 4, which go in that order. So then this row needs a 1, which goes there, and a 3, which goes there. This box needs a 4 and a 5. Don't think I know the order there yet. Here I need a 1 and a 3, I believe. Let's see. And so now chat is pointing out this cell is looked at by a 1 and a 3, so this can't be a 2. Sorry, that can't be a 2. So this is a 3-4 pair, which makes that a 1 and that a 3. In fact, that's just a 2. This is not a 3, so this is in fact a 1-4 pair. This is the 2 for the column. Let's see. This is a 3 or a 4. Let's see. These are a 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 3. It's a 4, 5 pair. That's not super exciting. This is a 4 or a 5 if I just look at the column. Now that gives me a 4, 5 pair, which means that's a 3, which tells me that's a 4 and that's a 3. Now that's a 3. That being a 3 makes that a 4, makes that a 1 and a 4. Makes that a 1. That a 5. Let's see. So that 4 looks down 5 and 4 and 5. And then I probably should be able to figure out what this is. That's a 3 and that's a 4. Nice. I've never seen this clone consecutive constraint, but this seems like this could be a lot of fun to play with. I bet you could make a 9x9 with like multiple clones or something like that. That would be interesting. I'd like to play with that. That sounds like fun. Okay. 1 down. Oh, no. No. Next up, we have a little killer puzzle, apparently. Oh, sorry, it's a little killer and an X sums. Okay. I should read the rules. Okay. Having a little killer and an X sums makes this less terrifying than it was previously. Okay. So the little killer means the sum of these is 12. The sum of these is 13. And the sum of these 3 cells is 11. No rules about repeats or anything like that. Yeah, there may have recently been a 6x6 that was just a pure little killer that looked exactly like this. That was, and I really don't like little killer to start with as a like primary puzzle. I like little killer makes a great ingredient in a puzzle, and so we have here also the X sum. I did not watch the solution guide video for the Glipperl one. I consulted with people who'd done it about whether I should do the puzzle, and the reaction was no. So I did not do it. Even the video was terrifying. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yes. And then these are X sums. They're just regular X sums. I'm just double checking. And so an X sum says that if I put a 3 here, then the first 3 digits in this direction sum to 12. So I have to make sure that I do that. Okay. So first of all, I can't get to 12 in 2. I could get to 12 in 3. I could get to 12 in 4. So this is always a 3 or a 4 from the X sums point of view. I'm not looking at the little killer until I have to. Now, I can only get to 11 in 3. Because if I try and get to 11 in 4, then I can't use a 4. And I can't get to 11 in 2 because I don't have a digit as large as 9. So this is always a 3. Now this 13 here, so that's a 3, and these two sum to 8. And I know what they are, because they sum to 8. And so they can't be 1, 7 or 3, 5, so these are 2, 6. So that's actually pretty big. So now this digit is not 2 or 3, and it can't be as big as 5, so it has to be a 4. These are a 1 and a 5, just to make that all work out. Okay, so... Oh, I put that in the wrong place. Never mind. Ignore me. That part was right, but this is the place where the 13 goes, not here. So here we go. So this one, unfortunately, now has 2 options. I think this can be a 4 or a 5. No, it can't be a 5. What am I talking about? I think it could be a 3 or a 4. Can I get to 3? 3, I'd need to get to 10. Yeah, I could do 3, 4, 6. That would work out. Okay. It was way cooler when I got to put it in the right place. So these digits are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, if this is a 1, these would need to be 4 and 6 exactly. Let's see. If this is a 3, then I would need this to be a 6. Oh, interesting. Okay. This can't be 3 anymore. Because if this cell is a 3, then if this cell is a 6, then I need a second 3, and that's not going to work. And if this cell is a 2, then I need a 7, and that's even less going to work. So this is always a 4. Which now means that these cells sum to 12. Now 1 through 6 sums to 21, so these two need to sum to 9 without being 4, 5. So these two need to be 3, 6, thinking about the outies, which makes that a 2 and that a 6. This is a 1 or a 5. Just to make that all math out. Let's see. Okay, if this were a 4, then I would need the outies to add to 8, and they can't. That's awesome. Okay, I never would have thought to do this if I had not been prompted to by earlier in the puzzle. This is just cool setting. This can't be a 4, because if this is a 4, I need these two outies to sum to 8, and they'd have to be 5 and 3, except that would repeat the 3. So this is actually a 3. Meaning these two sum to 10, so they are 4, 6. So these over here are 1, 2, 5. In order to make sense of that. So these two cells are 3 and 6, and I know the order. So that's all good so far. I actually know these two can't sum to all that much, because the minimum these two sum to is 7. So these two either sum to 5 or less. They either sum to 5 or to 3. That one's not 2 or 3. Not 2 or 3. I didn't do that right. Going to be 1 or 4. These always need to have an odd sum, so they always need to have an odd and an even on them. Let's see, 3, 6 would make this 1, 2, which seems okay. 3, 4. Okay. If this is a 3, 4, then this has to be exactly 1, 4, because it needs to add to 5, and 1, 4 works. Otherwise, this needs to add to 3, and this is 1, 2. And so in particular, I just made an elaborate argument to prove that this digit's not 3. However, it turns out there may have been other arguments available that digit was not 3. But whatever, live and learn or something. Let's see. And as pointed out, it's not 1 or 4 by the considerations regarding the row. Namely, this cell is a 2 because we already have 1, 4, 5. So that being a 2, remember I need now, these two things need to sum to 7. The only way available is 6 and 1. So that's a 4. Let's see, these two cells are a 4 and a 5. These two cells are a 3 and a 6. I know the order. Let's see. Oh, so these already sum to something pretty big. These already sum to at least 10. So these are either 1, 2, or 1, 1. So these two cells are always from 1 or 2. So this digit's tiny. Martin points out if I try and make this start with 5, it doesn't work. So if I try and make this start with 5, then I'd have to go 3 here, but then I would need a 3 here, and I can't have 1. I probably can't make this a 1 anymore either, though. So this has to be a 4. If this were a 1, I'd need to make these two sum to 10, which they certainly can't. So now these two need to sum to 7. The only way that works is 6 and 1. That sounds familiar. So these aren't 1. Sorry, aren't 1. This is 2, 4, 5. These aren't 4, so that is 4. So that's 5. That's 2. That's a 1. That's a 5. That's a 1. All good stuff. Okay, so now these two need to sum to 6. Unfortunately, they can sum to 6 in myriad ways, meaning 2. They can sum to 6 in 2 ways. Let's write in these. These are 1, 2, 5. This is not 1. That's not 2. These are 2, 3, 5. It's not 3. So that gives us a 2, 5 pair in the bottom row. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, 6 pair here. So that's the 4. That's the 6. That 4 looks up. So that's the 5. That's the 4. Now this needs to be a 2. That needs to be a 5 and a 3 and a 5 and a 2 and a 2 and a 1 and a 5 and a 1. Nice puzzle. After the original moment of terror where I thought I was going to have to do a 6x6 little killer puzzle, this worked out to be very nice because I actually really like X sums. So very nice little puzzle. And there are some really neat themes that were sort of repeated throughout the puzzle. I enjoy puzzles that do that. I'm not very good at setting them, but this was a world-class setting puzzle. Or world-class puzzle and setting, whatever, words. All right, next up we have remainder Sudoku. This was the next one, right? Yeah, I think this is the next one. Okay, so a circle with a number in it that connects two cells shows the remainder when the bigger digit is divided by the smaller digit. For example, 5 and 2 will always have 5 and 2 will have a 1 in the circle, since 5 divided by 2 is 2, and the result is 1 as a remainder. Okay, so 1 never goes on a circle, is, I suspect, the first thing I'm supposed to notice. Where can I use the fact that 1 never goes on a circle? Because the remainder when you divide by 1 is 0, and notably there are no zeros. So there's a 1 up here, which means that this digit's a 1 by good old-fashioned Sudoku, I suppose. These aren't 1, that's not 1. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to just highlight real quick everything that I know for sure is not 1. So in this box, that's a 1. Okay, so here, still got 2 options there. I know one of these two is a 1. All right. I probably can just figure out what this digit is. Because, yeah, it has to be a 2. Because I need to be able to have 3 digits that are more than a multiple of it. And in a 6x6, the biggest digit I have... I need to have 2 digits that are more than a multiple of it. Or if you count the 0 with multiple, 3. But if I try and make this digit a 3 already, I could have 1, 4, I'd need a 7. So this is a 2. These are the odd digits? Oh, I'm wrong. I'm just completely wrong about ones. Let's restart the puzzle. 1 can absolutely go on a dot, because wait, no. Now I'm confused. What did I do? Okay, so why was my reasoning wrong? So I'm dividing the bigger digit by the smaller digit. No, I still think my ones are right, but now this can't be a 2. Oh no, sorry. Okay, I was thinking about this wrong. No, I'm definitely thinking about this wrong. So there aren't enough odd digits to make this work. Right. Which is the bigger and which is the smaller one can change. Beautiful. So as Chad is pointing out, this can be a 5 because I can put around it a 6, and which would be bigger than the 5. So when I divide, I get a 1. And then I can put a 2 and a 3 around it. Sorry, a 2 and a 4 around it for that reason. Okay. So am I convinced that 5 is literally the only digit that could ever go here? I'm not sure that I'm completely convinced that 5 is literally the only digit that can go here, and I'm definitely not going to go through all the possibilities at this particular juncture in time. So I think I'm going to look at something else instead. So I'm kind of inclined to think about 2s. Let's see. Row 4, column 5. Let's see. You thought it would be easier to solve the Laplace transform of the grid? I'd love to hear how you think the 1 can go somewhere else, Nicholas, in this box. I think this is the only place the 1 can go in this box just from the start, because you can never put 1 on a dot. Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to think about, like, how big do I need to make my numbers in order to get a remainder of 2? And so 2 could also separate 6 and 4, Riff Clown. What's true is that the things on the side of a 2 dot, I think, have to have the same parity in general. But I think Mega Lamb's point of how big do the numbers have to be, I can't get a remainder of 2 without the number being strictly large that I'm dividing by being strictly larger than 2. So I need a number that is at least 3, but then the other number has to be a 5 or a 6. So yeah, there's always a 5 or a 6 on a 2 dot. I agree with that. Yeah, and you can't use 1, 3. So it's actually maybe I think Chad is now convincing me. I think 3, 5, and 4, 6 are the only ways that you could ever do this, ever get a 2 here, just because the numbers involved are so small. So I think if we want, this seems egregious, we can write this in as 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. I did not do that right. Yeah, I guess that was not super surprising because, as we previously noted, all we're saying here is that there's not a 2 on it because there can't be a 2, and there's not a 1 on it either. So there does have to be a 2 in this row, I suppose, is worth thinking about. Let's see. Oh yeah, coloring them is a good idea because again, there's only 2 flavors of them, and so if we look at this carefully, if this one is 3, 5, then this one has to be 4, 6, and vice versa. And so Jay immediately saw this, and so Jay gets mad respect for this. This digit has to be a 2 because it sees every flavor of 3, 4, 5, 6, which is very cool. Okay, so this is a 2. Was a yellow. I will confess I am not, in doing this, wishing that there were a 9x9 with this rule set. Let's see. I know one of these 2 is yellow, but that doesn't really help me. I know one of these 2 is green, but that doesn't really help me. Let's see. No, this could be green. Yeah, I do know there is a 2 down here. Okay, and we've argued the 2 can't go here. So the 2 has to be on one of the outer ones. Because if I tried to put the 2 here, there just aren't 3 different things that I could pair with it. Let's see. So I do need 2 of 3, 4, 5, 6 in this string. Okay, so yeah, this has to be an odd number bigger than 1, because it's going to be divided by 2 and give you a remainder of 1. So this is always a 3 or a 5. That's one of these. I'm pretty sure if we think carefully, we'll know that this is we'll know that this is a 5. Because I think earlier we sort of started to convince ourselves that 5 actually had enough digits, whereas 3 I think doesn't. What things could 3 pair with here? 3 could only pair with digits bigger than it, as well as 2. Right. Yeah, this can't be a 3. Because what can I put with a 3? A 2 and a 4, and that's it. So this is a 5. So as a triple, these are 2, 4, and 6. That one's not the 2. So neither of these is 5. These cells, I should write in, they are a 1 and a 3. So that's not a 3. This is not a 5. This is a 4, 5, or 6. So it's green, I guess is the point. Yeah, this sees both a yellow and a green, so I don't think I know which one it is yet. Row 1, column 6 is not a 5 either. Don't see it. I do know one of these two is 3. Does that help me? I can't imagine that this is helpful. It does get me something, actually. One of these two is 3, so this is never 3. That's what it gets me. This digit can't be 3, because either the 3 is here, in which case this digit's not 3, or the 3 is here, in which case 3 is not green. So this cell's never a 3. It's a 4, 5, or a 6. Let's see. Right. The 5 here, Megalam is pointing out, the 5 here, I removed a 5 from here. So then this can't be 3 anymore, because 3 and 5 is the pair that go together. Let's see. Good point to Martin. This cell connects to an even digit and gets a remainder of 1. So if this digit were even, that's not possible. The remainder would always be a multiple of 2. So this is only a 3 or a 5, which means in particular we can place the 2 in the row, and this is green, and that tells us that green is 3, 5. So that's the 5, that's the 3, that's the 1, that's the 3, that's the 3. These are 4, 6. These are 4, 6 as well. Oops. Okay. So this cell's yellow. Oh, this is a 5. This is green. Let's see. This arrow needs a 5 on it because I can't put only even digits on a arrow where it's a 1, and that 5 sees that cell. So in fact, that's the 5. So that's green, which means these two are yellow now, which means it's a 3. Jay says the same thing about this, that this needed an odd. It now has its odd. This is an even that's not 4 or 6, so it's a 2. This is the only place for a 3 in the column. This is the other yellow, so this is a 2. So that's not a 2, it's a 4 or a 6. So that's a 2. Let's see. These two cells are a 1 and a 5, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. So I do need another yellow here. The yellow can't go here, and it can't go there. So this is the place the yellow goes. So that's not the 1. This is the 1. This is a 4 or a 6. Which makes this the green 3. So these are the green digits. And we know the order. Which resolves the order there. I need an extra yellow in this column. It can only go here. I need a 1 in this column. It can only go here. And so this is a 2. This is the other yellow. So this is a 4 or a 6. Both 4 and 6 do dot with 5. Oh, I did not green these. The Sudoku gods will be most displeased with me if I do not keep my coloring straight. Okay, and so now I have to scan for a dot where there's something that actually tells me something. 3 only gets a 1 with a 4. It doesn't get a 1 with a 6. So that's a 4, that's a 6, that's a 4, that's a 6. That 4 makes that a 6 and that a 4. Oh, there's one more, I guess. Maybe. Possibly. Either that or I'm really missing something. Very, very easy. Row 4, column 6. Oh, right. That one also touches a 3, so it's a 4, and that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 6, and that's a 6, and that's a 4. Well, I guess the best thing I can say is I finished it. This sort of felt very in line with the earlier puzzle of whatchamacallit, dynamic dots, where there was sort of like a keep track of all of these relationships between digits sort of thing, where it's sort of like, well, you could make yourself a graph, but anyway, nice little puzzle. I definitely do not have a craving, as Codec does, for a much bigger version of this particular puzzle. I will very much take the much bigger version of the consecutive clone puzzle, though. All right, so now we're on to numbered rooms. So the way numbered rooms work is you have a room number here, which is a 4, and the digit you put here tells you where the 4 goes. So this is sort of like 159. So if this is a 2, I count in and put a 4 here. If this is a 3, then I count 1, 2, 3 in and put a 4 here. Yeah, but sadly I couldn't look at the cheat sheet while I did it because I don't have a double monitor set up. So I would have very much liked the cheat sheet, but I just didn't have access to it when I was solving it, which was a little unfortunate. Note, if you're on this side, you count from this side. So if this is a 2, then that becomes a 6. If this is a 3, that's a 6. Okay. So immediately, it's always interesting to ask about things like 1, because 1 can't go in front of one of these clues. So if this was a 1, I'd be saying that you put the 4 on top of the 1, and that's not going to work. Also, from here, I can tell you that this can't be a 2 or a 3 or a 1. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. Just based on the fact that it's indexing the 2 and the 3. Okay, again, if this were a 2, I would be indexing a 2 into a column that already has a 2 or a 3 similarly. So this is 4, 5, or 6. Let's see if any of those immediately break for some reason. Let's see. If this were a 5, this would be a 3. Which would put a 4 there. I don't immediately see anything wrong with that. I will be honest. Okay, so what's this digit? It's not 1. It's also not 2. Because if it were 2, this would need to be a 3, and it can't be. It's not 3, so this is also from 4, 5, 6. And the fact that both of these are from 4, 5, 6 tells us that one of these is definitely a 4, because these cannot end up being a 5, 6 pair. So we get that. So those are the 4, 5, 6 business. So that's very interesting. Okay, so this can't be a 6. So let's see. It can't be a 1 or a 6. So let's see. This could be 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the options a fortiori. Oh, sorry. It can't be 4 either. It's not 1, 4, or 6 because there's a 4 in the row already. If this is a 2, that's a 6. If this is a 3, that's a 6. If this is a 5, that's a 6. Okay. Yeah. There's 3s in, I guess, yeah, one of these two is a 3. I might as well pencil mark because of the fact that one of them is a 4. I said an odd even numbered rooms, but it got kind of boring before the end. I probably should make a 6x6 version so that the puzzle is not boring. But I had fun with the idea, but it did not really lend itself nicely to a longer puzzle. Let's see. So this can't be a 1. It could be a 2. It can't be a 3. Can't be a 4. Could be a 5 or a 6. As far as I am able to immediately tell. This cell is not a 1. Could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, not a 6. As far as I can tell. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a 3 in one of these cells. So I know that one of these two is a 3, as Chad is telling me. Let's see. Okay, so Judith says this can't be a 2. This is a 2. This is a 6. This is a 5 or a 6, which puts a 4 over here somewhere. Let's see. Does something weird happen if this is a 6? So if this is a 6, this is a 4. So then that's the 4. So this is a 3. Yeah, that's all fine, I think. Oh, breaks the other 6. Got it. Ah, I see. Sorry, I was looking at a bunch of other stuff. If this is a 2, it puts a 6 here, which means this number has to be a 6, which is a problem. So yeah, one of these is a 6. If this is a 2, that's a 5. This thing that's on the intersection of the 2 and the 3 is very suspicious to me. Oh yeah, this is also 4, 5, 6, as is being pointed out by Carl, I believe. It can't be 1 or 2 for numbered room reasons, and it can't be 3 because we already have 3 pencil marked in the box. So one of these is a 2. So in particular, that's not a 2. It's a 5 or a 6. which means one of these two cells is a 4, which means in particular this cell's not a 4, which means in particular that cell's not a 2. So we get a nice little chain of incidences there. Let's see. If this is a 4, this becomes a 5-6 pair. It's a little tricky for me to visualize exactly what happens in that event. Let's see. Okay, so Casey says this doesn't work if this is a 4. So if this is a 4, that's a 4, which would make that a 5. With the clue for row 2. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to look at the clue for row 2. Okay, if this is a 4, that's a 4. I don't see it. Now, if this is a 5, it makes this a 3, which makes this a 4. Sorry, which makes that a 4. Okay. So if this is a 5, it rules 4 out of both of these, and we know one of them has to be 4. So if this is a 5, it puts a 3 here and a 4 here, which rules 4 out of both. So this is not 5. I agree with Garion. So let's see. If this is a 4, then that's a 6, and that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 3. That's a 5. That's a 2. And nothing seems too suspect in that for me. Oh, so this isn't a 3, Tristan points out, so we can clean up a pencil mark. So this is not... the cell is never 1. I think it could be 2. It's never 3. It's never 4. It could be 5 or 6. Let's see. So I'm being told this can't be 2 or 3, though both arguments confuse me. Put 2 6s in row 4. If this were 3, it would put a 6 there. It would make that a 5. So if this is a 3, this is a 6, that's a 5, that's a 5. And now this 5 is now indexing, because what's really true is I can't put a 6 here. If I put a 6 in this cell, what happens? I make this a 3. Sorry, ignore that completely. It has nothing to do with this. If I put a 6 here, it makes this a 5, which now makes this a 2. So this can't be a 6, and because this can't be a 6, that can't be a 3. If I make this a 5, I make this a 6, which then makes this not able to be 5 either, because of similar reasoning, so this would have to be a 2. Yeah, Kodak is making an S-cell numbered rooms puzzle, I am told. I am looking forward to it. Oh, this index is the 2. Okay, much easier deduction. This index is the 2 in the row. So the 2 is in one of these 2 cells. In particular, it's not here, which is going to be huge, because that's going to get us a 5, which gets us a 6, which means this can't be 5 or 6, so it's a 2, and that's a 4, so that's not a 4, so that is a 4, so that's a 3, so those aren't 3, so that is 3, so that's a 6, so that's a 4. And so we get all of that just for our thing. I don't know if we have enough energy to digit dance for literally every thing in all these puzzles. Yep, that's a 5, so that's a 2. So this digit's a 1. Yep, that was pretty fast. Okay, so this is a 6 because that's where that is. There's got to be a 6 here now, just by Sudoku. Let's see. And I think all of our room numbers are done, except that we don't know which of these is a 6 just yet. Okay. So let's just finish this up by pencil marking some stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not a 6 for multiple reasons. Let's see. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These aren't 2. So that one's 2. These are a 1, 6 pair. So these are row 6 indexing. Oh, I never placed the 2 from the row 6 indexing. Good point, Tristan. So I've got a 1, 5, 6 triple in this column, so that makes that a 2. These 2 cells are a 3 and a 5, so that's not a 5. This 5 over here sees that that's the 3, that's the 5. This row needs a 1. These 2 cells are a 3 and a 4. These 2 cells are a 3 and a 4 as well. So that 3-4 pair gives us that's a 5, which gives us that's a 6, which gives us that's a 1 and that's a 5. This is a 1 for the column. It's a 3 for the row. That's a 4 and a 3 and a 4 and a 3. Let's see. So these 2 digits are a 1, which goes there, and a 5, which goes there. That 1 sees down that that's a 6 and that's a 1. So that's a 2. That's a 4. Nice puzzle. I like that one a lot. There was a lot of cute stuff going, especially like this whole way it sort of sets up all the dominoes for you to knock them all down at once. Like it really was sort of set up so that you could get absolutely nothing until you got something, and then the dam collapsed and basically everything went in. Very cool. I like that one a lot. Okay, next up we have region sum lines puzzle. So the way region sum lines work is that every region that a line passes through, and I have to read carefully, yes, each individual segment of that line has the same sum. So green is equal to the sum of the 2 yellows is equal to the sum of the 2 blues, is what this is saying. And for this one, it's a little more complicated. If I erase this, if these 2 are yellow, and these are green, and these are blue, and these are purple, then what this one is saying is the sum of the 2 yellow digits is equal to the sum of the 3 green digits. is equal to the sum of the blue and the sum of the purple. Alrighty, so that is that. So Tristan would like us to start with the fact that this digit is odd, because the sum of these 5 cells is definitely even. Okay, so the absolute minimum that these digits can sum to is 15, which means the common sum here for this line is at least 15 over 2, so which is to say it's at least 8. So the common sum here is 8 or 9 for this line. It can't be 10 because there's only one way to make 10. So that is true. The common sum here for this line has to be something that I can make in 2 ways. So it has to be bigger than 4. So the common sum here is always a 5 or a 6. Because if it were smaller than that, then there would be only one way to make it, and so these 2 digits would be the same as those 2 digits, but that's not possible. Let's see. Now, the sum of these 4 digits is at least 10, so the sum of these 2 digits is at least 10, which means that this digit has to be a 4, 5, or 6. Because these 2 together need to add to at least 10. So that is something reasonable. And in fact, yeah, what is the common total? Yeah. So the common total is not 10, which means that this is never 1. Sorry, going back here. I was trying to parse out what AFK was saying. But remember we said the sum is 8 or 9. And so if the sum is 8, then that's 16 and this is a 5. If the sum is 9, then that's 18 and this is a 3. This is never a 1, is what this is saying. Now, the 1 can't go on this short stubby line because I need to get to at least 8, so the 1's always over here. Let's see. There's never a 1 on here because remember, this sums to 8 or 9. So there's never a 1 on here either. So there's always a 1 on one of those cells over there for the same reason. Let's see. What's the minimum digit that can be on one of these 2 cell things? Because they need to sum to... the minimum digit is a 2, because they could sum to 8 if this is 2, 6, for example. So if the sum is 8, this is a 3, and this is a 1, 2, 5 triple. Does that work? Yeah, it must, I guess. Let's see. So Carl says if the sum is 8, then there's a problem. But then Carl retracts the message. Let's see. Garion says row 3, column 4 has to be the same as row 4, column 1. That's a good spot. Because this cell can't repeat over here, because if yellow were here, this digit would need to be here twice. So that's a really clever spot. So that yellow goes over there. Now, here's another point. I want to look at these two digits together. This is one of the ways to make 8 or 9. In fact, I'm going to color these together, and I'm going to note that this cell is yellow. But what are these two cells? Are they yellow or are they blue? Because there are only two ways to make 8 and only two ways to make 9. Well, these can't be blue, because if these were blue, it would put blue up there. So these are blue. Sorry, so these are yellow. That was the whole point of all of that. These are yellow. So those two are yellow. In order to assure... okay, the blue can't both go on this, so that's got to be blue. Because if the blue both went on this, I could not put another digit along with it. Okay, so... I really like that kind of logic. The like, oh, what would happen if these were the same? It would put those up there. Yeah, that was a very cute trick, Playmaker. Okay. So now what do I do with that information? That is the question. Oh, where does blue? These are both blue. That was way, way, way easier than I should have. Then, yeah. Where does blue go in this box? Only here and here. So this cell is never a 1 in particular. And so this is always either, well, it's something that adds to either 8 or 9 with 5 or 6. I don't know if it's worth pointing out or writing out what all the options are. But it does mean that one of these two is a 1 now. Yeah, 2, 3, or 4 is a lot of candidates in a 6x6. But I suppose we could say, okay, if it's a 5, then this is a 3 or a 4. And if it's a 6, then this is a 2 or a 3. So this is always a 2, 3, or 4. So what's the digit that's not blue, yellow, or 1? So it depends on whether the common sum is 9 or 8. If the common sum is 8, then I use 2 and 6. I use 3 and 5. And so 2, 6, 3, 5. Yeah, then it's a 4 is the uncolored digit. If it's a 9, then I use 4, 5. And I use 3, 6, and the uncolored digit's a 2. So the uncolored digit is actually always a 2 or a 4, I believe. So this is from 1 to 4, I think. Because these are the uncolored digits living together. Where is 6 in row 1? Not there, there. Ah, good point. Okay, yeah, where is 6 in row 1? So 6 in row 1 has to be in one of these two cells. And it's going to be awfully hard for 6 to be here. I think if this is 6, I could just barely make this work as 4 and 3 with 6 and 1. But hey, it's useful. I know that there's a 6 over here now, because again, I certainly can't put 6 on that line. Oh, clever, clever. Okay, so it's a bit hard to see, but if this is a 6, the absolute maximum I can make these is 3, 4. So this could be a 6 with a 1, which would go with 3, 4, except we know one of these two is a 1, and we just put a 1 here. And so we made that not 1 and that not 1. So it breaks this in a somewhat oblique way if I make that a 6. So that is a 6. So that's a 5. Which then makes this a 3 or a 4. Means one of these is a 5. Means this isn't a 5. Makes this a 6 for sure, in fact. Because remember, these two have to add to at least 10. So these cells sum to 11, which means they're 1, 2, 3, and 5. Which means these two cells are 4 and 6. 4 and 6. To make that work out. So that all works out. And now I can't put a 5 on this line for sure. And there's not a 4 on it either. So those are 2, 3. These are 1, 5. I can type, I swear, which means that that's a 1. Which means that that's a 1. Okay. Which means that 6 is yellow, just by this box. So 6 goes here. Sorry, 6 goes here. So this is always a 2 or a 3. So yeah, 6 is yellow. I should yellow it. Okay, so these are 1, 4, and I know the order. Because they need to add to 5 without being 2, 3. But there's a 4, 6 pair here. So that's a 1 and that's a 4. So that's not the 1, which means this is the 1. Okay. Now that I have that information, that places a 1 there, actually. Places a 1 there and a 5 there. Actually gives us this digit even. It's a 5. So these two need to sum to at least 7, but they can't sum to more than 7, so that's got to be a 2. This has got to be a 3, 4 pair, which means they have to go in that order, which tells us the sum is 8. So these are a 3, 5 pair. This is a 2, that's a 2. That's a 4, because the uncolored digit, remember, is a 4. It's a 6 and a 4. And so, let's see, this digit is known. It's a 3. It's a 5. Let's see. These two digits. That's right. Because blue is... Yeah, these need to sum to 8. So they have to be... These have to sum to... these have to sum to 7. So they have to be 3, 4. They can't be 2, 5 anymore. So that means that's the 5, that's the 3, that's the 5. I suppose I could have just done math. I just really apparently didn't want to do the math to figure out that this was a 5. So I waited until I could avoid it. Okay, so let's do some coloring before things get too out of hand. 6 is yellow, 2 is yellow, 6 is yellow, 5 and 3 are blue. This 3 looks up and sees that that's a 2 and that's a 3, so this is yellow. That's blue. That's blue. Let's see. These digits are a 2, which has to go here and be yellow. And a 3, which has to go here and be blue. So that's a 4, and that's a 3, and that's blue. So this is a 6, and it's yellow. So now, do I have all my blues and yellows? 2 blues, 2 yellows, 2 blues, 2 yellows, 2 blues, 2 yellows, 2 blues, 2 yellows, 2 blues, 2 yellows. Okay, yes, I do. Okay, and so now I am clear, I believe, to fill in this digit, which is a 4. Okay, I loved that one. That one was awesome. Very smooth. Nothing I felt that was like overly weird about it. Like everything ended up getting sort of filtered in using sort of usual arrow tricks, but very cool. Yeah, big thumbs up for that one. That one's definitely my favorite so far out of this pack. But we have one more. We have a killer builder, which is only mildly terrifying. Okay, so now we have to... yeah, not like the pointy arrow one from the previous pack that I still never understood. Okay. Normal 6x6 Sudoku rules apply. A given one-cell cage is used to construct a real killer cage that starts from the cell and grows straight horizontally or vertically in the direction of the arrow. The length of each cage is to be deduced. You can't go further than the edge of the grid. If no arrow is given, the direction is to be deduced. Once the cage is finished, digits within the cage sum to the small number in that cage. If a red cage has a length of n cells, then the red cage must contain the digit n. If a blue cage has a length of n cells, then the cage must not contain the digit n. There can be some occasions where a cage is one cell long, and some cages can overlap each other. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Alrighty. So how on earth do we do this? Okay, so this is at least 2 long. Oh, I'm covering the rules. I'm sorry. Let me shrink the zeta. The worst part is I am in absolutely no place to complain about long rules. Okay, so blue means doesn't contain the length. So if this were length 2, it would have to be 3, 5. Of course, I have no idea if it is length 2 or whatever. 13, I can do in a minimum of 3 cells. So this has to go at least this far. These are going to overlap each other, which is... ugh. But let's see. These can go at least this way. But red means it has to contain its length, right? So I can't do 10 and 2 that contains its length. So can I do 10 and 3 that contains its length? It would have to be 3, 2, 5 or 3, 1, 6. Okay, good to know. So this is length 3 or 4. The 6 could be 1 cell, of course. I have no idea how I'm supposed to notate this. To try and keep track of what's going on here. So I can't do 10 and 4 in blue, because blue means it doesn't contain the length. So so then the question is, could I do 10 in 3 if I know it doesn't contain the length? And so 10 in 3 would have to not use a 3. Can I get to 10 without using a 3 in 3 digits? 145. 145 would do it, annoyingly. Yeah, so we're still holding out hope that maybe this is 3, 4, 6. The outies need to sum to 8 for whatever that's worth. Okay, this is not... I can at least say this. This can't be 3 cells long, because then it would contain its length. So this is either a 2-cell or a 1-cell 6-cage. A 1-cell 6-cage would not contain its length. Anywhere in the cage is my reading of the rules. I don't quite understand how I would read multicolor is the problem. Like, how would I know which color was referring to which thing? It hurts my brain a bit. It can be a single cell, because if it's a single cell, it contains a 6. Its length is 1. It does not contain a 1. So a red 11 cage actually is interesting because of the fact that you can't make 11 in 4, which is somehow an ubiquitous Sudoku fact. So you can't make 11 in 4 with a 4. So this is at most 3 long. It's at least 2 long. Yeah, and the 12 cage can't be 2 long. That's a good point. So it is 3 long. So it's 3 long with a 3 for whatever it's worth. I'll put the 3 there, and I'll adjust the... Oh, I do have large... No, I want to turn larges off. Okay. So this is length 3. And so what are the digits that go with it? I need a 3 and 2 things that sum to 8. So it's got to be 2, 3, 6, in fact. So I either have 2, 3, 6 this way, or 2, 3, 6 this way. 9 I can never do in 2 with red, because I'd need a 2. And I can never do it in more. So this is also a 3 cage, actually. The 9. So this is 9 and 3 with a 3. So it's either 1, 3, 5 or 2, 3, 4. Which is interesting. So if this 9 cage came this way, would it break this 8 cage? Almost certainly, right? If this 9 cage comes this way, then I need these cells over here to sum to 21 minus 9, which is 12. So so I would need this to be a 4, I suppose. But in particular, I guess the whole point is, this 8 is either 3, 5, or it's 3 long, in which case it... Yeah, so it's either 3, 5, in which case this 9 could not come over here, or it's 3 long, in which case it contains either 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4. No, it would be 1, 2, 5 exactly. Sorry, 1, 2, 5. And if this is 1, 2, 5, oh, never mind. I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. This is either too long, in which case it contains a 3, and so the red can't come this way. Or this is 3 long, in which case the red can't come to this way because 17 and 21 are different numbers. So anyway, this goes up like this, and we know the digits in it. No, we don't know the digits in it. But we do know it goes up like this. So we know, which tells us that this one goes this way. And those I will box in. Can I draw on the border yet? No, I can't draw on the border yet. I know this isn't the 3, but I know there is a 3 in here, and these are from 2, 3, 6. Why does the 11 go left? It can't go any other direction. Oh, cages can overlap each other. God damn it. Okay. I am going to spend... Okay, so like 2 of these puzzles I'm just going to beg people not to make any more of. This is still not a 3, though. Okay, yeah, the overlapping cages is a horrible nightmare. Let's see. No, Andrew, you're not allowed to name overlapping cages. If you name overlapping cages, it will encourage people to put them in puzzles, and we don't want people putting them in puzzles. Okay. So if these did overlap, this would have to come down like this. Yeah, and then we'd have some sort of like law of leftovers or whatever, because we'd need to figure out, okay, 11 plus 9 is 20, so these 2 digits would have to sum to, or sorry, their difference would have to be whatever. You'd have to make it work out mathematically, but who cares? Let's see. No, the 11 cage has to have a 3, but the 3 could be here. 57 thorns. That is what chat is setting a chaos construction with 2 overlapping sets of regions to determine. That sounds like a complete nightmare. So yeah, if this goes vertically, the 3 does go there. Can the 10 be a 3-cell cage and still have the 12 work? That sounds very unpleasant to think about. Let's see. Okay, so it's never 2 cells. If it's 3 cells, I really don't imagine that Playmaker designed this with the idea that I would look up intersections of every possible way to make 10 cages and 12 cages. I could be wrong. But but this sounds dangerous to me as far as these things go. The blue 10 cage can't be 3 cells because it can't have a 5 in it. Okay, so what if it had a 5 here? Then it would have a 1 and a 4 here. So if the blue cage is 3 cells long, it has its 5 here, and then a 1, 4 up here. Why is that bad? The 5 is in the blue 8 cage. Oh, right. The blue 8 cage is either a 2-cell 3, 5 or a 3-cell 1, 3, 4. That's really clever. Okay, so the 3 is down here. Sorry, not the 3. The 5 is down here somewhere. So 3 over there. Right. Because I can't make... So this would have to be a 3, 5 if it was length 2. It would have to be 1, 2, 5 if it's length 3. Okay. So now we ask about the 10 cage. Can the 10 cage be length 3 without a 5 and without a 3? So we've got 6, 4, 2, and 1. So we would need to either use an even and 2 odds. So we could use 1 and 3 and 6, but we can't use 3. We can't use 3 or 5. Sorry. There is no... So in this hypothetical, there's no 3 or 5 in this cage. So it would have to be all even. It would have to be 2, 4, 6. And 2, 4, 6 doesn't add to 10. Okay. So I agree, although I don't at all like it, that the 10 cage has to do this. So these are a 4, 6. So now the 12 cage now has to go up and have a 2. So that's going to look like that. Oops. So the remainder of the column is 1. Oh, actually, so now the 6 cage... No, sorry, the 6 cage now still could be length 2. Oh, in fact, the 6 cage now has to be length 2. It has to be 1, 5 and go like this. Because it can't go 2, 4. Even though cages can overlap, it cannot go down. So the 6-cell cage does that. Or sorry, the 6 cage does that. So we've got that. So these digits are 1, 3, 5. That digit's not a 5. Now the 11 cage has to go down because the 11 cage needs a 2. Remember, it's 2, 3, 6. So the 11 cage now has to look like this, which means that this is a 3. This is a 2, 6 pair. In fact, that's the 6. That's the 2. This is a 3-cell 9 cage with a 3. So these are either 1, 5 or 2, 4. Well, they have to be 1, 5. And we know the order. So that's a 1. That's a 5. That's a 5. So this digit we know is now a... I guess I can read these. I don't know. This is going to be ugly no matter what. 2, 3. This is a 4 up here. So that's a 6. The 10 cage now has to be length 3. But it doesn't use... so this 10 cage is now done. Because if it were length 4, it would need a 2, and it can't have 1. So 3, and I need 2 digits that add to 7. I can't use 2, 5, so I have to use 1, 6. So this is 1, 3, 6. So that's a 4 and a 6. These are all blue, I suppose. Let's see. What is left here? I feel like my biggest complaint isn't actually the logic of the cages overlapping. I feel like that part's kind of cool. I feel like my biggest complaint is that there's no way to do this that doesn't look hideous. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's a 5. Let's see. These two cells are a 2 and a 3. So these two cells are a 1 and a 5, and I know the order. These two cells are a 3 and a 4. This isn't a 6, of course. This isn't a 3 because there's a 3 in the box. These are from 1, 4, 6. But they're not 6, so that's the 6. So that's not 6. Sorry, so that's not 6. So this I probably know what it is. It's probably a 2 if I pay close enough attention. So let's see. This 1 looks down, so it fixes that's a 4 and that's a 1. This column is missing a 2, a 3, and a 6. This column is missing a 2, a 3, and a 4. Let's see. The 8 cage now has to be length 2 because it can't have a 1 in it, so it can't be length 3. So the 8 cage is now 3, 5 exactly. So this is a 3, 5 pair, which makes that a 1, that a 5, that a 1, that a 3, that a 5. These aren't 3. This is a 2 or a 4 because it's not a 6. So 2, 4. So this is the 6. This is not a 6, so it's a 2, 3 pair. Okay, so the question is, the outies on a 13 cage need to add to 8. So if I were to make this 13 cage 1 longer, these would not add to 8, so can't extend, so the 13 cage is done. 8 cage, by the way, we said was done, but I just didn't ensnare it. So the outies need to add to 8, so this has to be a 2. So that's a 3, that's a 2, that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 2. Okay, so these two digits are a 4 and a 6. They go in that order. That 4 goes up there, 3 and 4, 1 and 3. Definitely, I feel like a 6x6 was the right place to do this rule set. I'm trying to imagine if I can like envision an interface where this would look nice. Like almost you can imagine if if you were able to draw the killer cages on top of things like you do in F puzzles with cosmetic killer cages. I could almost imagine some universe where overlapping killer cages could look reasonable, but I feel like this is a rule set that's just like, as much as I did enjoy the logic of this, I cannot imagine looking at this for like an extended period of time, which fortunately I did not have to look at it for an extended period of time because this was a 6x6. So in short, very well done on the execution on this, but please do not send me 9x9 versions of this. Alrighty. So very nice set of puzzles. I really enjoyed that. The region sum lines one was really the king of this this collection. The consecutive, I really enjoyed this one too. This one, I really want a 9x9 of this puzzle. The region sum lines one was also really cool. So yeah, the very cool stuff overall. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll be right back with more puzzles. welcome back, everyone. Looks like I can make myself bigger again. So, last stream, we did an ambiguity puzzle by Starwarigami that had Renbans, Whispers, and anti-factor lines. And I had previously never done any puzzles with anti-factor lines. But hey, the anti-factor line stuff was pretty cool. So Starwarigami recommended that this was a good puzzle to pick if I wanted to do just a vanilla anti-factor lines puzzle. So what is an anti-factor line? It's one of these lines in the grid, and the color is just for effect, not for any meaningful thing. So the most important thing you have to take into account when you're looking at an anti-factor line is its length. So this one, for example, is length 7. And so being a length 7 anti-factor line means that you cannot put 7 on the line, nor can you put any divisors of 7 on the line, other than 1. And you can't put any multiples of 7 on the line, other than 1. Now, in the case of Sudoku, 7 is, of course, 7 is pretty prime. Double 7's too big. So really, this is just saying you can't put 7 on the line. And you have to make sure the digits on the entire line sum to a multiple of the length. So in this case, I need to make sure all of these together sum to a multiple of 7. Now, this gets a little bit dicier when you come down to something like this, where this is a length 4 line, so it cannot contain any divisors or multiples of 4. So it can't contain 2, can't contain 4, and can't contain 8, but nonetheless it has to sum to a multiple of 4. It emphasizes in the rules that you can repeat digits. Digits are fine. Or sorry, digits can be repeated freely as long as you want. And so, based on our previous experience, I think the place to start is with these length 3 anti-factor lines. So, how do length 3 anti-factor lines work? Well, I need to include no multiples of 3, so I cannot use 3, 6, or 9. However, I have to then actually use all 3 of the same equivalence class, mod 3. So I actually end up having to use either 1, 4, 7 or 2, 5, 8. And the reason why is if I try and mix, so say I try to put a 7 on here, but then I also put a 5. Well, then my sum already is a multiple of 5. Sorry, my sum already is a multiple of 3, and so in order to keep it a multiple of 3, the other digit I add has to be a multiple of 3, and I can't do that. So actually, this is one equivalence class, mod 3. So it is either 1, 4, 7, or it is 2, 5, 8. This is the other one, because I can't have the same 3 digits here. Now, this one also has to be blue. And in particular, within this column, I actually have to put down 3, 6, and 9 somewhere. So at least 2 of 3, 6, and 9 live on this length 4 line. I'm not sure that that's immediately helpful, but we'll try. Okay, this is also a length 3 line, so it is yellow. So now where is blue in this row? These are blue. So in this row, these are 3, 6, and 9. In this box, these are 3, 6, and 9. So I guess probably... Oh, I'm definitely supposed to color this, because now look at this. I had somehow missed this one. This is yellow. I should maybe come up with a color for digits that are 3, 6, or 9. Like I could make this purple. No, I've been asked not to use purple and blue together. Green? Does that work for people for coloring of digits that are thingy mod thingy? I'm not sure how much the coloring is going to continue, but we'll do that for now. I missed a line in box 2. Oh, hey, yes, I did miss a line in box 2. Thank you. These are blue. So these are green. So these are 3, 6, 9. Okay, so now this needs to sum to a multiple of 5. These already sum to 18, which is 3 more than a multiple of 5. So I need these in total to be 2 more than a multiple of 5. So this is 2 more than a multiple of 5? No, sorry, those two together are 2 more than a multiple of 5. Okay, I don't think I want to think about that yet. If I can avoid it. These have to be yellow, just to finish out the box. Let's see. I know these are all odd, for whatever that's worth. Is there anything of length 6? Actually, I'm not sure if length 6 is going to quite behave as nicely. Maybe? Okay. Well, whatever. This green digit in this box has to go there. So that's green. So it is 3, 6, or 9. Okay. There is a small chance that this was not at all the intended approach to this puzzle. I'm pretty sure it was. But you're welcome, Playmaker. It was a lot of fun. Okay, this is 5 long. So 5 in this column has to go in one of those places. I'm trying to find where is the place where I can actually nail down a digit. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this is 8 long. For the record, for those of you who have perhaps been counting it. So yeah, so this can't be a 2 or a 4 or an 8. It doesn't seem super helpful. At least not as of yet. These both have to be odd, is the shtick about these. Again, length 5. The length 5 is showing up a lot, which makes me think I'm supposed to be thinking about where 5s are, but I haven't quite figured out how to actually parse that question in a way that's useful yet. Well, why couldn't one of these be the 2, Alima? Five in row 7. Ah, these are all line. Okay, there's the confluence of length 5 lines I was looking for. So 5 is in one of these 2 cells. Okay, so that's helpful. Of course, if the 5 was here, we'd know it was yellow. So 5 in this column. 5 is either yellow or exactly here. So this is the only blue cell in this box that can be 5. Let's see. Oh yeah, so your point is it can't be 2 or 8, so it can only be 5. Yeah, that's if it's the 258 class because of this being a length 8 line. Yeah, Alima, I agree with that. But yeah, the stupid 5 is going to muck with our lives for at least a little bit. Okay, the 5 in this box is actually forced to be on this line. I'm going to record that just because I can. Because it can't be on any of these lines. So the 5 is over down on one of these. The 5 in this box is got to be in one of these places. That seems like an awful lot to record. Let's see. Is this perhaps less hopeless than I made it out to be? So this is 18 in total. So I need these two to total to 2 more than a multiple of 5. So if this is 3, then I need this to be 4. Yeah, this is too Casey. I don't think I can. I don't think I can, in good conscience, attempt to force this in this fashion. But it's so close. I just need to know like what this is or something, and then it will all. It's true. My stream is sort of somewhat famous for its hostility towards 5s. Okay, I'm gonna, for lack of better thing to do, I'm gonna mark that these cells are odd. Maybe I should start coloring evens and odds on a second layer. Interestingly, no, that's not interesting. Never mind. I was briefly afraid this was going to be a set thing where I was going to have to start counting things on the Fistamafel ring or whatever. But I don't think it is. But I'm very confused as to how to think about this. Like, I kind of want to get this shape going on around the corners with 5s, but I don't have that. Unfortunately. Let's see, SPQ says 4, 1, and 8 are the options for this cell. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one is 7 long. Again, just does not seem immediately useful. I was really happy when we started coloring mod 3 right away. The red lines are decorative. Reds are just the same as gray, but yes, gray lines and red lines are the same. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and pencil mark it in. A couple different people have said 1, 4, and 8 is what they got here, but it doesn't immediately unveil the secrets of the universe if you have this. So we could write out what the candidates are here, as Alima suggested earlier. So this could be a 1, can't be a 4, it could be a 7 from that class. And it can't be a 2 or an 8 from the other class. So this is always a 1, 5, or 7, if you like. from that, just from the point of view of the fact that this is an anti-factor line of length 8. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to be looking at this line? One, 4, 7. That's it. That's it. This is the one. Because 4, this is a length 4 line, so it can't have a 2 or an 8 on it. And since it can't have a 2 or an 8 on it, yellow can't be 2, 5, 8. So let's go back. Yellow is not 2, 5, 8. So yellow is 1, 4, 7 because of this length 4 line. There we go. Okay, I was pretty sure there had to be some nice way to do this. So these are 2, 5, 8. Okay. So now this is a length 5 line, so it cannot have a 5 on it. So this is a 2 or an 8. This is a length 8 line. So in fact, this is the 5. This is a 2 or 8. So there's a 5 one here, so that's not the 5. So that is the 5. It's blue. Got to keep up appearances. So now this line, I'm almost positive I can do something meaningful with. There can't be a 4 on this line, people are pointing out wisely. So these aren't 4. So that's 4. Excellent, excellent. These are 1, 4, 7 as well. I don't know why they didn't get decorated. These are also 1, 4, 7. Don't know why they didn't get decorated either. So now maybe this is now useful. Okay, so this is 18. If this is 18 plus 2, we just break immediately. So this has to be an 8. 18 plus 8 is 26. In order to get to a correct multiple from there, this needs to be a 9. So that's a 9, I believe. In order to make that work. So 8 plus 9 is 17, plus 18 is 30. That's a multiple of 5, like it's supposed to be. Let's see. All right, we've got a 5 here marked on this. Oh, yes, this is a 2. Thank you, SBQ. Let's see. So these two sum to 8. So these need to sum to a multiple of 4. And the only way that these are going to sum to a multiple of 4 is if I take one that's 3 mod 4 and one that's 1 mod 4, because I can't get 2 mod 4s. So this can't be 6. So this is a 3, 9. That's the 6. Just to make that work out. So there's my 3, 9 over there. Disclaimer, traces of 5s. That is a very excellent disclaimer that should be put on more puzzles. I enjoyed very much, by the way, just the other day, seeing the first of the 5-less puzzles appear on Cracking the Cryptic. I think a single puzzle with no 5s did not raise any shekels in Simon, but I'm very curious when a second puzzle with no 5s appears on the channel, if that is going to cause a wait, what reaction. We will see. Okay, I do know there's a 2 in here somewhere. So there's a 2 down here somewhere. I don't know that that's useful at this particular moment. I think there are plenty more that are definitely in the top 30 Sudoku puzzles of the month, or top 60, or however many you want to think that Cracking the Cryptic features in a typical month. So I think more should appear. That is my in my belief, but I'm also not in charge of cracking the cryptic as it would happen. Good point. Where does 4 go in column 2? Calzone asks. Well, it's already placed in both of these boxes, and it can't go in a length 4 anti-factor line, so it's there. So that is our yellow 4. And row 8 needs a 5. And we never successfully found a place to squeeze a 5 into row 8. No. 5, sorry, 5 can go here. Never mind. Carl almost had me there. Oh, yeah, column 2 has one more yellow in it. And it can't go up here. So, yeah, so this is the last yellow in column 2. Great catch, SPQ. Let's see. Can we get a hidden triple here? I can't use 2 or 8, but unfortunately I think 2 and 8 are the only... So both 2 and 8 in this column are sort of shoehorned down here. But neither 2 nor 8 are here. This is a 2-8 hidden pair in the column, because 2 and 8 can't appear on a length 4 line, and they can't appear on a length 8 line either. So this is a 2-8 hidden pair, which conveniently means they're blue. Love that. 4 now. Where is 4 going in this box? Well, it's not going on this line, so 4 is going in one of these 2 cells up here. So 4 is going in one of these 3 cells down here, which is not immediately the most beautiful thing, but you can do it. Let's see. Can do more math. Let's see. Okay, so these are all divisible by 5. So these are divisible by 5. There's a 4 amongst them, so then that'll get us to 4 mod 5. 45 is divisible by 5, so so the other 2 cells need to add up to something that's 1 mod 5. 2 things summing to a 1 mod 5 does not sound appealing as an equation to solve to me. Let's see. Okay, these are divisible by 4. Plus 4 is divisible by 4, plus 5 is 1 more than a multiple of 4, so these have to sum to something. Yeah, that also is not immediately... Oh, right. The other 1-7 is on here. That is the correct spot, Garion. Thank you. So I know there's a yellow 1-7 on this line, just because it needs to be one in the column. So those 2 add to 8. So the other 2 need to add to a multiple of 4. What else are they going to be? If I can't use 1-7 or 5, so let's see. Are there enough odds left? Could I use 9 and... Could I use 9 and 3? No, I can't use 9 and 3, so I have to use 2 evens. So I have to use... No, I can't use 2 or 6. I've confused myself. Okay, I should be able to do this, but I am unable to do this in my head. Okay, so yellow 1-7. Total a multiple of 4. So we need 2 more digits that sum to a multiple of 4. Those digits can't both be odd because we've already used 1-5-7. And if one of them is odd, they're both odd in order to make parity work. But then the other 2 would be... Oh no, 3 and 9 does work. 3 and 9 is 12, which is a multiple of 4. Correct. Okay. Which is good because I can't use 2 evens because there aren't 2 evens that work. because the two evens would need to be 2 and 6, because I can't use 4. Actually, I can't use 2 either. So there just aren't even two evens I could plausibly put on a length 4 line. So these are 3 and 9. So 1, 3, 7, 9 is the answer at the end of the day. I made that more complicated than it needed to be, we'll say. Okay, so the upshot is this is not 3 or 9, it is 6. So that's actually a very interesting point. I can never have an even number on a length 4 line at all. Because if I try and put a length 4 line that's contained in a box. Because if I try and put an even number on it, I need to put 2 even numbers on it, but there's only one even number that could possibly appear, which is 6. So in fact, all of these digits are automatically odd, and we could have seen that before we even started the puzzle if we would have thought about it. Let's fill in the rest of these digits. So we've got 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So these are 2, 6, 8 to finish this column. So let's go ahead and mark that. That means that that's a 3, that's a 9, that's a 6, like that. Okay. And now I should ask, where do the evens go in row 9? Because we just said you can't put any evens on this line. So these digits are even. They are the remaining evens. They're 2, 4, 6, 8. So that gives us our quad of evens just sitting there across the bottom of the row. So that's cool. I should write in what these digits are. 2, 3, 8. No, 2, 3, 9. Got it the second time around. Okay. Why is this not a 5, SPQ? Oh, I see. Because now I need a 5 in row 9, and the 5 in row 9 now has to go over here. So that's not a 5. And so now one of these two digits has to be a 5, because I need a 5 in row 8, and I don't have any other any available options other than those two. Got it. Took me a minute, but we got there. No, never mind. I was going to count evens in this row, but I could, in fact, put an even onto here. I was missing the 4 when I was going to count the evens in this row. So I was about to say something wrong. The box 2 greens, says Carl. I don't see it. Oh, there we go. I see it now. That 6 looks over there and says that's a 3 and that's a 6. Sorry, I was looking for something fancy, and it turned out to be something Sudoku-y. That's 6, rule 6 out of there. Excuse me. Okay, so I can maybe start... No, not quite. I can almost start to make sense of this line that needs to be divisible by 7, but I don't quite think I can yet. Uh, okay, so we've proven previously that this thing contains only odds. But let's see. Alima says it has to contain a 7. And that's because if you sum 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, then what you get is 25. And so if you subtract a 7 from 25, you would get 18, and that will not work. Sorry. Must contain a 7. Right, must contain a 7, because if you took away the 7, then you would get 18, which does not work, because 18 is not a multiple of 4. Okay, I said it right eventually. And 25 minus 3 also does not work, so it also contains a 3. So this contains a 3, 5, and 7, for what it's worth. So 3, 5, and 7 sum to 15. We have to take one of 1 and 9, but either will do. And so that is how that ends up working. Hey, Jessica, welcome. Getting used to seeing your new avatar. Let's see. 6 in this box is over here somewhere, but that doesn't seem very useful. Let's see. What are we now doing with our lives? Okay, Tom is threatening to make me do math on these cells. Let's see. So what are these cells? These cells can be... Oops, wrong mode. Be 1, can't be 2, can't be 3, could be 4, can't be 5, could be 6, can't be 7 or 8, and could be 9. And this one I know is not 4 at the very least. I don't think that's going to get us anywhere close to being able to math this out. Yeah, do we want more corner marks? Is that you can have more corner marks. I will not complain. I figured people probably did not want more pencil marks in here. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about with the 1, 4 and the 4, 6. With this line? Now, mod 5ing row 7 seems very sensible. We sort of tried this before. This is 0 mod 5. Okay. This is 0 mod 5. Okay, so now we at least can do this trick. Okay, so we tried this before. So the row sums to 45, so it sums to 0 mod 5. All of these are given to be 0 mod 5. One of the things in the row is a 4. So that means, what do I need to go with the 4? I need to go with the 4 two things that add to 1 mod 5. So it could be... well, the point is I can't use a 6 because I need to get to 1 mod 5, and so if I use a 4 and a 6, I'm already at 1 mod 5, and this would need to be 0 mod 5. So there can't be a 6 here, and for exactly the same reason there can't be a 1 here. So in fact, this is forced to be 4, 9. This is the 6. I believe is how that works out. Does that sound correct? So now we're at 3. Sorry, now we're at 4 mod 5. So we need something 1 mod 5 to finish the row. Sorry, no, we need something 2 mod 5 to finish the row. So the only 2 mod 5 thing left is 7. So that's a 7. So 1 and a 7 and a 1. These aren't 9 anymore. We're going to take away all of these horrible corner marks. These aren't 1 anymore. So that's a 1. Let's see. This is yellow, which is important. These are not 7 or 1. They are 3 and 9, so they are green. So this is not a 6 anymore. Oops, not a 6 anymore. So this is a 2, 8. So that makes a 2, 8 pair in the row. Oh, I can fill in colors too. That's yellow. That is green. Yeah, the 3, 5, 7 here, Calzone is pointing out, fixes that this is a 9 and that's a 3. We can write in what these digits are. They are a 5, a 7, and a 9. That one is not a 5. This one's not a 9. While we are at it. Oh, this is a length 7 line. Thank you, chat. I had completely forgotten about that. So because this is a length 7 line, it can't have a 7, so that's a 597 for free. So these aren't 7. That's not 7. To make that work, so this is not a 5. Let's see. Coloring, that is blue. That is green. That is yellow. So these digits are what? They are... oh, unfortunately, I don't know them exactly. I just know there's 1 even among them. How can I possibly not know what these digits are? Well, I guess I know what the digits left in the row are. Well, that's a little bit horrible. There's exactly one even on here. Yeah, Alima likes their corner marks, so we'll put the 1 and 3 here, because we know there's a 1 and a 3 and an even. And the even is 2, 6, or 8. Yeah, so that's going to just resolve itself, is the point. That one's not a 3. Yeah, I mean, that's just all that's left in the row. But I'm not sure that, like, pencil marking this with 5 digits is going to lead to an improvement in lexibility of the grid. But chat today is very into pencil marking, so I'm nothing if not a people pleaser. So if people want me to, I will happily pencil mark this. One of these is a 6. A 7 cell line is forced. Okay, so seems very difficult for that to be the case, but let's try. So these are 14, which is 0 mod 7, 9, which is 2 mod 7. So I need these 3 cells to add up to something that's 5 more than a multiple of 7. So in particular, well, here's one thing. These can never be 2, 3, because that would already add to 5 more than a multiple of 7. So there's definitely a 9 among them, so that's not a 9. So I need these cells to add up still to something that's 5 more than a multiple of 7. So let's see. Not quite sure I can see my way all the way to the rest of it. Yeah, we got the 9 from box 4. That was relatively low hanging fruit. That was a very good spot. Trying to see if there's any more 6s that I can place somehow. Let's see. People are saying, okay, so now let's do it with the 9. So we've got 0, 2, 9 is 2 more, so we're at 4 mod 7. We need to get to 3 mod 7. And so the question is, how do I get to 3 mod 7? With these 2 other digits. So the fact that I need to get to 3 mod 7 means I can't use a 3, is the point, I think. Because I need to get to 3 mod 7. So I can't start at 3 mod 7. So I think this is a 2, 9. By force, which makes this a 3. And now that this is a 2, 9, now we just do the math. Now this is 20. Now this is 20, and we need to get to a multiple of 7, so this is an 8. Okay, that's very clever. I am happy with that. Okay, so the 3 here is green. We don't know about the rest of it yet. Let's see. I'm going to give in to chat's desire to pencil mark this. 2, 3, not 4, not 5. Could be 6, not 7. Could be 8, not 9. Let's see. This is not a 3. It's not a 6. Hey, Kurabon, welcome. Ah, yes, and then I didn't actually finish up row 8, which will make this much cleaner. So that's a 2, that's an 8. These are not 8. So that is considerably better already. Let's see. Okay, so 4 and 9 are equivalent mod 5. That's the point. So I know what this cell is mod 5 regardless. So this is 9, 15, 4 mod 5. This digit's always 1 mod 5 to make it work. It's not 6, so this digit has to be a 1. Let me double check that works. So 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 6 is 11, plus 2 is 13, plus 7 is 20. Yep, so this cell has to be a 1, is the point. So that's a 1, that's a 7 and a 1. This is not a 1, that's not a 1. The 7, I can at least pull out that 7 pencil mark. Okay, so Jay is suggesting look at parity of the M. So these digits are all odd. So the sum of these is odd, odd, even. So I need the sum of these 3 cells to be even. Now, the sum of these 3 cells can never be even without one of them being even. So one of them is even, but 6 is the only even digit that's ever allowed on one of these lines. That's not allowed to be a 6 because there's a 6 in the column. So one of these 2 is a 6. That is a very nice spot. And one of those 2 being a 6 means that's not a 6, which means that is a 6. And it is green. Very slick. I'm really impressed with the setting in this puzzle. Everything is sort of set up so that you know exactly the right combination of things to be able to do this without ever having to force anything. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. And I very much appreciate that because I do not like forcing things. Yeah, if you didn't see, there was an ambiguity puzzle last stream, Wolfers, that used these lines, Renbon and Whispers, and it was really cool. So I went ahead and dug up a puzzle, I think at Starwarigami's suggestion, of one using this rule set, because I enjoyed the logic of it enough in the puzzle where it was sort of like a spice, that I figured it would be fun to do a whole puzzle like this. And so far, I have not regretted it. Let's see. What line needs two evens, Nicholas? Yeah, so these already sum to 0, mod 5, points out Kurobon. So I need these 3 cells to sum out to 0, mod 5. Oh, is that helpful in the box? Maybe not. Let's see, 3 cells summing to 0, mod 5 without using anything that is 1 mod 5 or 0 mod 5. This doesn't sound forcible. Okay, we've got 4 odds already in the box. So we only get 1 more odd. I'm trying to figure out how does it make something even? Just on the basis of if it's odd, then you would put only evens on here. Okay, got it. Because I could actually ask if I rule out the last odd, then this ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8, which is 20 plus something else, and that doesn't work. Okay. So this is odd. 3, 5, 9 are the possibilities. Wait, no, it should be even. Wait, yeah, that's right. Sorry. If I make this odd, then it makes all of these even. That's the thing I want to avoid. So this is 2, 4, or 8. There we go. Let's see. I am told there is a 3, 5, 9 triple in column 8. Except that's a 4, 9. Yeah, unfortunately, mod 5 is completely orthogonal to parity. Oh, it was when I filled in the wrong values. Well, we can go back and fill in the wrong values if it'll help us solve the puzzle. Let's see. let's see. Okay, so Kurban is looking at what can the total of this line be? So it's going to be, in terms of, if I look at these 4 cells, the total is going to be odd, right? So I'm going to put 2 more evens on this line and 1 odd. So we're trying to decide, Chinese remainder theorem style, what the total is. Can't be 2 8 on the line. Oh, okay, I like this. Okay, so if I try and put 2 8 on the line, what happens? Those two sum to 10 already. So yeah, we know the 5 and the 9 are over here, so that's worth more pencil marks. This is like the most pencil marks I've ever had in a puzzle. So this is not a 5. I'm just trying to mentally check what happens if I put 2 and 8 on this line. So if I put 2 and 8 on this line, then I need the other 2 things to sum to something 1 mod 4. That seems tricky. Well, of course I put one of the 2 8s there. Oh, right, okay. The point is these 2 already sum to something that's 0 mod 5. And so if I put 2 8 on, those will also be 0 mod 5, and then I can't put another thing on the line. Okay, I agree. So I can't put both 2 and 8 on this line, so that means this is never a 4. It is a 2 or an 8, which makes it blue. Hey, Alex! So there's definitely a 4 on this line. Let's see. Okay. I liked that. I liked that argument. Coloring mod 3. I've always tried to make coloring mod 3 puzzles. They've mostly not come out very well. There's one called Stingray that I like mostly. Okay, so claim from Kurban, if I make 2 4, that's also going to break. So 4 and 6 is 0 already. So between the 4 and the 6 and this cell, we're at 4 mod 5. If I throw in 2 and 4, then I end up at 0 mod 5. And then I still have one more to go, right? Let me just double check that that's right. So these 3 cells, where I'm just using this as a stand-in for the 4, they sum to 4 mod 5. And so if I now throw in the 2... No, sorry, I think the thing I said was nonsense. I'm mostly afraid, not just trying to avoid a proof by exhaustion, that this is correct. I believe you. I just want to not have to do that. Okay. Kurban says, no, I did do it. I did do it right. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, so for the next time. Okay, so the 4 and the 6 and the 4 or the 9, we're at 4 mod 5. So if I then throw in a 2, we'll be at 1 mod 5. But then I'll need something 4 mod 5, and the 4 and the 9 are gone. That's the point. Okay, so I can't use the 2. Because if I use the 2, I need another 4 or 9 in the box. And I only get 2 4s and 9s in the box. So this can't be a 2. It has to be an... Sorry, so I can't put the 2 on the line, so I have to put the 2 here. I think that's the correct way to parse that. Okay, so we've got the 2. So that's the 9. That's the 2. That's green. That is blue. The 9 looks over here, says that's not a 9. That's not a 9 either. 2 in box 5. 2 in box 5 is now placed. It has to go here. So that's not a 2, and that's not a 2. And that's not a 2 either. The 2 can't go on the length 8 line is the point. Let's see. Okay. All right, so now I have to do the mod 5 math on this that is going to just suck, but we'll do it. Okay, these sum to something that's 1 mod 5, 2 mod 5, 4 mod 5. So in total, this sums to 4 mod 5, so I need to make these sum to 1 mod 5. If I took all of 3, 5, 7, and 9, that would give me something that was... Sorry, I've now lost track. Okay, so this sums to 1 mod 5, 2 mod 5, 4 mod 5. So I need something that's 1 mod 5. And currently, if I took all of 3, 5, 7, and 9, I would get something that was 4 mod 5. So I need to take away something that's 3 mod 5. The only thing that's 3 mod 5 I can take away is 3. So this is a 5, 7, 9, which means that that's a 3, that's a 5, that's a 7. Let's see. These get colors. Green, blue, yellow. Good. Okay. So now let's write in the remaining cells on here. So they are 3, 4, we've got the 5, we've got the 6, we've got the 7, and we need an 8. Okay, 3, 4, and 8 are the remaining cells on here. So these are not 3. So this is the 3. It gets its grenady. Let's see. These are a 4, 8 pair, so they fix this 5 and 8. That 5 looks back over and says, that's not a 5. 5 looks up in column 8. Yep. It's an 8. Those aren't an 8. I do still need an 8 in this column, so it has to go here. This is a 4, so it's yellow. But I did want to acknowledge, Josh did make a good point, which was, hey, you could just have summed it because you at that point knew enough digits, and that would maybe have been preferable to the way that I actually did it. Okay, that all works out like that. Have a good night, Nicholas. Hope you sleep well. Okay, so we got lots of good stuff on there. Okay. Let's see. I just want to double check that I've used everything before I go and look at this 8 line, which seems to be the next the next appealing target, because I now know the sum of all of these mod 8. So... I'm still going to have to deal with two things. But let's see. 5, 7, 9 is 21. 27, 32. Okay, so these are divisible by 8. So I just need to make sure these are divisible by 8. Now, take away the 6. I need them to be 2 mod 8, with both of them being odd. So I'm not ever summing to 2. So I could be summing to 10 with 2 odds, or I could be summing to 18. No, I can't. So I need to be summing to 10 with 2 odd digits. So they're either 1, 9 or 3, 7, but they can't be 1, 9 because it would break this. So this is 6, 3, 7. That one's not the 6. Neither of these is the 3, actually. So that one's the 3. That's the 1. Let me know if you agree with my math that was 3, 6, 7. I'm pretty sure I did that right, but it would not completely shock me if I did that wrong. Let's see. We can double check it. So 21, 27, 30, 43... 48. Yep, okay. All good. So that 6, 7 pair does a lot of damage. So that's a 1. That's a 9. That is not a 9. That is not a 1. Somehow that did not fix this, apparently. Hey, Starwarigami! Welcome. I'm enjoying the setting on this puzzle a lot. I think this so easily could turn into a grindy nightmare of a puzzle, but really at no point has this puzzle turned into that. It's always been very carefully set up. So those 2, 6 pair make that a 3. So that is green. So that 7 looks up, sees that 6 and that 7. So that is green and yellow. So that is not a 7. So that is a 7. Let's see. Row 4, column 7. Did get the row 4, column 7. Oh, it's not colored. Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank you, thank you. That could have been a disaster. That was really cutting that one close. Let's see. We're not yet at a point where we just know where 5 is by Sudoku, unfortunately. I think there's 4, 5, and 8 left to go in this column. Oh, hidden 9 in row 6. Nice spot, Woofers. 9 can't go here, 9 can't go here, 9 can only go here within the row. So that is green. Is that the last 9? That might be the last 9. Yeah, that's the last 9. The 6 in box 5. Ah, the 6 looks down. Okay, so that's a 2. That's a 6. Let's give them their colors. So that's green. That's blue. All right, so that 2 looks up here and says that's not a 2. So that's a 5, 8 pair, which makes that a 2. Which looks down here and says that's not a 2. Let's see, I do need a 2 in this column. No, I have a 2. Oh, I even have a 2 in the box. At what point did I get that? Because that made that a 2. That may or may not have been a 2 for a long time. I do not know. Okay. So that does a lot of more damage. So we're now very close to having this whole thing all wrapped up. We're not quite there. The 6 in box 5 keeps looking down. Boy, it just won't stop. There we go. So that's a 6. Or sorry, that's not a 6. So that's a 4-8 pair. So that's a 6. It inherits a green hue for the world. Okay, so now whereas 8 in this column, 8 in this column can only go here. See, I used the coloring for something. So now this is the last yellow cell for the column. So it is a 1 or 4. Let's see. So, let's see. Probably the coloring is the easiest way to finish this, right? So, maybe? I'm having doubts. One of these two's a 4. One of those two's a 4. This digit is the same as that digit. Let's see. People are saying to finish row 1. What did I miss that let me finish row 1? Oh, like the fact that I put an 8 in it, for example, that would be something something good to fix. So that's a 5. That's a 2. That's a 5. I was looking for such complicated things to finish that because I kept reading in chat, finish row 1, and I kept being like, what mysterious fancy Sudoku technique are they using to find that is that those digits are known? But it turns out the fancy Sudoku technique was Sudoku. So this is a 5 and is blue. So that's yellow. This is yellow. So that is blue. So that's finishing our coloring. So that's a 5. That's a 1. That's a 4. That's a 7. That's a 5. That's a 4 and a 1. A 7 and a 4. And there we go. And then all at once, everything comes together. Beautiful puzzle. I really liked that one. There are a lot of just really neat moments of, like, you really get to use over and over again the fact that if n minus 1 digits sum to a multiple of n, sum to a multiple of n, yeah, that if n minus 1 digits sum to a multiple of n, things break. Which is very neat. And then I really like the discovery that as soon as you have a length 3 line, it's forced to be this mod 3 thing, and then the way that's sort of woven into this, very, very nice. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back with more puzzles. Welcome back, everyone. Good reminders in chat to please hit the like button if you have not. Please consider subscribing if you have not. And also a special thank you again to all of the patrons on Patreon who support us. It's very helpful for keeping the channel running, making sure we keep doing this. So thank you for that. Do enjoy. There is a Puzzle of the Week video coming very shortly. Do enjoy that when that comes out as well. All right, and if you want to become a patron, patreon.com/zetamath. All right, so next we have this Aqre Fillomino puzzle by Jesper. So this will be a fun adventure, I expect. So, oh, by the way, Sam asks, what is the puzzle of the week? So each week I'm going to choose my favorite puzzle/solve of the week and clip that and put that up so that if you missed it, it's one short opportunity to go back and watch something that you might otherwise have missed. Because I suspect most people don't want to go back and comb through the VODs. I know some people do, because and admittedly, as a stream viewer, most of my viewing is of VODs, but I know most people don't really like going to VODs, so I figured a short, concise video that said, hey, this was my favorite puzzle this week, would be popular. I'm glad, Sam. I'm glad. So you can watch every VOD 10 times and watch the puzzle of the week as well. And then it will all work out. Is there actually enough time in a week to watch every VOD 10 times? I'm not sure. Thank you, Ambrose. I'm glad you think it's a good idea. It's like, people will either like it or they'll hate it, and if no one likes it, then whatever, we won't do it. But I figured in the reality where not everyone watches every second of my videos, it was probably a kind thing to do, and I figured it's a nice way to honor the creators whose puzzles I get to do and all of that kind of thing. So I figured all in all, it was not a huge amount of effort, but had a lot of potential upside for a lot of different people, so I was hoping for that. Okay, so this is a Fillomino with extra rules. So if you've never done one of these before, let me explain the Fillomino part first. And there's an example here for us to go by. So each of the pieces of the puzzle, every cell, has to be part of a shape. And the shape automatically inherits the number, which is the number of cells. So you'll see, for example, this 6, it becomes part of a hexamino over here. This 4, it becomes part of a tetramino, just meaning there's 4 pieces total. The 1 becomes part of a monomino. Monomino. Da, 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 da. And anyway, we won't go too far into that. Now, the rule is you're not allowed to have shapes of the same size touch. So if I put a hexamino here, I'm not allowed to have it touch another hexamino. I'm not allowed to have 2 pentaminos touching and that sort of thing. Note, there's no prohibition against merging 2 clues of the same size. I don't think there's an example of that here. But if there are 2 6s, the 2 6s could end up in the same hexamino or different hexaminos. You just don't know. But additionally, there is also an Aqre rule in this puzzle. So those are the rules for normal Fillomino. But here we also have an Aqre rule, which is that we're going to shade everything by whether it's odd or even. And then we're going to have to make sure that there's never more than 3 odds in a row or more than 3 evens in a row. Okay. Now, just to be very clear looking at this example, there is nothing Sudoku-y about these rules. I don't have to like put every digit in every anything. None of that. It's very possible that there'll be like a 17 omino as part of the solution. I mean, maybe not with this rule, but in normal Fillomino, that often happens. I should also explicitly say that not all cells are necessarily clued. In fact, usually they're not. So like this tetramino here does not have any clues that are attached to it. Okay. So 3 is the most of a particular parity that we will we'll need. So we will go ahead and zoom out enough that we can hopefully see this whole thing. That didn't do a good job. Okay, we'll zoom out some more. Okay, fortunately, this should hopefully show up reasonably well. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. So I should probably go color all the evens and odds. So let's see. Even, even, even. Let's see if I can find the evens. Even, even. Okay, and I do have to draw in the edges, so I'm going to try and set this up so I don't have to scroll, but that you can still see the whole thing. Okay, I think you can see the whole thing. Uh-oh, I already evened an uneven number. Good start, good start. Okay, so we'll orange the odds as per usual. So these will be orange, 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 orange. Okay, and then we will immediately go in and say that we know the ones are done. So we have done our due diligence on the ones. They are complete. There's another one. There's a one over here. Okay. So, wow, Garion with a slick spot right off the bat, which is that this cell up here is always orange. And the reason for that is because it's either part of the 3, part of the 7, or it's a 1. So this is always orange. The top left could be a 1, right? I don't see a reason why this can't be a 1. I don't think it works for that one. Okay, I do need a blue in here. Odds connect. Wait, did I not read the rules to this? Sorry, I may have missed. So all of the odds are connected? Sorry, I can't easily pull up my own link. Let's see. Yes, all cells containing odd numbers are orthogonally connected. Who knew? So yes, so I agree. This is always blue, and it probably is good to know that rule. Oh, there is a show rules button here. Ah, yes. Okay, yes. All odds are orthogonally connected. Okay. I can put a few more edges down while I am doing such things. Maybe literally only one. It probably helps. I have a high expectation that it is going to be helpful. This 4 can't get out down here alone. So the 4, I think, always has to take this cell. Because the 4 could take this cell, and it could take this cell, but it can't take anything below that. So this cell is always a 4. I don't know if there's a dragging feature for these things or not. Let's see. This is a 4 or an 8 for whatever it's worth. I probably don't want to mark that. Okay, so now what's going to happen with the 8? Well, the 8 definitely has to get out. So this has to be an 8. However, now that this is an 8, now we can't have the 8 come out anymore because then it would be more than 3 in a row. And so the 8 now has to go down. Hey, Chip, welcome. So that's an 8. And now because of that, now the 4 has to go down over here. But the 4 can't go any further down than that. So that's a 4. And we've now done the 4 to get started. This cell's now orange. I don't know what it is. Why can't the 4 go further down? Because that would be more than 3 blues in a row. So I think you missed a rule and I missed a rule. Uh, okay, so this... Oops. No, 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 no. Okay. So this also still can't keep going, right? So these are orange. The 8 has to continue, so that'll be an 8. Down here, this orange has to get out. Well, sorry, it doesn't have to be this shape itself, but the orange does have to get out because of connectedness of orange, which secretly, if you read the rules enough times, appears in the rules, apparently. Now the 8 can't continue down. Math Pesto sees. So the 8 continues right. So that's an 8. Number 8. The orange now has to get out here. So there's an orange incident. So now the 4 has to get out, and it has to go at least that far. Oh, sorry, I don't know about that edge. This orange, though, does have to get out. So that orange goes there, which now means the 8 has to keep going down here. And the 8's still not done. By the way, I did know this was orange. I just did not orange it. Because it has 3 blues in a row, so the orange has to end. So the blue has to end. So that is 5, 6. So 8 has to continue out at least this far. And so now we're going to get some edges in there, and there, and there, and there, and there. Now this 3 has to stop, because now it's oranged too far down. Or it's on the verge of oranging too far down, so that's going to be blue. I don't know if it's an 8 or not. I do know that these are 8s. That part I know. This 3 is very interesting, because the 3 can't actually go up. Because if the 3 goes up 1 cell, now I've isolated 3 cells up here, and there's nothing I can do with them. So the 3 actually has to continue to the right in order to make that work. And the reason for that is because if the 3 goes up, it could go up 1 more, but now this is going to be even no matter what, and it's supposed to be orange. And so this 3 has to go over here, is the point of all of that. And so now what is going on up here? This can't be a 3. I guess this could be a 1 with that being a 3. So I don't know exactly what's happening over there yet. Okay, so now what's going on? Yeah, this orange definitely has to get out somehow. Yes, there's an orange between the 6 and the 8. That is an excellent way to put it. I was looking for language. Yeah, there's an orange in one of these 2 cells. So the 6 can't possibly get out this way, and it can't possibly finish. So the 6 has to go down at least 1 cell. In fact, at least 2 cells, because the 6 goes at most 1 right here. The 6 can't go 2 right, so at most 1. So the 6 has to go down. Now the 6 has gone down the maximum amount, so the 6 has to turn there. So we get that at least, with that being an edge and this being orange. Let's see. Cell to the right of the 11, right. If this cell was not orange, we would have isolated the orange. So this cell is orange. We can fill in an edge there and put edges there. Let's see. this cell is orange because there were 3 blues in a row. But now there's 3 oranges in a row. So this cell has to be blue. So that will get us a couple more edges. Row 2. Ah, right. Sorry, I've been looking at people talking about row 5, column 2, and just completely missing the point. If row 5, column 2 is orange, it puts 4 oranges in a row. So this is blue, and therefore this is orange. And now we can do all of that. Now this has to be part of the 6, because it's part of an even size thing. The 6 has to get out, so the 6 has to go at least to there in terms of my my land area. Okay, now in the column, I need to avoid having more than 3 oranges in a row. But now orange has to get out because I've created a peninsula. The 6 is now done. And I don't actually know the evens are connected, so I don't actually know that this has to get out. But I can go ahead and fill in some edges. Yeah, this is a very cool puzzle. Yeah, I asked Jesper on LMD if I could stream his puzzles, because he has a bunch of sweet-looking puzzles. And funnily enough, I asked him twice, because the first time I asked and he replied and said yes, but I did not actually notice that he replied and said yes. So then I asked again, and he was like, yes, but didn't you already ask this? So sorry about that. I can finish the 8, I am being told. Ah, yes, I can finish the 8. Right. That is the end of the 8. Because now, good catch. Okay. So now, this thing, whatever it is, it needs to get out. Because this is an even size thing, and an even size thing can't be 1 in size. 1 is not even. That is the fancy fact of the day. So, let's see. All right, should I think more about what numbers are actually going in these places? Oh, that's right. Now orange has to get out. Okay, great. I don't have to think about numbers. Sam has a point. Orange has to get out. Now that would put 3 oranges or more than 3 oranges in a row if these 2 weren't blue. So these are both blue. That blue is not a 1, so it has to get out. This orange is orange, so it has to get out. That's 3 oranges in a row, so that's blue. Now orange has to get out, so this is orange. And so we get to do some more careful gardening of what's going on here. The 6 is done. Yeah, that's right. I used the fact that the 6 was done in the process of coloring, but then I didn't actually put the edge in, so thank you, because I was going to completely forget, I promise. Column 5 has 3 blues in a row. Ah, yes, column 5. Good spot, Sam. So this is an orange. And so now that puts 3 oranges in a row, so that's a blue. So we can go ahead and fill that in like that. Let's see. The 11 is done. I don't think we know that this stuff up here... Like, this could be a 3 and a 1 up here. So I don't think we know anything about the 11 as things currently stand. Now, I'm almost positive it's going to turn out that these are all part of the 11, but unfortunately we don't know. Okay. Where else are things good? Let's see. Sam asks what happens if this cell is blue. Forces orange up over here and probably breaks orange. There's probably a nice way to see this up here, right? That orange sort of has to get out down here. I don't quite see it yet, though. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I do think it is a valid argument that this 11 at most can take 10 cells, so it has to get out. It can't get out through the 5, so this cell automatically becomes orange by virtue of the 11 out business. And in fact, I know that all of these cells have to be 11, although it's not going to let me enter the number 11, apparently. Oh, sorry, no, I'm not in normal. I need to be in normal. I don't know about the stuff up here, but I know these things have to be 11s. Just because the 11 needs to be able to get to 11 cells. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we can put in some edges there. So now the 5 also has to get out. The blue has to get out because it has to be even. The 5 has to get out again. So we can fill in some things. In fact, these are size 2. Can fill in those borders. Let's see. So I do know this 5 is going to have to go at least that far. I don't think I quite know what has to happen over here yet. But that is 3 odds in a row. So that's blue. So now, oh no, the orange doesn't have to get out. The orange has already gotten out. Let's see. Yeah, one of these two at least is blue. The 5 turns, I agree. So that's a 5. And now the 5 can't go here. Because if the 5 went here, I'd be making 2. So the 5 has to go here and finish. So that happens. And now this can only be a 3 over here. Now this can only be a 6 over here. Okay. Row 5, column 6. If this is blue, this can't also be blue. I can't quite make sense of this. Let's see. So let's look at the 3. The 3 has to come out. The 3 can't go up, because if the 3 goes up, it strands these. So the 3 has to go down. So that is a completed shape. That may or may not have been what Sam was trying to get me to do. But that's 3 oranges in a row. So those are all blue. Wait, now I've broken the puzzle. One moment. Please hold. Oh no, the 3 can go up if I put a 1 there and a 3 there. Sorry, I was wrong. I can isolate 4 cells in orange. And that's good because we broke the puzzle when we did it that way. But yeah, that is an easy thing to miss. So I think this 7 has to come out 1. Because I think if the 7 tries to take cells over here... Oh, maybe, no, maybe the 7 can enrapture the 2 and get to 7 without it. Oh, okay. I now see it. Okay, so I now see Sam's point, which is much simpler than I thought it was. If this is a blue, that makes 3 blues, which makes this orange. But now the blue is of size 1, so this can't be blue. Okay. Thank you for your patience there. We now have an orange, which is going to get us 2 blues. I mean, it wasn't a complaint that it was simple. I was looking for something complicated because my brain was not clicking with the, oh, that would put this many oranges in a row type logic for whatever reason. So the 4 is coming out. I decided... No, I did not. This edge is real, right? This edge is correct. So this 3 finishes like this. I think that edge was correctly argued, even though this wasn't. So this now has to be 1, 3, 3, 3. Like that. So the 11 probably should go somewhere, because I don't think it's done yet. So this orange goes over. That's an 11. Let's see. Right. Okay, so I was arguing this backwards. The 7 can't get very far down. In fact, it can only get 1 down. So the 7 has to go left. Sam has this correct. I was trying to sort of formulate the way to phrase this, and I was looking at it wrong, because I was thinking the 7 had to go down here. But of course the 7 can't get anywhere going down there. So the 7's going to have to come out. And so the 7's even going to have to come out again, because it can't finish without going further. And so that's going to have to be blue. Now, there is going to have to be a blue up here somewhere. To make that whole thing work. But this is admittedly confusing. Okay, so this 3 is going to have to go down, because the 3 can't go right to finish only. So that 3 is going to come down. And so this is going to be a 3. Now... this 3 can't take this cell. If this 3 takes this cell, the 7 is screwed. So this 3 takes that cell. This cell is poison, so it needs to take that cell. And so this 3 finishes like that, which lets us get that this is orange and this is blue. And now these are 7s. And so that 7 has to get out. And now that 7 can't continue past there for reasons of color. So the 7 has to continue this way. This 3 has to finish, actually. So we'll let the 3 finish. So the 3 will go there. The 7s will go there. Even in the best case where the 7 also takes this cell, the 7 still needs another cell, so the 7 is going to continue down at least 1 down here, which is now going to force the blue to go down and finish. So this 2 is now done. These are both 2s I can fill in. Only in hopes that maybe the answer check will applaud my efforts at the end of this. This is a 7. Right. And so Sam puts it beautifully. I don't know if the 7 goes out, but the orange has to go out, because the orange can't get out this way. So this has to be orange. That is the perfect way to explain that. So this is orange. And now that's 3 oranges in a row. So this is blue. So now this orange has to get out. This orange still has to get out, so that becomes orange. Over to here. Let's see. So I can fill in a couple edges like that one and that one. This blue is of even size, so it has to get out. So it forms a blue over here. I could probably do some sort of counting argument over here, but I am hoping not to, but we'll see. Let's see, I can fill in an edge there. Fill in an edge here. Let's see. Yeah, the blue 2 can't possibly go down, so the blue 2 has to go right. Okay, good. I avoided the counting problem. So that's a 2. Good spot. Yeah, I only had to count to 2, which I'm capable of doing. So now this cell's isolated, so it's got to be blue. Now that's 3 blues in a row, so this has to be orange. Now if I make this cell blue, I break the 4 region, so that is orange. So that's all done. Can go ahead and fill in some 4s. We can fill in a 7 there. That's not a 7. Let's try again. We can fill in a 7 here. That region's done. This region is of size currently of size 2, which is not appropriate, so it has to orange its way out. Like that, whatever this thing is, it has to orange out. So that is going to make that go. Now this is an isolated blue, and blues have to be at least 2 in size, so that blue gets out. That lets us continue this edge down here. Orange has to get out. Now, as soon as orange gets out there, it puts a blue here. So now I have to be careful. I don't know. Oh, I do know this orange has to get out because it's an 11. It doesn't have to get out because it's orange, but it has to get out because it's an 11, and 11 is not finished yet. So we can do whoops, doop, 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 like that. Let's see. I can fill in those edges as well. Let's see. Okay, so let's fill in some numbers. So that's an 11, that's an 11, that's an 11, that's an 11. Whatever this is, it has to get out because it can't be a 1. So by Fillomino rules, this orange has to get out because it's touching a 1. Oh, actually, this corner is isolated currently. This corner does need to get out. I had not appreciated yet that we had actually isolated this chunk over here. This chunk needs to get out because it's not connected to any of this stuff. This 11... Oh, no, this 11 could finish, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, this 11 could finish, so I don't know that the 11 has to take either of these. What I do know is this cell has to be blue. No, I don't know that, because this cell could be an 11. Never mind. I don't think I know anything. I know one of these 2 cells has to be orange. Oh, actually, it can't be this. Oh, no, maybe. Could it be that one if it did that and then if orange wrapped around like this? Maybe, possibly. Let's see. Now I'm going to count to row 6, column 11 and find out I've already done it. But Chip says, or sorry, SBQ says row 6, column 11 has to come out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, sorry, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, this is This is the one. Okay. If this is not orange, there will be 5 oranges in column 10. Right. If this is blue, now orange is getting out through here, which is a disaster because it puts a giant pile of ones. Good way to put that, to Jay. That is excellent. So this is not blue. It is orange, which means that this is blue. Which means that now this is orange because orange still has to get out. Orange still has to get out. Retroactively makes that blue. Blue is now... Wait, did I break it? No, I did not. There can be a 2 up here. But the point is this blue needs to get out. 1 more. And then the blue is done. Oops. And then the blue is done. And so now I can fill in my edging and numbers. Oops. Like that. Okay, numbers. So this has become a 3. This 4 has to take those cells, so it has to take that. These are 2s. So that becomes, that becomes like that. This blue over down here can't be isolated, so it has to take at least 1 more cell. This orange still hasn't connected to its friends, although I think it's close, so that's got to be orange. But then that has to be blue in order to facilitate said interactions. Let's see. This orange also is now coming to a point. If this orange stops here, well, then it's not going to finish. So I guess you could think about it either in terms of the orange or in terms of the 11. So this is an 11. That's 3 oranges in a row. So that's blue. Let's try again. So that's blue. Let's see. This has to be blue because I have 3 oranges in a row this direction. Now I would isolate the world if I made this blue. So I have to orange that. Suddenly I'm not clicking the colors correctly. Still has to keep getting out, so that's orange. Then this becomes blue because of 3 oranges in a row. We do some amount of careful drawing in of borders to make everything golden. Let's see. Slowly creeping ever towards these things. Okay. Are there more numbers I can fill in? Oh yeah, I can keep filling in the 11. So this 11's only had 1 path up until now, so that's got to be an 11. It's got 3 more cells to go. So it could go up here. That would be fine. I do have to be careful not to let this 11 touch that 11. But I don't think there's any reason this 11 can't bend down like that I see. Yeah, the 11s are different 11s. And this 11 is also a different 11. I don't know about this 11. This 11 might be that 11. Why does there have to be 1 more 11 going right? Why can't it go 1, 2, 3? What does that break? Okay, everyone sees that the 11 has to go right one more. Oh, it's because otherwise, what am I doing with this? I see. The question isn't about the 11s at all. The question is about this region that's isolated. I would need to somehow make this a sum of odd numbers because there are 6 cells here. And so I can't make 6 cells in 2 odd regions. Uh, oh, it could be 1 and 5. No, I could. Okay, no, never mind. So yeah, I could have 1 and 5. Okay. And 1s can touch 11s, even though 11s have 1s in them. So I'm not sure that that's true. I think the 11 might be able to just go down. But equally well, the 11 could wrap up and finish and just leave 3 3s here. So I don't know that we can actually say anything about that yet. Numbers can touch diagonally. Diagonal touchage is okay. Okay, so right. This 11, if I try and think about what's going to happen to this 11, it could take these. Oops, sorry, I was not trying to collect cells. This 11 could take these 2 cells, but it can't take more because if it tries to take more, then it's going to be too many in a row. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe, if I counted that right. 3, 6, 9. So the 11 actually does have to take 2 numbers up. And now, once the 11 has had to take 2 numbers up, it has to actually claim both of these because now there's only 2 cells here and I can't do anything with it. And now the 11's done, I think, for 8. Yes, now the 11's done. Okay, so we have now matriculated the 11 fully. Oh, there could be a single 1. Sorry, you're right. There could be a single 1. I don't know if there's a 1 or not. Thank you, chat. Oh, good point. Josh, this is a 4. Could you count the remaining white cells? I very much do not want to count the remaining white cells. That sounds painful. Let's see. I mean, there's almost certainly more regions. There's lots of white cells left, and there's only a few not white cells. Or there's like 111, another 11. Yeah, it doesn't seem especially constrained. Okay. If this cell was orange, it would be an 11. But that's okay because I could hide a 1 back here. The orange poking down can't connect above the 8s. It has to connect through the 1. Let's see. Are there not enough cells here if this went to 3 and then up? I think there's just enough space for that to happen. Let's see. Is there anything touching a size that that would be relevant? So I know these three are all part of the same region. But that's not super helpful. Oh, Garion is right. That would isolate a blue by itself. If orange tries to do the thing I just said. So this orange has to connect to its friends. And so Jay pointed out it's going to be very hard for it to do that above the 8s. And then we had this runaround about what if it did that and then went up? But that's not actually possible, because if it does this and then goes up, it now has isolated this blue, and it has no other options, because the only way to connect through here is, well, to connect through here, which would require these 2 cells. So that means that orange actually has to connect not through there, but over down here, which means that there is at least an orange, orange, orange down there in order to facilitate that connection. So those oranges force blues on either side. That's very cool. Very good spot. Combo J40 and Garion. So now this orange has to get out. So it'll go up. Go ahead and mark that. Like that. There's no... Oh, maybe there's a 1 here, and this 11 wraps up, and that's a 3. These 11s are going to be tricksy to get to play together. One of these 2 at least is orange. Oh, right. The whole reason we did this was for that 1 to be the bridge, which means that has to continue, because otherwise it's not going to actually do the thing we literally put it there to do. Okay. So that means this is an 11, because it only borders a 1 and an 11. Okay, so this gets that sealed in. This becomes a blue cell. Let's see. Okay, so this 8, is it going to get enough cells? I guess it could meander up here or over here, maybe, possibly. Actually, no. The 8 can't connect here. This cell can't be C, right? Because if this cell is C, haven't I just forced the connection to be the place that I said the connection can't be? Yeah, I can't make this cell blue. So I make this cell blue. Oh, maybe that's not true. Maybe if I make that cell blue, it could meander around. Never mind. Never mind. I see multiple people saying that this orange has to connect to the 11, which I don't see yet. Oh, is it the case that this can get a maximum of 11 cells? That sounds like a lot of counting. Let's see. This could get 6 here. I guess that's not so difficult to count. Actually, maybe it could get that. Could it take that? Okay. Well, this 11 is not getting enough cells without connecting either here or here. And if it connects here, it dies. So even if it does connect through here, it still has to connect through here, I think is the point. Because the 11 is currently sitting in a sea of 9 cells, but remember, it can't take all 4 in either column, because that would put 3 lands in a row. So it's actually got a deficit that is more on the order of 8. And so it needs to take this cell, I believe, is the point. That this 11 can't possibly finish just by taking this cell and cells in here. Actually, that's even if you imagine that, that's still only 10 cells, even though that is very impossible. So this orange has to connect over here, which means that has to blue itself. That has to blue itself, so that has to blue itself. So that becomes orange. This has to be orange, because if it were blue, I would strand 5 cells in blue, which I cannot do. This has to be orange, because if it's not, I would strand... Oh, maybe not. If this is orange instead, maybe that's okay. Well, whatever. That gets us a bunch of stuff. This blue has to get out. So we can follow that blue out. Uh-oh, it's hailing? Stay safe. So let's see. So now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can claim one of these two and that one. And we have to claim one of these two and this one. That's the only way we get to 11. Okay. Okay. Is there a rule about which of these two we have to take? Yes. If we take that one, we haven't actually connected things. So we have to take this one. Otherwise, we haven't actually done the connection that we were trying to connect. And probably important if you spend all of this time trying to make your thing work out to be connected, that it actually ends up being connected. So 11, 11, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, which means that has to be a 1. We can draw the edge between those. Now lots of things happen. So that has to be blue. It's one thing that happens. Another thing that happens is now this 11 has to wrap up for 8, 9, 10, 11. This now has no choice but to be 3s. 3, 3, 3. This is a very cool puzzle. I've never done anything remotely like this before, but this is very cool. Okay, so... 4... Let's see, if this is orange... Yeah, right. If this cell is orange, the cell above it also has to be orange for connectivity reasons. But then those two cells being orange leaves the 8s with not enough. So, in fact, this cell can't be orange, so it's blue. Which makes this cell orange. Now, this is a 3 that has to get out, which makes this cell orange, which makes that cell blue, so that we don't get 3 in a row. This is a completed 3 as of now. Okay. The 8 is currently 8 in size, which is good because I now have 8 waters in a row. Sorry, I have 3 waters in a row there. So we can do that. Uh-oh, wait. Did I break something? It could be a 1 next to the 3. Oh, it only... Okay, so the border... So it's not that it has to get out that was wrong. It's just the border that was wrong. Right. There could be a 1 here, is the thing I keep missing. Okay. But that has to be land. And this does have to be a 3. I just don't know that this is a 3. This is a 1 or a 3 as things currently stand. These are all 8s. Right. This has to be orange. If it's not orange, then I've now created a puddle with 7 cells in it, which is not an even number. I am relieved to tell you. Okay, so this now has to be part of the 11, because it doesn't have any other optionality. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that actually means that this was a 1 over here. So your diligence in keeping me honest about not forgetting about 1s has been very well spent, because I now know, because that did end up being a 1. This is now done. This certainly has to be blue, because otherwise we create a string of 6 oranges in a row, which is more than 3, which is the maximum that we are allowed. So there is an edge there. This blue has to get out, because currently there's 3 blues, and 3 is not an even number. That's 3 blues in a row, so that becomes orange. These blues currently have 5 blues in total, so they have to get out, because 5 is odd. So we can go ahead and do like that. So that is lots of good stuff. Alrighty. So that was all good. We can fill in, these are 4s. Oops, not that one. These are 4s. These are 4s. These are 4s. Oops, not 44, just 4. All right. This thing has to get out, and it only actually, although it doesn't look like it, it only has one option to get out, which is this cell. And now it can't continue right, so it has to continue down. So that's blue. And so now this 11, I don't know how many of these cells it takes, but the 11 always has to take this cell no matter what, which means the 11 always has to take that cell no matter what. The 11 always has to take that cell no matter what, just to continue 11ing. So we'll put that there. Now the 4 has to get out. Good catch, Kurban. So now this has to go at least this far, which now means the orange has to go out at least that far, which means that this is blue now. This is now orange because we've made the requisite number of blues in a row. So we can fill in this edge. Let's see. I marked 1 too many 11s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I don't know that this is an 11, right? Is that the thing? I don't actually know that this is an 11, because it could be 3s here with the 1s on either side, is the point. Okay. This, though, does have to be an 11. This has to be an 11, because my 11 has to get out. I still need 5 more cells for my 11. Worth noting. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting. Oops, I did not mean to make that a 4. I meant to make those 4s though. Oh, this can take at most 1 more cell up. And at most 1 more cell to the right. So this actually gets at most 2 more cells. And it needs 2 more cells to even dream of finishing. So these 2 cells are the last 2 land cells. these are... Oh, wait, no, sorry. This could take there. Sorry, I think I was wrong. Because this can't go further up, but it could go over right. But I do need at least 5 more oranges. There's 2 that I could take, so I need at least 3 more oranges. So I could take 2 up here and 1 down here. Sorry, so 5, so I need 3 more. So I can't get away without taking this one. Now, this blue has to get out. That was the thing I was missing in my count. This blue has to get out. And so now I still need to get 1 more orange at least. But this can't be orange. What did I do? I made 4 blues in a row. Uh-oh. Something is wrong. Okay, let's try that again. So this has to be orange. So this has to be orange. So this has to be blue. I just can't count, apparently, is the problem. This has to be blue. Yeah, I don't know how I screwed that up, but whatever. We've got our... Oops. We've got our oranges now. Okay, so now these are 2s. These are 6s. It's got to be a 6. And that has to be a 6. And now these have to be 4s. Okay, now let's count the 11 again. 6. We only have 5. Okay. And now we can go back and we can do this 3. We can go ahead and edge in the 3 like that. And I think that is the solution to the puzzle. Oh, no, I have not put in the 2s. I'm missing some 2s. Oh, wow, and it even tells us that we were right. Woo! Most of the things on Penpa, I find if I use the thick black lines, which of course make streaming much better, don't then pop. But this one did, so great. That was a really fun puzzle. There's a whole bunch of Jesper puzzles in this sort of genre that I'm looking forward to. I've also seen a number of like Thermo, Renbon, Whisper style Fillominos, which I'm sort of interested in exploring over time. But yeah, I think this has some legs to potentially be there. The constant like, oh well, that's blue, so it has to grow, but now there's 3 in a row, so it has to end. And that the fact that everything had to bend so much made this was like the perfect combo of a bunch of rules. Alrighty. I'm going to take a real quick break. We'll be back with another puzzle, so don't go anywhere. Again, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel or liked the video today, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you again to all of our patrons. I'll be right back. Oops, wrong mode. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have what, despite appearances, is a region sumlines puzzle by one Abed Hawila and Mr. Menace combo. So I really have been enjoying region sumlines, and so I just want to remind you how region sumlines work. So region sumlines, by the way, are usually a baby blue color. These are green. I'm not getting into why they are green, but what they mean is that every time this line passes through a region, that collection of digits has the same sum. So the yellow digits have the same sum as the green digits, have the same sum as the purple digits for this line. And every line is different. So one consequence of this right away is that these two cells are the same digit. Like they're identical digits because of the way that things work. Yes, that. Okay. So let's get started. There's all kinds of stuff going on in this puzzle. So there's lots of sets of 5 digits, and so the minimum 5 digits can sum to is 15. So I need to make sure these two cells sum to at least 15, which immediately tells me that they are 6, 7, 8, 9. And so these are also 6, 7, 8, 9. These cells also are 6, 7, 8, 9 because they're a sum of at least 3 digits. Let's see. Is this 1 going to be useful at all? Let's see. This is at least... Okay, so this is summing how many digits? That is 7 digits. The minimum 7 digits can be as 28. So that means the sum for this line is at least 14. So these need to be at least summed to at least 14. So I think that means these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 5. I also know that the sum of all of these cells is even because it's the same total twice. So these sum to an odd total for whatever that's worth. So the total is 15 or 17. Bet cell. We haven't done a bet cell in a while. Let's put the bet cell there. So the total for this line is 15 or 17 because of parity. And I don't think there's any way for me to record that, but I'm going to try to guess. Alrighty. You can bet 4 eleventicals. No one here will judge you. So what on earth am I going to do here? Okay. Same thing happened over here, by the way. These are also summing to at least 28. And so this needs to sum to at least 14. So I can take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as the minimum for these. And again, the total here is odd, so it is either 15 or 17. Let's see. Is there something that immediately breaks if I make this 17? Because if I make this 17, there's only one way to do it, which would make both of these 8, 9. Is there a reason these can't both be 8, 9? I don't see one. I am sad to report. Let's see. Oh, Jay has a point. Row 1. 6, 7, 8, 9 pair in box 3. Go in box 3 and 7. I don't know the sum is 15. I want to prove the sum is 15, but I definitely don't know the sum is 15. I'm pretty sure the sum is 15, because if it's not 15, its only option is that it's 17. Yeah, I suspect, as Sam says, that we're going to end up coloring somewhat. Oh, okay. Okay, so sorry. Let's do it this way. Where do these two digits... Okay, I'm going to uncolor these because I don't think this is going to be helpful. Where do these two digits go? No, I could even put one of them on here, can't I? No, I can't. Okay, that's gorgeous. Okay. So these two purple digits, I contend, have to go here exactly in this box. Here's why. If I put one of them on this line, what I'm claiming is that the other 4 digits on this line sum to the other digit, and 4 digits always sum to at least 10. So in fact, actually, these are purple. The purples have to go exactly there. So that's awesome. So there are 2 purple digits over here for whatever that's worth. And exactly the same thing works here. If I make these... Okay, so let's first of all convince ourselves that these can't actually be purple. Because if these were purple, I would ask the question, where does purple go in box 1? And the answer would be both purple digits go here. And so they're not purple. They are yellow. And so as foretold by my guess that they would be different... they are different. And because they are different, the sum is 15. Because there's only one way to make 17. And so that means that these digits are exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which now means that these 2 digits are purple and these 2 digits are yellow. Now, that immediately gets us... a few more things. Let's see. Let's clean up there. That's not 1. That's not 1. Oh, one of them could be 17. Right. Sorry. I don't know why I assumed the totals had to be the same. There's no reason why the totals have to be the same. Just, they're not both 17. Sorry about that. Good point that I had chat to catch me. So one of them is 15, at least. I don't know which one yet, if either or both or whatever. Now, oh, they have to have a common digit. Yes, they have to have a common digit because both purples and yellows look at this. So this digit is both purple and yellow. So coloring is not going to work in this puzzle because this digit is both purple and yellow. Wait, sorry, no, this digit is neither purple nor yellow. So there's a digit, sorry, this digit is neither purple nor yellow, so purple and yellow have a digit in common. So one of them sums to 15, one of them sums to 15, one of them sums to 17. So one of them is 8, 9. So this digit is never 8, 9. Oops. So this is 6 or 7. And so the question is, what is the common digit? So if the common digit... So I guess if the common digit is 6, then that's okay, because it can be 6, 9. Yeah, so it's 6, 9, or 7, 8 for the 17, I suppose. Okay, so this is the digit that's not on either purple or yellow. So this digit is going to get the color... Oh, that's right, I'm not supposed to use blue. This digit's going to get the color green. So 1 and 2 are definitely on here. People are suggesting that maybe I look at the fact that green is here and here. Doesn't look helpful yet. But the point is, yeah, as Chip says, one of the yellows is purple. So I want to be super, super careful before I go about my day, because there is an overlapping digit between these. And so that overlapping digit, here's the point. The overlapping digit goes here. That is the overlapping digit. So this is both yellow and purple. And so it is 6, 7, 8, and 9. Because the digit that is in both yellow and purple has to land here. And now the digit that is in both yellow and purple has to be an 8 or a 9. Yep. Garion, no, they cannot be, because one of the totals is 17. The only two possible totals were 15 and 17, and we proved they're not both 15. So one of them is 17. We did prove they're not both 15, right? How did we do that? That sounds familiar. Or did we not prove they're not both 15? Yeah, they can't both be 15, because then they wouldn't have any digits in common, and they need to have a digit in common. So yeah, one is 17 and one is 15. So yeah, I think we did say that, but then... yeah. And the point about parity is important. They're both odd in sum. These are much, much, much too large to sum to 13, because the minimum sum of 5 different digits is 15. So they were immediately priced in from the setup to being 15 or 17. And then it turned out that one is 15 and one is 17. But that took a great deal more orneration in order to figure out. Let's see. But wow, that is the biggest thing I have so far found, is that this puzzle is amazing. It's not a 4. Okay. So what are these cells summing to now? So 45 minus 15 would make these sum to 15 each. So these either sum to each being 15, or if the sum is 17, then these sum to 28, and so they sum to 14 each. So these either sum to 14 or 15. Okay, so that's true. So this cell and this cell both see all of 6, 7, 8, and 9. Because it sees all the purples, all the yellows, and green. And although, boy, does this hurt my head because of the overlapping colors, all the purples, all the yellows, and green is all of 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're not 1. Okay. Tallcat has an excellent point, which is that 9 can't possibly go anywhere but here in row 7. So why can't the 9 go here? It's because if I put a 9 here, the minimum sum I can make these 5 sum to is 19, which is not 15 or 17. So the 9 has to go exactly here, which means there's no 9 here. Which, because these sum to 14 or 15, means that this can't have a 5 on it either. So these are from 6, 7, 8. And they're either 6, 8 or 7, 8. So there's always an 8 here. On this this thing. So there's no 8 over here at all. So these, again, are summing to 14 or 15. I'm not allowed to use an 8. So if I don't use the 9 over here, that's not going to work out for me. So I need to use the 9. And I'm making 14 or 15 with 9. So I can't use the 7. So there's no 7 over here. And so I need to use a 5 or a 6. So these are from 5, 6, 9. Okay. So all good things. So this box is making good progress. There are no 9s or 8s to place over around the rest of the box. And we're going to use a 6 or a 7 here. Oh, actually, I can't use the 6. Wow, that's amazing. If I use the 6 here, it makes 14, but then it makes this also sum to 14. So this has to be the 7, 8. Okay, really, just take a second just to appreciate the gorgeousness of this setting. If I use the 6 here, I make 14, but then this also is 14, which would then make purple and yellow the same. So I don't use the 6, I use the 7. So that sums to 15, and so this sums to 14. And so because this sums to 14, it's got to be 5 and 9, like that. And so we've got just everything sort of firing up. Okay, so now the one that sums to 14, that's the one where these are an 8 and a 9. And so it has to look like that. These are an 8, 9 pair. Oops. These are an 8, 9 pair. Now, over here, these need to sum to 15. And so I don't know what that looks like yet, I don't think. Let's see. Okay, I'm not yet going to attempt to think about this. So I do know there's a 5 on this line. I should probably mark that kind of thing. So yeah, this line sums to 15. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is no debate about that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9 down here. So this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad for the column. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. I'll get to where 8 is in this row. I kind of want to look at other logic first, and then I'll get to where 8 is in this row, because that's assuredly going to be an interesting question. So if I'm making this sum to 17, my question is, how do I do that? And so I either use 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7, or I use 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Those are my options. Okay, I don't know yet. Okay. Yeah, these are 6, 9, or 7, 8. I agree. Right. Okay. And so now the other 8, 9 in row 2 is here. Good point, Medi. So this is definitely purple. It just might also be yellow. Sorry. No, this is the purple digit that's not yellow, because that's the purple digit that is yellow. Okay. So that's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad in this column. So that means that these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. Okay, so now these are at most 5, 4, 3. I guess that's not that bad. This digit has to be at least 3. That's not so bad. Okay, now we can look at 8 is on one of these arrows with a 1, because one of these two cells is a 9. That's the only way it works. So the 8's going with a 1, so in particular these aren't 1. So one of these is 1. That's the point that people are looking for. So there's a 1 over here, and so there's a 1 placed here by Sudoku. So this isn't a 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I know one of these two is a 9. I'm again reluctant to pencil mark this. And then the tall cat thing of like just keep pulling. So now we've placed the 8 in this row. Where's the 7? And so now the 7, because these two arrow circles see each other, the 7 can't go on the other arrow because it would need to sum to 9 because the 1 is taken. And so I can't put the 7 on one of the arrows. So this is 7, is tall cat's point. So there's no 3 here. And so now 7 is the digit that's not yellow. So yellow is 6, 9. So we actually now get that is an 8 and that's a 9 for free. I feel like the colors are useful for me to look at, but they're also going to trick me. So I'm just going to ask chat to not let the colors trick me. Okay, so then you get to just keep going. Where's the 6? And so now the 6 has to go in here. It can't use the 1. So the 6 has to go with a 2. And so this is an 8-9 pair. These are a 1-8-2-6 quad. So these aren't 2. That's a 3-4-5 quad. So this isn't 4, and that's not 3, 4, or 5. This is an amazing puzzle. This is just... it's like showing off at this point. Let's see. So... Okay, so the 7 could be up here, but it could also be up here. I don't know yet. Let's see. Okay, so there is an 8 on one of these. I have to put an 8 and a 7 on these lines. I can't put the 8 and the 7 both on the same line. So this has to be a 7 or an 8. There's no choice. And once this has to be a 7 or an 8, the rest of the digits have to sum to 7 or 8. Namely, they have to sum to the other one. I guess that feels huge, but I'm not sure that it immediately helps as much as I had hoped. So let's see. So I guess my problem was I thought this digit was going to have to be big anyway. Sorry, I was thinking this digit was under a lot of pressure, but it was under pressure to be big, and lo and behold, we have shown it is big, and so we have not learned anything. So there's a 7 or an 8 here, but I don't think that really matters. Let's see. Garion says you can't put 1-8 in box 9. Right, you can't put 1-8 in box 9 because that would make this a 9 and make that an 8 and repeat the 8 in the box. Gorgeous. So this is a 2-6. This is a 1-8. So that's the 9. That's the 8. That's the 7. That's the 8. That 9 looks down here and sees that's a 6. That's the 9. Great spot, Garion. Where am I putting 6 in this column? Can I possibly put both 5 and 6 on this arrow that sums to 14? 5 and 6 would be 11. I would need to put a 1 and a 2 on it. I guess I could put a 1 and a 2 on it, in theory, sadly. Okay, well, that's tragic. And now we know where the other 7-8 is in box 4, because we have a 7-8 hidden pair here, owing to the fact that there's both a 7 and an 8 there. So this sells a 7, that sells an 8. These now need to sum to 7, so they are not 3, and that one's not 5. They're 1, 2, 4. This one isn't 1 or a 2. This one's not 1 or 2, it's 3 or 5. That's the other 3, 5. We've got a 1, 2, 4 triple in the row. So that means that these cells are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 3, 6, 7. That one's not a 7. That one's not a 3. Let's see. I still don't know if 7 is on this line yet or not, but I'm thinking about it. It is something I would like to know with my life. Let's see. I can fill in these 4 digits. That might be helpful. Let's see. I need to put a 1 in here. We've got a 2. We've got a 3. We need a 4. We need a 5. We got a 6, 7, and we need an 8. So that's not a 4. These aren't 5. So yeah, one of these two is 5. I don't know which one. Let's see. Three, 5 here. Okay, so yeah, so I need a 6 or a 9 in this row. It has to go in one of these 2 cells. If it goes here, it has to be a 6. In fact, actually, what are these 2 digits? I should fill that in, because I can. There are a 3 and a 6. Those are the digits that go in those 2 cells. Ah, and there we go. Now, sorry, these 2 cells are a 3 and a 6, except there's a 3-5 pair that looks at this one, so that's a 6 and that's a 3. So that's a 9 and that's a 6. This row still needs a 1 and a 2, so this is a 1 or a 2. This box now needs a, let's see, it needs a 1, a 2, it's got a 3, 4, we need a 5, we got a 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. So these are from 1, 2, 5, 9. That one's not a 9 at least. Let's see. Yeah, good job if your bet's still alive. We've got a lot of pressure over there. Let's see. Apologies, I'm not looking at chat more. I'm just enjoying this puzzle too much, and I keep getting sort of just sucked into like wanting to just stare at it because it is so jaw-dropping to me. Let's see. So yeah, so where's the 6 in this box? The 6 in this box is here now, because of Sudoku stuff. So now the 6 is up here in one of these 2 cells. So 14 minus 6 is 8. So I need the other 2 cells here to add to 8. They can't use a 5 because the 5s are gone. So that means the 2 is definitely over here. So it's either 617 or it is 6. Wait, no. It is 617. That's the only option. It can't be 626. And it can't be 625, sorry, 635 because the 5's there. So this is, in fact, 617. That's the only option. That one's not a 6, however. So that works. So that means these digits I could just write in. These are a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. That one's not a 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5 does indeed total 14. So good for us in that regard. This is not a 7 because there's a 7 in the row already. This is a 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't know that. Sorry. Don't listen to me. This I know is a 2, 3, 4. This is a 2, 3, 4 because it can't be 1 or 5 just because of row stuff. So good things there. So now where is 1 in column 4? 1 is placed in column 4. It can only go here because of that big, cool deduction. So that's a 2. That's a 4. The bet cell is a 1. So hopefully you bet 1, as I heard someone say. So that's a 2, 4 pair. That's a 1. Let's see. So, okay, we got that going on. So what else do we have now? Okay, so let's clean up. So that's not a 4 anymore. Let's see. We need a 1, 6, and a 7. Oh, there's an 8 here, looking down at that 1 and that 8 for who knows how long. So that 1 looks up there. That's a 6. That's a 7. That's a 1. So this column is now a 4 to finish up. So that's not a 4. That's not a 4. It's a 2 or a 3. This box to finish up needs a 2, a 3, a 5, 6, and we need a 7. So 2, 3, 7. This one's not a 3, so it's a 2 or a 7. Let's see. The question is, will we at any point ever realize that we used the givens? Or are the givens just there as sort of like a joke, if you will? That like they just like randomly make things resolve. I often, when I use givens, do the givens just randomly make things resolve in a way that no human will ever be able to fully understand. Okay, so there's no 7 on this 15 line anymore. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. It's the other one. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So these digits are the ones that aren't among 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, which are 4 and 7. And we know the order. So there's a given being used. That's a 7, that's a 4. So that's a 6, that's a 3, that's a 7. That's 6, that's a 2, and that's a 6. Let's see. These aren't 6 anymore. That one's not a 3 either, or a 2. It's a 1 or a 5. It's not a 1 either, so it's a 5. These are not 5. Let's see. So that's not 5 either. That's not 5 either. These aren't 1 either because there's a 1 in the row already. So one of these two is 1, so that's not 1. Let's see. This 4 looks down and says that's not a 4. Let's see. Oh, that's not a 1 either because there's a given 1. So that makes that a 1. More use of the given digits. Okay, something is wrong with my pencil marking in this column. The thing that's wrong with my pencil marking in this column is that it's got an 8 in it. So that's a 4. And it's got a 3 in it too. So those are a 2, 6 pair. So that's a 5. These aren't 5. They're a 2, 9 pair, and the order is resolved. So that's a 9, that's a 2. The 9 looks up, that's an 8, that's a 9. That 2, 6 pair means that's a 3. Let's see. I'm missing something. Okay, so that's an 8. That's a 5. That's a 1. So that 8 looks over and gives us a 7 and an 8, which gives us a 2 and a 3 and a 7. 2 looks up here and gives us a 3. So these aren't 3. So let's look over now. Let's finish it. Okay, so what is this? So this is 2, 4, or 5, I think. I can legitimately say I am very sad this puzzle's almost over. I want another one. Let's see. There's a 3 in this row already, so that's not a 3. Oh, I think I pencil marked something wrong. Because I think I missed a 6 when I was pencil marking this row. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, this I think this is mispencil marked. I don't think anything else is wrong. I think this is actually 2, 4, or 6. Oh, but it's not a 6 because there's a 6 in the column. So that's a 2, 4 pair. So that's a 6, and that's a 2, and that's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 4. This is not a 4. This is not a 4. Actually, I probably know what this is. It's probably a 3, and that's a 5, and that's a 3. Let's see. The 1 over there gives us that's a 2, and that's a 1. The 2 here gives us that's a 4, and that's a 2. And that's a 6, and that's that puzzle. Holy shit. What a puzzle. That is amazing. Has this appeared on CTC yet? I admit I have not checked every day, but I don't think I've seen it, and this is like the most amazing puzzle I've done all year. They should definitely they should definitely do this one, if they have not yet, because whew, wow. Yep, I am at a loss for words. It's okay. It's the other Sudoku streams that are family friendly. I don't have any family friendly promises on my stream. That is why I curse so often. Yep. Not much more to say about that other than whew, woo boy. Alrighty. After I pick my jaw back up off the floor, we're going to do one more puzzle. I'll be back shortly with that. Alrighty, welcome back. So I have one more puzzle for today. I'm not going to say I think it'll be quick, because then I will be doing this for 12 hours, based on previous times when I have said I thought the puzzle would be quick. I think the puzzle should be manageable. I'll say that. This is a thermo broken 159. So the thermo rules just mean that the digit in the circle is smaller than the other digit. So if this is a 2, this can't be a 1, but it could be a 9. And the broken 159 rules mean that the digits in the pink stuff index the location in their columns of certain digits. So for example, if this is a 5, then it tells you that this digit is a 1. Because it's saying in column 1, the digits in pink tell you where the 1 is. So that is that. Now, I should say there's a negative constraint, but let me do a couple more examples and I'll explain the negative constraint. Okay. Over here, this column indexes the location of the 5. So that cell if it's a 7, it tells me the 7th cell in the row is a 5. I'm trying to be slightly more careful about explaining this because last time I explained 159, I got a couple of people watching the VOD who did not fully get the rules explanation, so I'm trying to be slightly more careful. Okay. Now, the broken part of the broken 159 says two things. The first is that only some of these columns are pink. But the second is that if a digit is not pink, then it cannot index the location of the 1, 5, or 9 in its row. So the first thing I did was to say, if this is a 5, it means this is a 1. But that also means the puzzle is broken. And the reason why this means the puzzle is broken is because this cell correctly indexes the location of the 5. Namely, if this were the correct disposition, this cell should be pink. And it is not pink, and therefore that cannot work. So this cell can't be a 5. Okay. Now, one consequence of that is what people in chat are already going to, which is that there has to be a 1 somewhere in column 1. And wherever the 1 in column 1 is, it indexes the location of the 1 in column 1. So this cell is never a 1. This cell's never a 1. In fact, none of these cells, no non-pink cell in column 1 can be a 1. So one of these is a 1, and we know which one it is because I can never put a 1 here because I would have to put a smaller digit here. So in fact, that's a 1. And by identical logic, in column 9, I need to put the 9 in a pink cell. But I can't put the 9 on a bulb of a thermo. So the 9 is there. The negative constraint applies only to bulbs. Or sorry, only to 1, 5, and 9. Okay. Now what is this digit? Well, I need to place a 9 somewhere. I can't place a 9 on a bulb of a thermo, so I can't make it 2, 3, 4, 7, or 8. I can't make it a 9, and I also can't make it a 5 for the reason that we saw at the beginning. If I make this a 5, I make this a 9, and now this cell is broken. So in fact, that's a 6, and so that's a 9. And I bet the same thing works here, where if I look, I can't put a 1 on a tip of a thermo, so I can't put a 1 in any of these places. I can't put a 1 in any of those places. And I can't put a 1 here because exactly as we said at the beginning, hey, you can't possibly put a 1, or you can't put a 5 here because it would put a 1 there and then they would be broken. So this is a 4 and that's a 1. Oh boy, okay. So now we go down a notch and we ask, where does the 8 go in this row? Now, I can't put an 8 in any of these bulbs, because if I put an 8 in any of these bulbs, it will require me to put a 9 in the tip, and I already have a 9 in the row, so this is the only place for an 8. Similarly, where does the 2 go in this row? I can't put the 2 in the bulb of any of these, because a 2 in the bulb would require me to put a 1 down here, and there's already a 1 in this row. So that digit is a 2. Okay. And so now we finally have a little bit of breathing room here once we've placed all of that, I think. Okay, so right. So now the key thing is, what digits go here? So I need to index a digit into box 7, because that is, I need a 5 in box 7. Whatever the 5 is in box 7, it's going to put a 1, 2, or 3 here. But it can't put a 2 because there's a 2 in the column already. And it can't put a 1 because if I put a 1 here, I run into the same problem that I had before, where now this cell should be pink and it isn't. So the only digit that goes here that's a low digit is a 3. I know there's a 5 in the column, and the 5 in the column has to go in pink. And now I need to index a digit into box 9. How is that going to go? Well, I need to put a 7, 8, or 9. And now I can't put a 9 in any of these cells because it'll put a 5 over here, which will be the wrong color. And I can't put an 8, so I need a 7. So as chat claims, and this is a great spot by chat, this would probably have taken me a while longer, this is a 3, 5, 7 triple. So that lets us fill in the rest of the column. The rest of the column is a 1. Let's see. We've got a 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7 and an 8. And we need a 9. Spoiler, those aren't 1 because there's a 1 in the box. These aren't 9 because there's a 9 in the box. Okay. Are any of these things unable to be 3 or 7? So if that were 3 or 7, that would put a 5 in one of these two cells. I don't think there's anything wrong with a 5 being in one of those two cells, at least until I think about it more. Okay. Where is 9 in this box? 9 is placed in this box. Because 9... Sorry, no. Opposite. Where's 1 in this box? 1 is placed in this box because 1 can't go there and 1 can't go on the tip of a thermo. So that's a 1. Let's see. Yeah, 9 in the box could go just about anywhere, I think. This digit's not a 6. This puzzle has been a near miss for appearing on the stream so many times. I am glad I am finally going to. I'm finally doing this puzzle. It's always been like, oh, I have this in the background in a day when I then end up running over on some other puzzle or something like that. Yeah, so this is one of those, like, zipper things. I don't know if it's going to be useful, but, like, the 3 in this row is always going with a 2 on the bulb. Because there's nowhere else. So the 2 in this row is always going with a 3. And so then the 4, now the 4 in this row, no, it does do me something because this has to be a 3. So I was literally explaining the thing that I needed. Right, I have to have a 3 in this row. The only thing that can go in the bulb of the 3 is a 2. So this digit is not a 2. It's not a 1. It's less than 4. So this digit's a 3. This digit is bigger than 6. It's not a 9. But if you think about, if you continue up the chain, so the 3 goes with the 4. Now the 4 goes with the 5. The 5 goes with the 6. The 6 has to go with a 7. The only thing that works is if this digit is a 7. Thinking about it the other way, right? Is that right? I want to double check that somehow. I completely believed my logic over here. I just want to convince myself that this really keeps going. So I've got a 3 up here that goes with a 2. I've got a 4 that goes with a 3. And so now, yeah, where does the 5 go? The 5 up here has to go with a 4 because the 3 and the 2 are gone. And so the 6 then has to go with a 5. And so the 7 then only can go with a 6. Okay, so that is a 7. Okay. Hey, Memeristor, happy to have you in chat for this. Let's see. So now we can pencil mark the rest of this row. Let's see. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. And a 6. We got a 7. And we need an 8. This cannot be a 2. Or sorry, this cell can't be a 5 because of that 2. If this were a 5, it would be pink. This row is missing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now, spoiler, that's not a 3, and so this is not a 2. So this is a 6 or an 8, which means that this is a 5 or a 7, just by our magic. This isn't a 7, so that's not an 8. Let's see. This being an 8 means this isn't a 5. And so because that's not a 5, that's not a 6. By our jiggery pokery. Let's see. I'm now slightly afraid of what the etymology of the phrase jiggery pokery is. I'm hoping it is a clean and innocent phrase. Let's see. All right, so is there another place I can use the constraint? I don't think there is immediately. Is there? Yeah, I know one of these two is a 6, so I know one of these two is a 5, but I don't think I know which one. No. Sorry, there were 3 places for 6. There are 3 places for 6. Never mind. I know one of these two is a 1. Oops. No, I don't want to restart. Oh, bye, Ken. Have a good night, or morning, or whatever time it is where you are. Let's see. I kind of want to pencil mark the rest of this box, as crazy as that is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of the things I learned from Codec is that it never hurts to aggressively over pencil mark a 159 style puzzle. So neither of these can be a 2 because it would put a 1 in the bulb. They can't have a 1 in the bulb. So these are only down to 4, 6, or 8. Let's see. Is there anything else I can say? This can't be a 2 because it would put a 1 in here, and this box already has a 1. So there's lots of things that can't be 2. If this were a 2, that would be a 1, but I don't actually see a problem with that, unfortunately. Oh. I just never pencil marked this thing because I don't know. There's a 5 in one of these cells and a 5 in one of these cells. And so that means there's not a 5 in particular here. So this is not a 5. So it is a 7. So that's an 8. The 5 over here means that's not a 5. So it's a 3 and that's a 2. Sorry, that was just me being silly. These are not 3 or 8. These are not 2 or 7. This can't be 5 still, so that's a 6 and that's a 5. This is a 5 and that's a 4. Because I wasn't paying attention. This is, by the way, the best broken 159 puzzle I've ever done, I think. This has not generally been a variant that has treated me super well, but I really enjoy this one. This one is very cool. Let's see. Yeah, that is sweet. The way that, I mean, just the emergence of this triple was awesome, and then for whatever reason it did not occur to me that, hey, once I wrote this triple in, I should actually look at what it does. Oops. Okay. So let's see. Okay, do I want to aggressively pencil mark all of these cells? That's a lot of cells to pencil mark. I'm looking for something I can do that is not pencil mark a bajillion things. Let's see. Let's see. So I'm trying to figure out if I can do anything with these thermos. Let's see. Okay, so Medi says 9 in column 7 is in one of these cells. It's not that one. So 9 in column 7 is in one of these two cells. So then 9 in column column 8 is in one of these two cells. Now, these can't be 8. I can't put the 8 with the 9. Why couldn't I put the 8 and the 9 kitty corner to each other like this? Is the thing I'm not clear on. Let's see. Because these two things can't be... Actually, that one can be an 8, sorry. This one can't be an 8 or a 9, so this digit's at most 6. So this digit's at most 6 just by virtue of leaning into this box. And so it's not a 2, 4, or 6. So this is a 1, 3, or 5. Let's see. 8 in column 7 is restricted. Oh, and 2 of them are ruled out? Oh, yeah, there's not a 3. There's a 3 above it. Good. I don't think I see yet why this can't be a 1 or a 5. The 3 in the column is very helpful. The 8 is a bit restricted, but not sure it's restricted enough in column 7. Let's see. This can't be an 8. Let's see. That could be an 8. That can't be an 8. One of these two could be an 8. Yeah. Oh, yes. There's a 5 pencil mark down below. Literally the thing the entire puzzle is about that I should be paying attention to. Thank you, legitimate businessman. So that's a 1. So that's a 1. This is not a 1. So that is cool. So let's pencil mark the rest of this box. Let's see. I need a 2, a 3, a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6. I need a 7. And we've got an 8 and a 9. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of stuff that I should look at. In particular, something has to be a 2. This can never be a 2. This, unfortunately, could be a 2. Let's see. Pointing triple in column 7 on 5s. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. 2 in box 8. Yeah, 2 in box 8 is in one of 2 places, as we sort of found when we sort of messed around with this. Oh, but 2 can't be here anymore because of the 1. Thank you, Medi. That's not a 2, so this is a 2. So that's not a 2. So yeah, one of these 2 is a 2. Thank you. Row 5, column 3 is a 2 or a 4, says SPQ. Let's see. So the most it can be is 6, but it can't be 6. So it's less than 6. So the numbers less than 6 are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's not a 1 or a 3 either because of that. And it's not a 5 because of the 5's index below. See, I actually remembered this time about the 5's index below. So this is only a 2 or a 4. Let's see. There's an X-wing on 9s in columns 4 and 7. Let's see. The 9 in column 4 is definitely over there. And the 9 in column 7 is over here. Yep, agree. So that places the 9 in one of these 2 cells in this row. Good spot to J. So does that do anything sweet over here? No, because I already know the 9 is in one of those 2 places. So now where's the 9 in column 3? Now the 9 in column 3 is just placed here, right? Because that can't be a 9. These can't be 9. That's not a 9. Yep, the 9 in column 3 is placed. Gorgeous. So that's not a 9. I need a 9 in this column. It's got to go there. No choices anymore. Okay. Hey, Logan, welcome. So these digits are a 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. It's possible I got literally nothing out of doing that. But it was fun, we'll say. Sure, why not? Let's see. Garion says this digit has to be the same as this digit. That's pretty cool. Okay, this 2 or 4, where does it go in the box? It doesn't go there. It doesn't go any of these places. It doesn't go there. It doesn't go there. That's awesome. Okay, so this 2 or 4, sorry, this digit is the same as this digit, so it is 2 or 4. So this is not 3, 6, 7. So this is a 2 or a 4. This is a very cool spot. Your job at the Inhumanable Puzzle Factory. Let's see, the 1 is up here somewhere. Uh-oh. Can other people hear sound? Hopefully other people can hear sound. This is going to be an awfully boring stream if you can't hear sound. Let's see, I need a 1, 2, a 3, we got a 4, we need a 5, got a 6, and we need a 7. These aren't 1. These aren't 3. This one's not a 7 or a 5. See, I remembered the 5 down there again. It's just going to be enough time for me to forget that there's the 5 down there again. Jessica can do subtitles. I'm sure that she would love to be roped into that task. That sounds like every person's dream, right? I know the 8 over here is in one of these cells. There was a claim before about the 8 and the 9, but I didn't see why the 8 and the 9 couldn't go kitty corner. The 8 and the 9 can't go in a row together because of the negative constraint. Row 6, column 7 is restricted. Okay, so it's at most 7. It can't be a 1 or a 6 or a 2 or a 4. It can't be a 5 because of the 5 in the column. And it can't be a 3. So yes, it is restricted. It's just a naked 7, which makes that an 8. Good spot, George. Welcome, George Pollard, by the way. Not sure I've seen you here before, but welcome. Happy to have you here. So that's a 7. That's not a 7. Let's see. These 2 cells only come from a handful of options. They could be 2. They're not 3, 4, 5. They could be 6, 8, or 9. And nothing wrong with lurking. We respect and appreciate our lurkers here. Let's see. This can't be an 8 because it goes into a bulb that can't be a 9. Let's see. These digits I should write in. They are a 3, we've got a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6 and a 7, we need an 8 and a 9. These aren't the 9. 4, 6 can't be 6. I'm not sure which 4, 6 we're talking about. Row 9, column 7 is a 5. Oh, this one, this row 8, column 6 one. Let's see. If this were a 4, right. If this were a 4, got it. this would need to be a 1, 2, or a 3, but it can't be a 1 or a 2 or a 3, so it can't be a 4. So this is a 6. And then literally the only thing this can be is a 5, because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, which then makes this a 7. Very cool. So this is a 3-5 pair now. That's not the 5 anymore. So... Yep, so that's the 5. Why no 2? Because of this 2 right here. Hey, at the very least, I'm in no position to criticize. So these aren't 8 or 6. They are from 3, 4, 7. This isn't 6 anymore. It's 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay, so the 8 now is in one of these two cells. Let's see, there's a 4-9 pair in box 8. Yes, there is a 4-9 pair in box 8 if I clean up my stuff. So yeah, so these are not, all these cells are not 4. Good spot. Okay, so one of these digits is a 4. So one of these digits is less than 4. If this is the one that's supposed to be less than 4, it can only be a 2. If this is the one that's supposed to be less than 4, it can only be a 3. So yeah, one of these is a 2 or 3. Seems worth noting. Let's see. Row 9, column 3. Says Riff Clown is a 3, 4, or 8 if I just write in the candidates. Let's see. It's not 1, 2. Could be 3, 4. Oops. Sorry, I'm selecting two cells. Could be 3, 4. Not 5, not 6, not 7. Could be 8. Okay, I agree. 3, 4, or 8. Let's see. If this is not a 7, then that's a 2. I guess I should write in what these digits can be. Let's see. They could be 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. Oh, they're certainly not 5, by the way, despite the corner markings. So that one's not a 6. Not a 6. That one's not an 8. While we're at it. Hey, Panthera. These have a whole lot of options. Let's see. I really like the observation that because one of these is 4, one of these has to be small, but I can't quite see it getting me anything yet. Let's see. Well, this cell's not the 5 for the box because of the negative constraint. So the 5 in this box is in one of these 3 places, although I don't know that that's super useful. All right, what is going on? One of these two is a 7. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. One of these two is an 8. Yeah, this is a 3, this is a 2, that's a 4, that's a 6. I'm trying to see, like, I'm trying to create, like, a virtual triple in this column with the fact that one of these two things is a 2 or a 3, but it keeps not working, is the problem. I suspect the virtual triple is there, I just cannot find it. How many 1s do I have left to place? I guess I've got a fair number of 1s, actually. Do I have any places where I can say interesting things about 1s? I don't think so. What is going on? Okay, I feel I have become stuck. What happened? I should probably look at these again, because I keep forgetting that these exist. But they do not seem to help. The 2-4 is broken if it's a 4. Okay, so if this is a 4... Ah! Okay, gorgeous spot, Ben. If this is a 4, this is a 6, and now this cell, which sees both of them, has no value. So this cell has to be a 2, which now means this can't be a 4 anymore. So that's the 9, and that's the 4, which means this is a 3. This digit now has to be less than 9 in order to make things work. Okay, this is not a 2 or a 3, so it's a 1. So immediately this is not a 3, I need to remember, because of the negative constraint. So these digits are a 4, 5, we got a 6, 7, and an 8. That one's not an 8. This one's not a 4. That one's not a 5, because we know the 5 in the column is down there. See, I bet you thought I was going to forget again, but I somehow managed not to. That was really sweet. I really enjoy that kind of thermo shenaniganery. Let's see. Okay, let's write in what these can be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 4. So, of course, not 9. These aren't 8. So let's see. Do I know anything else that is useful about any of these? This one can't be a 5 because of the negative constraint. So this is actually 6 or 8, which means this isn't 4 or 5 or 6. This is a 9. Just the negative constraint alone forced that once you thought to write in the pencil marks for it. So those are not 9. So one of these two is a 4. And so because one of those two is a 4, this is not a 4, so it's a 2. So this is not a 2. Let's see. Box 6's 9 is placed. That's not a 9. So that's not a 9, which means immediately that's not an 8. There's an 8 in one of these two cells. And so because there's an 8 in one of these two cells, that's not an 8. It's a 5 or a 6. Let's see. I was going to say, no, this can't be a 6, but that's not the 6th spot. That's the 7th spot. This is the one that can't be a 6. Alrighty. 2 in box 5 is placed. Oh, we got that. I must not have checked chat for a little bit on that one. 9 in box 7. Let's see, we can do a T-pose. Right, okay, so the T-pose tells us that's the 9 in box 7. So now the 9 over here is placed here. That's not a 9. So that's a 2-6 pair, which makes that an 8. That being an 8 makes that not an 8, and in fact places the 8 in this box here. And let's see. The 1 in this box is in one of these two cells. Don't know which yet. This cell, I can remove the corner marking that it's a 9, because it's not a 9. Let's see, 7 is placed in box 9, right? Because this cell can't be a 7. So that's a 7 by the negative constraint. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are not 2. These are not 1. These are not 6. Let's see. Did I miss any obvious eliminations from that? Let's see. This one can't be 5 because of the negative constraint, so it's 2 or 4. This one is not affected by the negative constraint. I'm just going back and doing a quick scan for negative constraints. But I don't think we're going to be so lucky as to get any more negative constraints. Let's see. I should fill in the bottom row. We've got 4. We need a 5. Sorry, we've got a 5. We need a 6 and an 8. These are 4, 6, and 8. That one's not an 8. Man, I was hoping the 4, 6, or 8 would be huge, but it was not. Row 2, column 6 is not a 4. If this is a 4, it makes that a 2, which breaks that cell. Good spot, legitimate businessman. I appreciate you taking time out of your busy businessman day to hang out here. I was so diligent about removing the 3 in box 1, but didn't realize what it meant. Oh. Did I place the 3 in box 1? I did place the 3 in box 1. I just didn't notice. This 3 comes over here. So this is a 4, 6, 7 triple. So that's the 3, which means that's the 2, which means that's the 4. Let's see. These aren't 4 anymore. Let's see. This is too many digits. That's not a 2. Okay, 1, 5, 6 sounds like the right number of digits, except this is a 4, 6, 7, so that's not a 6. And that's a 6. Let's see. This is a 1, 5. So this is not 5 or 7. Sorry, not 5 or 7, so it's the 2. These aren't 2. Let's see. So that all is huge. Okay, so this is not a 3 anymore. Let's see. So this is a 4 or a 7. 4 or 6. 3, 6, or 7. No. Sorry, I miscounted again. So these digits then? Let's see. These are a 2, not a 3, 4. It could be a 5. No, they can't be a 5. Could be a 6, or a 7 or an 8. This is not a 6 or an 8. Sorry, this is not a 6. That one's not an 8. Okay, 6 in column 7. Oh yeah, there's a free 6 to be had in column 7. If the zeta pays attention. And this is not a 7 either, because there's a 7 over there. So that's the 2. So this is a 7 or an 8. These digits are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. These aren't 2. So that is the 2 for the box. There's nowhere else for the 2. Let's see. This is not a 4. This is not an 8. This is not a 4 either. So now this 2 tells us the 1 is not here. So the 1 is here. So this is not a 1. No, the other way. Oh, no, sorry. I was indexing out of the 9s. Don't mind me. This is the 2. That is the 1, because this is the 9. 9s index 9s. Yeah, this is the 2. So that can't index a 1 there. So that's the 1. Sorry, I did that backwards. So that's not a 1. Okay. This is still not a 6, though, owing to that digit. This is not a 6 either. Actually, there's a 6 in the box. So this is a 4-8 pair, but that's an 8, and that's a 4, and that's a 3, and that's a 1. So that's a 6. Let's see. So the 3 looks over and says that's a 5. So that's a 3, and that's a 5, and that's an 8. And that's a 7. This is a... no. It's a 4. That's a 5. That 8 looks up and sees that that's a 4. Let's see. So the 5 looks over and says that's a 3. So that's a 6, and that's an 8. The 5 here sees that that's a 6, so that's a 4, and that's a 6. The 4 here sees that that's a 7, and that's a 4. That's a 7. Let's see, the 5 looks up here and sees that that's a 7, and that's a 5. The 1 here looks up and sees that that's a 5, and that's a 1. Yes, poor Simon indeed. I feel very bad for him after that. Let's see. This is not a 6 or 7, so it's a 3. These are not 3. These are not 3, rather than adding additional candidates. So that's an 8, and that's a 5. Lovely puzzle. There's a lot of really cool stuff in here, and really the whole puzzle revolves around this really slick observation that you get a 3, 5, 7 here that's so nicely fed through everything. That part was really memorable. Sweet puzzle. A lot of good ones today. Today will definitely stand out in the whole thing. But the real one I'm always going to remember is this puzzle, because my word, what a puzzle. Alrighty, but I am going to wrap up stream there. So thank you everyone for joining. Usual caveats about liking and subscribing. If you want to become a patron, patreon.com/zetamath. If you're already a patron, thank you so much for letting me do this. I really appreciate that I get to do this. It makes me take a break in my week, and I really appreciate having that break, so I'm really glad that I got to hang out with all of you. There will very shortly be posted on the stream a puzzle of the week from last week. I have a bet that you can guess what the puzzle of the week from this week is going to be, but that won't be posted until later, but you'll have one posted very shortly. So if you want to go back, if you did not see all of the streams last week, you can see the puzzle of the week for that. Have a wonderful morning, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are, and I will see you all soon.